A violent massacre is happening in a forest. A group of hunters got hanged by the merciless killers of the Temple of Light. Anyone they thought was a spy, they smashed their head in so brutally you couldn't even recognize them. Later in the city, this group of assassins was heading to their next mission when they ran into a mining slave who caught their attention. Sahae-uk, the leader of the group, felt a weird energy coming from the kid, so he turned around and went to talk to the kid to get a closer look. Everyone who got close to the assassin shook with fear, but this kid stayed super chill just staring at him. Right after, the assassins surrounded him so he couldn't run. The whole city stopped to watch the Temple of Light's assassins capture the slave. Sahak charged at the kid with everything he had, but it didn't matter. The slave blocked every single attack with just his hand. The first chance he got, the kid knocked Sahak down with a single hit. The giant assassin didn't even wait for the fight to end, and attacked the kid with his metal ball. Everyone was shocked, seeing the kid still standing after taking that hit. The giant kept attacking, and the kid kept dodging with insane ease. The big guy changed his plan, and used his chain to trap the miner. That's when Sahak woke up already, slashing at the kid, who wasn't moving. He used the moment to unload a combo on him. Now that the kid looked weak, he went in to finish him off. The kid smashed the back of his neck and kneed him in the face so hard it left his face deformed. The giant wanted to play tug of war with him, so the kid yanked the chain and hit him with his own metal ball. Everyone was terrified watching a slave beat down the temple's best assassins. Sahak, beaten on the ground, asked who he was. This is Zephyr, known as the god of battle, after taking down the giant demon. This demon had already destroyed hundreds of worlds, and since he was humanity's last warrior, he had to sacrifice himself to finally beat it. The gods took Zephyr to a sanctuary, and a messenger told him the gods had been watching what he did, and found it funny. The MC got pissed and attacked the woman. One of the gods stomped on the MC so hard the kid almost turned into a pancake. Just for more laughs, the gods sent him back 10 years in time with all the knowledge and skill he already had. Back then, Zephyr was a slave of the temple. He spent all day getting whipped and digging up ore, but since he's super strong now, he farmed 100 times more ore than everyone else. By the end of the day, he even won a contest for who could farm the most ore with the worst group. This already caught the attention of other miners. At night, he went to the bar and bought a bunch of recovery waters that restore mana and energy. Since he has a power that boosts potions by 500%, these drinks were the secret to getting super strong again. He was mining ore and training way faster. One day, while he was quenching his thirst, a group of hunters passing by said they needed a porter for a dungeon, and Zephyr offered himself, saying he knew how to move without being noticed. Behind that humble act, he had a plan for these guys. Once inside the dungeon, the hunters cleared out the monster dogs with no trouble at all. As they walked, the MC recognized one of them. Got. He'd already been in his group before he went back in time. Also, he knew the other two weren't walking out of this place alive. In the middle of the exploration, one of the members noticed kobold bones scattered around. A giant hand came out of the cave's darkness, grabbed the guy and threw him against the wall. The other one tried to play hero, but took one hit and went straight to the sky. When the third guy was about to get it too, the MC jumped in front and saved him. The monster had the only hunter still alive, gripped in its hands. Zephyr knew he had to act fast. He grabbed Gotit's spear, pulled out a cloth and tied it to the spear, along with a poisonous herb he attached to. He was about to show the strength of a real knight. The MC charged at the monster, landing hundreds of cuts per second at the speed of light. Got was left speechless watching those moves. With the poison working on the monster now, the monster started weakening and slowing down. When he saw the opening, the MC drove the spear straight into its head. Not satisfied, he snapped the spear's shaft and shoved it into its eyes, stabbed a knife in two, and threw a super punch that buried the weapons into its skull. That was the most brutal death I've ever seen a monster get. Gote stood there frozen, asking who this guy even was. After beating the monster, the MC wanted to take its carcass, since it's pretty valuable. Gote explained that it's a crime for a slave to take any item from the dungeon. That's when the MC showed off another one of his secrets, and stored the whole monster inside his inventory. Gote's mind was blown watching the MC make a whole body vanish in seconds. Later on, they turned in the completed mission, and Gote took all the credit. That's when Zephyr made a deal with him to clear 3 more dungeons together, where Gote keeps all the credit and the items go to him. Since Gote wanted to become a leader, he took the deal. Right after all this, we get to the scene with Sahak, who tried to wipe out our MC. But now we've seen he's no ordinary slave. When the assassins got humiliated by the MC, one curious guy was watching the whole fight and got hyped. As Zephyr keeps walking away, Sahak can only scream after him, refusing to accept the loss. MC, on the other hand, feels relieved. The first step of his plan worked. Now he just has to wait for the right person to hear about it. But as he keeps moving, a strange feeling hits him. His body starts shaking, and he quickly understands why. It's mana freeze, the shutdown that happens when your mana runs dry. Using power boost emptied him completely, and left him helpless. Now he knows this body still isn't strong enough, and needs more training. After collapsing, Zephyr looks up, and the world above him turns strange as a huge figure appears. It introduces itself as Spirit Shylock, the agent of the god of debt. It says Asura sent it to collect payment for the wall of iron skill he used. The protagonist knows that skill at once. It gave him a huge edge in the fight, but it comes with a brutal cost. Once the user's mana hits 0, all the damage taken during the spell hits at once. Many people died from that backlash. The god of debt's magic is a double-edged blade that feeds on despair. As Zephyr struggles, the god of debt seems to enjoy watching him suffer. Meanwhile, Shylock starts counting up all the damage MC stored, getting ready to deliver it in one blow. With no mana left, Zephyr can only wait as the final hit gets closer. No matter how hard he tries, his body won't move. In one last effort, he tears the wraps off his hands and reveals a hidden recovery potion. With the countdown almost over, he drinks the mana potion just in time. That tiny refill gives him 1 point of mana, enough to stop the debt attack before it lands. Shylock vanishes at once, and the danger is gone. Zephyr exhales in relief, but he knows he only escaped for now, and still has a lot to prepare for. He survives by a hair, and smirks up at the sky, almost like he's mocking Asura for misjudging him. After all, he is a survivor. In his past life, he lived through humanity's collapse, and he knows exactly how to beat Wall of Iron. Never let your mana hit 0. As long as even a tiny bit remains, the spell can't collect. He remembers that in his last life, Wall of Iron was a purple tier skill worth 500 gold, way beyond what he could pay now. Still, the god handed it to him for amusement, and Zephyr thanks them with a raised middle finger, which only makes the god even angrier. Later, the protagonist wakes up confused to find himself tied to a bed. A priestess stands beside him, and 2 large men bring in torture tools. He looks around nervously as the priestess calmly explains he's in their workshop because the loan he took from the shop expired an hour ago. Then her face turns cold. She grabs a large knife and says he took out multiple loans with collateral, skipped every interest payment, and never meant to repay them. Holding the blade inches from him, she demands an explanation. Zephyr realizes this is serious. If he uses mana, Shylock will come back at once, so his only option is to talk his way out. He quickly begs for more time and promises to repay everything next week. The priestess doesn't budge. She says they'll take his wages, but he still owes the shop loan and all the interest. And there's no way MC can pay that. Then she gives the signal. One of the big men seizes Zephyr's arm. She says they'll take a finger first. As a warning, the torturer lifts the knife and brings it down at his hand. At the last second, he panics and blurts something out. Whatever he says makes her stop the men at once. Her face shifts from fury to disbelief. She can't believe Zephyr knows that. The 2 thugs freeze as she snaps at them and orders them out immediately. They leave without arguing. The moment they're gone, she threatens the protagonist and demands to know how he knows that name. Instead of answering, he pushes further and calls her the Monster Breaker, White Rose. Zephyr already knows her secret. The priestess is really White Rose, a broker tied to the underworld who deals in monster corpses and stolen goods. He knows cheap gear won't be enough if he wants to clear dungeons, so he decides to use her connections. With a smug smile, MC thanks her for leading him right to her and says he has a business offer. In another room, Sahak wakes up furious. He can't accept that a kid beat and humiliated him so easily. Burning for revenge, he swears he'll kill Zephyr if they meet again. As he makes a scene, a red-haired man hears the noise and calls to him. Sawaki stiffens the moment he sees him, then forces out a respectful greeting. The man only smiles. He calmly tells the healers he'll handle Sawak himself. While leading him away, he brings up the recent fight. Sawak remembers and quickly tries to apologize. He doesn't get the chance. The red-haired man suddenly drives a knife into his mouth and holds it there. Furious and disgusted, he scolds Sawak for failing Inquisitor Matthias's order. That failure turned into a public humiliation. Then he slashes Sahak across the face without hesitation. Coldly, he says Sahak may be talented, but now he's become a burden. After 6 months, he only brought down 2 demon lord worshippers, and his superiors have run out of patience. Worse, losing to a mere boy stained Inquisitor Matthias's name. Hearing that, Sahak drops to the floor and begs for one more chance. The red-haired man doesn't soften. Kill the boy who beat him, he says. Only then will they even think about his future. Sahak understands the threat right away. If he can't kill Zephyr, he'll lose the red uniform and all the power that comes with it. Before leaving, the man drops a glowing purple orb in front of him and says it may help. Sahak recognizes it instantly. The orb carries the clear aura of a demon lord worshipper. He's stunned, but the red-haired man doesn't care. He leaves the choice to Sahak use it and take the risk, or refuse and lose everything. After the door shuts, Sahak stares at the orb, haunted by all the slaves he used his authority to kill. If the red uniform is taken from him, there's no going back. He'll be a slave again, and this time no one will spare him. Everything he fought for will be gone. Desperate and enraged, Sahak grabs the purple orb and chooses to use it, laughing like a madman as he clutches it. Outside, the red-haired man smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. He tells his subordinate to watch Sahak closely, because he only helped him to use him as a distraction. His informants say Sahak's reckless moves have already pulled attention away, and even the head of the Temple Knights has relaxed. Ned plans to use that opening to steal the item, kill the Order's leader, and help a Demon Lord worshipper take over the temple. The red-haired man is Ned, an imposter and secret disciple of the worshippers. Still suspicious, Ned also orders an investigation into Zephyr. He recognized the martial art he used, a style only their master, and the master's disciples should know. That makes Ned wonder if the protagonist was sent by the master to help them. But since the matter is too secret, he decides to test the boy through Sahak first. If MC fails, Ned will kill him himself. Back with the priestess, Zephyr shocks her by showing the monster corpse he brought from the dungeon. Her caution quickly turns into admiration, but he asks for a lot, items worth 5,000 gold, the price of 3 predator-class corpses like the one he brought. He confidently says she'll have all 3 within 3 weeks. Then he pauses and says he has one more favor to ask. After recovering, Zephyr meets up with his teammates. There, Gote goes over the group again to confirm everyone's role. Marco is the tanker, Dale is the swordsman. Then he introduces Zephyr, but the mood is tense, and Gote notices it right away. Most of that discomfort is aimed at the protagonist. He also notices nobody is touching the food. Seeing how awkward it is, MC decides to break the tension by pulling out an expensive bottle of wine, instantly drawing everyone's eyes. He says White Rose got it for him, and pours a glass for each of them. That move wins the group over. They start warming up to him, and Zephyr knows that'll make them more willing to help move monster corpses later. For now, their interests match. He knew Gote in his past life, but Marco and Dale weren't around this long back then. Because of that, he stays wary. He doesn't know if they'll work with him or become problems later. He also knows people like whoever gives them what they want, and if someone wants to feel important, the trick is to make them feel valued. Still, Zephyr can't move forward with someone who truly hates him, and that person is Dale. After a while, Gote explains their next mission, and stresses how important it is. If they pull it off, they could move up a level. He tells everyone to respect the new member, and reminds them they'll only succeed if they work together, but not everyone agrees. Dale gets especially annoyed, angry that Gote made the call without asking the rest of them. He even questions whether Gote really saw Zephyr kill the predator, or just got fooled. The two start arguing, but Marco steps in and breaks it up. He says they should go along with it for now, since the reward will still be split 3 ways. Even then, Dale still can't trust the protagonist. He has a bad feeling the boy will cause trouble, and if Zephyr is running a scam, Dale figures the dungeon will expose him soon enough. Once everything is settled, the group heads to Edoran, a town built into the mountainside. The team is clearly impressed. They've never seen a place like it. Gao explains the caves inside are even more amazing, with living spaces and full rooms. The temple once used them to house workers and injured adventurers, but that time is over. Now it's more like a rotting monster nest. Inside, the tunnels are packed with spider webs. Staying cautious, Zephyr activates mana perception, a skill that lets him sense mana-filled objects and creatures without touching them. Using it, he carefully leads the team through the webs. After working their way out, MC says he sensed a steel spider inside. Right away, he starts explaining how to deal with it. His plan is simple: sneak into the nest, use a paralyzing potion on the baby spiders, then wait for the parent to come back and see them dead, throwing it into a reckless state. As Zephyr lays it out, Dale speaks up. Even with 4 people, he doesn't think they can beat a steel spider. Its shell is hard as steel, so swords barely work, and since steel spiders breed fast, they can build up a swarm quickly, making their nest even more dangerous. Dale says they should ask the temple for help, but Zephyr shocks him by casually telling him to rest, saying he can clear the nest by himself. That kind of confidence only makes Dale trust him less. He says he beat a predator, humiliated Sahak, and now claims he can handle a steel spider alone. To Dale, none of it adds up. Then a thought hits him. If the protagonist is lying, maybe this dungeon isn't that dangerous at all. And if that's true, going in with him is the perfect way to expose him as they move deeper into the dungeon. Then Dale accidentally touches a strand of web and gets stuck. As he struggles to pull free, he's horrified to see dozens of spiderlings rushing at him from the dark. Zephyr moves at once. He yanks Dale away from the web and steps between him and the swarm, blocking the attack with his own arm. The spiderlings bite down, but their fangs can't break his skin. Zephyr barely reacts. He even mocks them before smashing them into the ground. Dale is stunned by his strength and how calm he stays. Without slowing down, MC calls everyone into position for the next wave. He had already told them to wrap their weapons with their capes, knowing normal blades would get trapped in the sticky webs. Thankfully, it works. The webs stick, but the weapons can still swing. Dale and Goat battle the spiderlings while driving them into one area. The idea is simple. Once the swarm is gathered, Zephyr will wipe them out in one strike, and everything goes to plan. With one huge swing, he destroys the whole swarm. When it's over, everyone is worn out from the fight. Dale has a deep cut on his arm, and the pain is mixed with humiliation. He had no choice but to rely on Zephyr. Then, to his surprise, he hands him a recovery potion right away. Watching that, Dale realizes the protagonist must have known exactly what was happening the whole time, including when he touched the web, thanks to mana perception. Embarrassed, he quietly admits it to himself. MC just tells him not to make the same mistake again. At the same time, he's starting to think better of Dale. In his past life, he had to teach fighters with no talent, so Dale's focus and discipline stand out to him. Zephyr knows Dale still doesn't fully trust him. Still, he figures that once the dungeon is cleared, those doubts will fade on their own. Before long, the group reaches the spider nest and uses the paralyzing potion. It works just like the protagonist said, and the fight gets a lot easier. They also follow his tip to strike the spiders' bellies instead of their steel-hard backs. When Dale tries it and sees it work, he's baffled again by how much Zephyr knows. As Dale drives his weapon into one of the spiders, the others jump in and help bring it down. For a second, they're thrilled to have killed even one. That feeling vanishes when they realize MC has already taken out hundreds by himself. Stepping down from the pile of bodies, he casually tells them to rest for a bit. Still out of breath, Marco can't stop wondering where he came from and who taught him to fight like that. That makes Zephyr think back to the strange man who trained him in a far-off cave, but as the memory returns, his face hardens. He pushes the thought away and changes the topic, reminding them that only the boss room is left. That immediately fires the group up. While they wait for instructions, Zephyr walks over to a spider and tears off its sharp legs. Then he suddenly tells everyone to leave, saying he'll finish the rest alone. The order leaves the group staring in shock, especially Godot. Unlike Dale and the others, Godot isn't chasing glory. He just wants to stay alive, even if that means playing it safe and obeying stronger people. That's how he's lasted this long. So when Zephyr tells him to go, Godot agrees right away, convinced they'd only get in the protagonist's way. Marco disagrees and says they should stay since they're almost done. That only makes Godot more uneasy, and it gets worse when Dale sides with Marco, saying more fighters means better odds. Godot starts sweating, quietly wishing Zephyr would force them to leave. Instead, to his surprise, MC keeps them there and gives them new jobs. After a short talk, he heads deeper into the dungeon alone, completely sure of himself. Soon, he reaches the queen spider's spawning chamber. Her guardian spiders wait nearby, each protecting its own webbed lair. As Zephyr steps in, every spider notices him, but he stays calm. He knows they won't attack unless he crosses into the area each one guards. Then the protagonist pulls out bags of plain flour and throws them into the webs. The bags burst open on impact, filling the air with powder and ruining the spider's sight. It works, and in the confusion, Zephyr lifts his crossbow and shoots straight at the queen. The bolt sparks on impact. It doesn't hurt her, but it does exactly what he wants. The flour in the air ignites. A huge dust explosion tears through the chamber, and Zephyr immediately runs, knowing that blast won't kill them all. As he retreats, several guardian spiders chase him. Without slowing down, he fires poisoned bolts behind him, dropping one of them. But another guardian keeps coming and closes the gap fast as MC turns a corner. Then the spider suddenly runs into a wall of webbing. Earlier he had the team set traps with spiderweb sacks. When Godot doubted spiders could be caught in their own webs, he explained they need a special liquid from their bodies to move through them safely. After passing out the sacks, he told them this was the only way to handle so many spiders. Now, because the explosion burned away that liquid, the chasing spider gets stuck in the trap. Zephyr instantly draws the spider legs he'd taken earlier and cuts the trapped guardian down. Even though only one guardian is left, the queen suddenly charges out with a piercing scream. She races after the protagonist, and he sprints for the cave exit, where the rest of the team is already waiting in formation. Just as he reaches the exit, the queen spits a stream of deadly acid at him. From his past life, Zephyr knows even a drop can melt flesh and kill. Remembering that, he dives through the entrance and barely avoids it. But the queen keeps coming, bursting out in a rage and spraying venom everywhere. The moment she appears, the others snap into position. With the spider claws in hand, Zephyr charges her first. He cuts across her back and lands in front of her, making himself the main target. His plan is simple: keep her focused on him, so the others get chances to attack. The queen screams even louder, furious now, but Zephyr doesn't budge. He's the only one who can face her directly, and while he holds her attention, the others stay ready to attack from range. Everyone stands their ground, except Godot, who's shaking at the sight of the monster. The rest are nervous too, and Dale especially feels the pressure. All the insults from the hunter team come rushing back. They always look down on them, treating them like useless low-rank scouts. But Dale is done backing off. They've come too far to quit now, so he decides to go all in. Marco reaches the same choice. Before this, neither of them would have dared fight something like this. But Zephyr has changed everything. Every time they trusted him, it paid off. That trust pushes Marco to commit too. Godot gets annoyed that no one is listening, but with Dale and Marco already moving, he can't avoid it. So he joins the attack too, even if he doesn't want to. Together, they aim for the damaged part of the spider's armor. As they attack from different sides, they remember Zephyr's warning: hit the middle of the legs where the nerves run. He also told them to coat their weapons with tranquilizer. Dale does, and it works, but right after he lands the hit, he realizes the monster is about to strike him from behind. MC is already there, dropping in from above, and stopping the attack mid-swing. He moves with total confidence, pulling the monster's eyes back to him, and daring it to come after him instead. Enraged, the spider turns fully toward Zephyr. He blocks every blow without slipping once. Dale can barely believe it. He is too fast, too steady, too in control. He remembers how worried they were before, and how Zephyr promised they'd be fine, that the queen would barely pay attention to them once she was enraged over her burned eggs. Watching this now, Dale knows he was right. The protagonist had also said the safest place was near the queen's back legs. Because she lays eggs in a tight spawning chamber, she rarely uses those rear limbs. Now Dale sees it's true. She barely attacks from the back, and relies mostly on her front half. That makes something click for Dale. Zephyr may have fought monsters like this before. He wasn't just stalling, he was holding the line until they landed the tranquilizer. After that, he'd take over. With that understanding, they all strike at once from every side, and drive their weapons into her body. But Gautier's spear gets stuck in one of her legs, and before he can yank it free, she flings him into the air. The spider lets out a horrible scream and thrashes wildly, swiping at Zephyr while Gautier slams hard to the ground. Furious over her destroyed eggs, the queen seethes, then starts filling her venom gland, ready to melt them with poison. Before she can fire, MC rushes in, and with perfect timing, drives his hand into her abdomen, grabs the venom gland, and rips it out. He tears off his belt and wraps it tight around the gland, sealing it so she can't use it for a while. Then he jumps onto her body, launches himself up, and smashes a brutal kick into her skull. The impact cracks her head. When he lands, he's still calm and focused, sure they can win if they keep working together. As the spider drops, the group bursts into cheers. Dale still can't believe they beat the queen spider, and he turns to Zephyr for answers. Then it hits him. He let them be the ones to defeat her. He led them, protected them, and set everything up so they could land the final blow. That realization changes everything. Hunting under someone like the protagonist feels completely different. For the first time, Dale starts to believe he might become someone like him if he keeps following him. Meanwhile, Zephyr is already thinking about which monster corpses to bring back for White Rose, but Dale suddenly calls out to him. With pride, Dale shows him a place to rest and tells him to take a break. They'll handle the rest. Then to MC's surprise, Dale openly praises him and even offers to cut up the corpses and take care of everything else. Hearing that, he realizes his mana is nearly drained anyway, and accepting the help will also save him trouble with Asura later. As he watches them work, he starts to think his teammates aren't bad at all. Then his face turns serious again. Deep down, he knows they still won't be enough if he has to face someone from his past life. His current equipment and stats aren't enough either, so he needs a real long-term plan. Later, he brings the Predator's corpse back to the priestess, and she's clearly impressed. She even offers more inventory space as a reward. But while Zephyr stands there, he quietly watches the shady business happening openly inside the temple. By now, he no longer believes temples are truly holy. Believers give the temple money, and it uses that money for more than fighting monsters. It also builds power by growing cities around itself. So those donations aren't just faith, they're the price of protection. But the protagonist knows that won't last. In the future, not even money will be enough to keep your children safe. Later, the priestess meets Zephyr in private and tells him the monster corpse sold well. She's clearly impressed by what he can do. MC skips the praise and asks one thing: how much debt is left? She says he's cleared 48% of it. The temple also takes 20% first as it's cut. Then she brings up another favor she arranged for him. He can use the lab after hours, as long as he cleans everything before he leaves. That makes him happy. It's way easier than sneaking in. While they talk, someone walks up and calls for the priestess. They turn, and Zephyr goes still the second he sees the man's face. It's Ned, an Inquisitor agent the protagonist knew in his past life. The priestess jokes that Ned must be here to borrow money or ask her out, but she knows the real reason. He's here because of MC. After all, MC beat Sahak, and Ned is his superior. To her it's reckless and insulting that he'd come after her client right in front of her, so she tries to smooth things over and send Ned away. Instead, he casually says Zephyr's name and invites both of them to tea. With a wild look in his eyes, Ned asks if he knows Sahak. The protagonist coldly says he knows no one by that name. The two lock eyes, and the tension turns heavy. Mana explodes from both of them, filling the air with crushing pressure. The priestess starts shaking as the force digs into her skin. Right then she realizes Zephyr may be as strong as a temple slave, or even stronger. Ned feels that power too. Mana gathers in his fingers as he gets ready to fight, wanting to see what MC can really do. Just before they clash, the priestess triggers the slave mark spell. It forces them both to stop. The spell only works on people marked by the temple, and it drops both of them to their knees at once. The priestess storms over and slaps Zephyr right away. Then she grabs his collar, drags him off and scolds him for almost getting himself killed. As she pulls him away, she throws Ned a cold warning. The boy is hers to deal with, and if he tries anything again, she'll kill him. Once they're alone, she tells Zephyr the truth. Ned is a dangerous liar, basically a demon in human form. No one has ever beaten him. Everyone who tried died. He looks bored by that, which makes her snap and remind him he's her biggest source of money. But when she notices the bruise from her slap, her voice softens, and she reaches toward his face with some guilt. The protagonist knocks her hand away and says that wasn't even a real fight, just a test. Deep down though, he knows Ned came ready and was trying to start one. Without another word, Zephyr heads for the lab. Before he goes, he quietly asks the priestess for one favor. Back at the temple grounds, Ned brushes the dirt from his clothes, still feeling the force of the slave mark spell. Ned was never truly a temple slave. He was only there because his master ordered it, and he's always hated the temple and the people in it. Still, he obeyed, even when those orders disgusted him. What did shock him was learning that 2 Demon Lord followers, hiding as priests inside the temple, had been executed. The rest went into hiding under tighter watch. That left only one way in, the slave mark. His master explained that the priests of light barely watched marked slaves because they thought they were easy to control. So Ned was told to keep pretending to be a temple slave, stay inside the Temple of Light, and steal the raid dungeon reward. He accepted at once. Now Ned knows they already have a way to cancel the slave mark, and he's sure the priests of light don't know it. For now, they just have to wait until the temple weakens and the priests are brought low. Far away, a group of outlaws repairs the fences around a falling apart fortress. One of them calls everyone to eat, and the workers slowly gather at a rough wooden table. Over a tiny meal, they talk about being too poor to pay for temple protection, so they have to defend themselves. While they eat, the guards spot someone coming from the temple. It's Sehek. The first thing he asks after entering is how many people live there. A worker nervously answers, 50. That number makes Sehek grin like a madman. Without warning, he lifts a strange flute and plays a creepy note. At once a monster erupts from the ground and skewers the workers. This is Sahak's new power, and it's terrifying. Now he's sure that boy will never humiliate him again. Sahak laughs like a maniac, while the creature tears through the fortress and devours the rest. That night at the Temple of Light, Zephyr works in the lab, mixing and boiling ingredients with the queen spider's venom. He's trying to make a deadly fade poison. He calls the king of poisons. For this he's taken over the priestess's room, worried Ned's helper might show up and ruin everything. She didn't like it at first, but he talked her into lending the space. As she studies his blueprint, she can't figure out what he's making. Meanwhile, Zephyr carves careful lines into a piece of arcanwood and then crushes it with a mana-powered punch. The big chunks snap away, leaving several small, even sticks behind. The priestess is amazed and confused, so MC explains they're needles, like the kind used in Eastern medicine. His plan is to coat the tips in poison and leave them for 10 minutes. Once they're ready, he says, these needles can kill almost anything with very little effort. No one ever expected poisons to become this important after the Demon Lord's attack, especially after the gods abandoned them. Then Zephyr starts sticking the poison needles into his own body. The toxin spreads through his veins almost at once, and pain makes him shake. Alarmed, the priestess moves in, but he stops her with one hand. She remembers his warning. Don't panic no matter what, and just do her part when he gives the signal. She still has no idea what he's really trying to do, but Zephyr does. He wants to make himself stronger. He knows that under the right conditions, 2 poisons can cancel each other out and turn into medicine, or even a stat-boosting potion. The problem is that these toxins are brutal, unstable, and impossible to predict. The pain drives his body to the edge, but he knows this is his only path forward. He moves mana through his body, trying to control the damage inside, and maybe raise his level too. This is a test to see whether the method heals him or breaks his body apart. Even so, Zephyr knows this pain is nothing compared to what the Demon Lord once put him through. As he focuses, the mana flow starts to steady. The dark color in his veins fades, returning to normal. The priestess is stunned, but she remembers his last order. When he signals, she must drive the final poisoned needle into his head. That moment comes, and even though she's nervous, she does what he asked, pushing the needle in with shaking hands. Hours later, deep in the forest near the Temple of Light, a beam from a slave mark shoots into the sky. On the ground, hunters run for their lives as a herd of monster ostriches charges after them. They curse the recon team for getting the number of nests wrong. Luckily, they had already fired a flare for backup, but the stampede is faster than anyone expected. While the hunters argue, the monsters catch them and rip through the group one by one. The leader is the last one standing. The temple is still 20 minutes away, and he's out of options. He falls to the ground, staring up as one giant ostrich raises its sharp beak to kill him. But just as it strikes, a dagger flies in and buries itself in the creature's neck. The beast drops dead. The leader is already stunned, and then Zephyr slams down in front of him. The second he lands, every ostrich charges at him. But with his new strength, he tears through them with ease. He cuts them down like they're nothing, going straight for the neck every time. Then, with one burst of mana, he fires multiple shots that hit every creature in the throat and kill them instantly. The leader just stares, unable to understand how one person could do all this alone. Before he can speak, Zephyr demands to know where the nest is. Still in shock, the leader points the way. The protagonist says nothing else. He's gone in a single leap, leaving behind a crushing presence and a deep sense of awe hanging over the hunter captain. Then the leader realizes he forgot to warn Zephyr that the nest is extremely dangerous. As he beats himself up over it, a blast suddenly roars through the forest, followed by more explosions and heavy cracks splitting the ground. Then, to his complete disbelief, Zephyr comes back moments later, dragging the boss monster's severed head. Even after that fight, he looks calm, almost casual. The poison needles in his body seem to have doubled his strength and numbed the pain, but MC already knows what comes next. Gear. He needs better equipment, and first he has to find a place to make it or get it. As he thinks about his next step, he fires a green flare to show the emergency is over. Far below, Sahak keeps butchering everything in his path. He's just waiting until he crosses paths with Zephyr again. A few days pass. Matthias Grimmer and Lucius talk about the report. A slave wiped out a swarm of monstrous ostriches, even their giant leader. They suspect he did it on purpose to show he's worthy of the coming raid. Matthias Grimmer wants the slave questioned, but Lucius says not yet. That doesn't sit well with the Inquisitor. If the slave serves a demon lord, he could ruin the whole mission. Lucius has another plan. Take dangerous people on the raid, then deal with them there instead of letting them stir up trouble somewhere else. Even after more than 20 years of friendship, Matthias Grimmer doesn't agree. So Lucius decides to show him something, and leads him into the tower basement. There, he opens a huge sealed door. Matthias Grimmer freezes in shock. Inside are Michael's legendary heavenly lance and shield. He can barely believe it until now. Relics like these only existed in books to him. Lucius says these weapons give them their first real shot at clearing the dungeon after 10 years. With them in hand, he says he'll be almost impossible to stop during the raid. The next morning, back in the slave quarters, Zephyr's hunting team finishes a brutal training session and notices the place has been unusually crowded lately. Marco says it's full of slaves trying to grab one of the last raid spots. Maybe 2 or 3 are still open. While they're talking, the priestess suddenly steps out of their room and walks past. Everyone bows right away, and once she's gone, some of them quietly ask why she was in their quarters. A second later, their worst guest turns out to be right when they spot Zephyr in the room, wearing a gold ring. They just stare, not understanding how he got something like that from the priestess. He acts like it's nothing, though he knows the ring is special. It's the Ring of Purification, a relic that improves mana flow and boosts magic defense. She gave it to him after his upgrade, and said she had more gear that could raise his stats. That makes Zephyr think she's driven by profit. At the same time, the priestess heads back to her room, deep in thought. Her mind is on Persephone, the assassin guild that used poison to power up and kill their targets. Zephyr's hunting skill and poison upgrades make her wonder if he used to belong to them. She remembers the guild collapsed years ago, but rumors say rich people still hunt for their poison, and surviving members, so she starts thinking about the money she could make by keeping the protagonist close. With the right equipment, he'd be worth a lot. First though, she has to find gear that suits him. MC, picking up on her thinking, is surprised she linked him to an assassin guild. Still, there is one benefit. If that rumor spreads, his real target might come to him on its own. Back with the team, Goethe is freaking out over Zephyr, somehow getting a ring from the priestess. The others think the same. But just as he is about to bring up the dungeon, something slams into the door. Dale goes to check and finds a note stuck there with a knife. It's an official order telling them to leave at once and report the situation. The team is confused. Who delivers an official notice like that? Even one stamped by the hunting team. Zephyr takes a look too and recognizes the handwriting right away. It's Ned's. The moment he sees that, he gets excited and treats it like a challenge. Without delay, the protagonist heads out, racing through the woods. As he moves, he thinks about the coming raid. This isn't some normal mission. It's at the tomb of the fallen princess, a giant ruin from an ancient kingdom. The place is infamous. No one has reached the boss room in over 10 years. To qualify, you have to be either a priest's slave or one of the best members of a hunting team. Zephyr knows his team won't rise that high in time, so he's counting on Ned. Since Ned serves directly under Matthias Grimmer, he has the pull to get someone added. MC wants that recommendation. He's also sure Ned wants to test him. Maybe he even suspects him as a fellow ally of the Demon Lord. With that on his mind, Zephyr speeds along the mountain trails until he smashes straight through a watchtower. When the dust clears, a familiar voice calls to him, and the protagonist knows at once it's Sehak. He stops and tells Sehak to go home, confused about why he's here at all. Sehak answers with a twisted grin, saying he's been craving Zephyr for days. MC just stares, baffled, when Sehak suddenly pulls a knife and tries to show off his new power. He doesn't even finish talking before Zephyr flashes past and drops him in one hit. He frowns. If Ned sent Sehak instead of coming himself, then he's hiding something. Thinking Ned may be close by, he calls out, but instead of a reply, Sahak starts moving again, rising in a warped, unnatural way while laughing like a maniac. Something slimy begins crawling out from under his cape. Without hesitation, Sahak pulls out a flute and plays, making the slime lift him up and swell into a huge twisted monster. Completely unhinged, Sahak screams curses at Zephyr and promises a slow, painful death. The instant the creature finishes forming, he sends it straight at him. The protagonist is caught off guard for a split second, and the blow hurls him into the mountainside. Before Sahak can press the attack, an energy beam burns away the monster's limbs, and Zephyr steps back out, unharmed and ready. He quickly identifies it as a living weapon, made by Demon Lord worshippers. It begins as an egg, then hatches when triggered by a hypnotic instrument, like Sahak's flute. That same instrument also shields the user from the creature's corruption aura. The monster has no mind, only hunger, and it grows stronger with every person it eats, especially anyone with mana. That's why normal attacks barely matter. While Zephyr is figuring it out, the creature wraps him up with its limbs. That reminds him of the corruption aura. It activates the moment this thing touches you. Once infected, the victim's mind slowly breaks down until they turn violent and unstable, even against their own allies. It was made by the Demon Lord to wipe people out. As the monster tightens around him, Sahak bursts into laughter. Sure, Yunxing's mind is already corrupted, but Zephyr has the priestess's ring, and its curse-cleansing power triggers, erasing the monster around him. Before Sahak can react, he grabs him by the throat. Holding him there, he remembers when he still cared so much about saving people, even in a hopeless world. He used to wonder if things would have changed if he'd grown up among humans who stood together and knew how to fight. Maybe then the people he loved would still be alive. As that thought passes through him, Sahak starts sweating, shaken by Zephyr's cold voice. The protagonist has accepted that he can give people chances, just not someone like Sahak, who fed hundreds of innocent people to this monster and still wanted more. His anger rises and Zephyr pours all his mana into one fist before driving it into Sahak's stomach, then follows with a savage blow to the face that completely caves it in. Without stopping, MC prepares his finisher, East Dragon's Roar, a lightning technique focused into a crushing strike. Mana gathers in his palm and he unleashes it in a storm of lightning-charged hits. Sahak is burned to a crisp. The result is brutal enough to unsettle even Zephyr a little, but he's still satisfied. After that, he picks up the flute. Since the monster can't be finished by brute force and needs elemental magic, he starts to play. He knows one exact hit can destroy it, but he also has to avoid wasting too much mana. As he plays the annihilation code, the magic sound starts tearing apart the force binding the creature. Right then, Ned lands nearby and is clearly shocked to hear Zephyr playing a melody known only to Demon Lord worshippers. The protagonist sees him and knows he was right. Ned came looking for him. He'd been waiting for this. Now he realizes he has to make Ned believe he's one of them. As he thinks, he remembers the man who trained him, the one he failed to save. This time, he wants to repay that debt, and to do that, he has to get close to Ned no matter the cost. While Zephyr is distracted by those thoughts, Ned draws his sword. Watching him fight has convinced Ned he's too dangerous to let live. He rushes in with a glowing blade, but none of his attacks connect. MC slips past everyone with ease. Ned instantly senses the danger and whirls around to guard against a counter. 3 stones shoot at him from behind, and he barely knocks them away in time. Even while defending, he notices Zephyr's speed and accuracy. Only his master and a handful of warriors should move like that. Then he pushes things further by offering to fight bare-handed. Caught up in the challenge, Ned accepts. The two square off, lightning gathering in their hands as they take matching stances and get ready to clash head-on. Ned moves first, firing a lightning-charged palm strike. Zephyr stays calm. He uses the floating cloud technique, sending out an electric force that matches Ned's. The two powers crash and cancel each other out. Ned is stunned. Countering a lightning palm like that takes a huge surge of defensive electricity, and perfect timing, too little power, and the attack breaks through. Seeing Zephyr do it so easily tells Ned this isn't just a gifted fighter. He knows techniques only a tiny few have ever mastered. Until now, only Ned and his brother had pulled off that exact counter, an advanced move from the Dragon King's secret martial art. That move came from Jin Yang, a top demon lord worshipper, who rose by mastering the Dragon King's secret arts. Out of all his students, only 2 learned the real core of it. One was his own son, and the other was Ned. Jin Yang taught only them so the art wouldn't spread, so Ned can barely process what he just saw. This unknown kid used that technique and destroyed the sacred monster they were saving for the raid. Now he has no idea who Zephyr is or why he came here. The protagonist notices that hesitation right away and jumps on it. Keeping his cool, he lies and says, if Ned thinks there were only 2 disciples, then someone hid the truth from him. He shows the ring and asks if the Dragon King's art is that rare, what happens when one disciple dies? Ned immediately gets it. If one of them falls, the art could vanish before their master trains anyone new. That idea starts to sink in. Maybe there really was a secret 3rd disciple, trained as a backup to protect the legacy. Before Ned can sort it out, Zephyr steps in and calls himself the Shadow Disciple, someone raised in secret to replace Ned if he dies. MC is a natural liar. A Shadow Disciple is supposed to be a hidden successor, trained in case the main heir is lost. But once the true heirs safely take over, that backup is usually killed. Leaving them alive can cause trouble later. Still, he is inventing all of this because the real Shadow Disciple won't show up until after the raid. Altair and the others are keeping that person busy right now. Thinking about Altair, Zephyr smirks a little. Whatever she's dealing with, it buys him time, so he plans to use it. Ned's still doubtful, says he already checked with their master and was told no disciple had been sent. But that's a bluff too. He never contacted his master, because proving the protagonist wrong would also ruin his chance to deal with this himself. Ned has already made up his mind. If MC acts suspicious, he'll kill him on the spot. Feeling that pressure, Zephyr pushes the lie further. He says he was secretly ordered to join the raid and replace Ned if things go bad. He even brings up Ned's mission to take the Dragon Heart and escape. The Dragon Heart is a rare core from a dragon's chest, packed with huge power. One rests deep inside the fallen princess's tomb, the same dungeon they're about to raid. He knows Ned's speed gives him the best shot at getting out with it, but he boldly says he could do it even better. Then he needles Ned even more by saying he has a personal reason to come. Ned's jaw tightens. Zephyr leans closer and quietly says he wants to talk about Bloodtear. That name instantly darkens Ned's face. It's one of his family's stolen treasures, and only he and his master should know about it. Shaken, Ned asks what the protagonist knows. Zephyr doesn't answer yet. First he asks to be included in the raid. Left with no real choice, Ned agrees and tells him to follow. He takes MC to an abandoned building near the temple, and introduces him as someone their master sent. Matthias is there too, and he gets excited about the new member. Right away he starts laying out the plan. He explains that everyone in the raid team is a demon lord worshipper gathered from different places. Then he goes over the whole operation again for Zephyr, wanting to learn more about them. He is surprised to find out all 40 members are followers. They're an elite squad built for hard missions. Even so, the protagonist can't understand why people this capable would serve the demon lord. At the same time, Ned keeps thinking, maybe their master told Zephyr things that were supposed to stay between them. For a second he even wonders if the master trusts MC more than him. He quickly crushes that thought, reminding himself of the promise. Prove useful, and his revenge will be possible. That promise is what keeps Ned moving. He wants his master's approval, and his revenge. Still, one thing keeps bothering him. The Shadow Disciple may just be waiting for Ned to die and take his place. Or worse, he might try to kill him first. While Ned broods, Matthias finishes the briefing and splits the team in two. One group to guard Ned, the other to kill Knight Commander Lucius. Ned wastes no time asking Zephyr to join his group. He wants him nearby where killing him will be easier if it comes to that. He pauses. In his past life, Ned's hunger for revenge made him trust the wrong person, and that led to his ruin. But Zephyr also remembers how fiercely loyal Ned could be. If he wins him over, Ned could become a huge ally. So the protagonist agrees to work with him. In his last life, he missed chances to build bonds like this. Connections that could have changed everything. This was one of the first. He clearly remembers the crazed version of Ned, who once taught him the Dragon King style. The next day, the raid list is posted along with orders on where everyone should gather, train, and prepare supplies. Everything is lining up for Zephyr. Before he goes, he visits his old team to say goodbye. He already cleared 3 dungeons for them like he promised. They're sincerely grateful, and MC tells them this should help them earn a promotion soon. During the farewell, Dale gets more and more uneasy. He wants to ask to come along but can't spit it out. He admires Zephyr's goals, but he knows he and the others are still too weak to follow him yet. To Dale's surprise, he tells him that if he keeps training, his time will come. That lifts Dale's spirits. The protagonist leaves soon after. He knows that in his previous life, 2 of them were already dead by now. They're alive this time, but he still thinks their future looks grim. In 3 years, the Demon Lord will be summoned, and most of them will die. That's why he needs the Dragon Heart. After that, Zephyr goes to the priestess to pick up his gear. To his surprise, she prepared everything exactly the way he asked. The weapons are blunt and conduct mana well. He wanted that because the raid dungeon is full of skeletons, and normal sword strikes don't work well on them. Blunt weapons are the key to breaking through. After checking the gear, Zephyr buys it all, though the Twilight Longsword catches his eye the most. The priestess got that sword just for him, but she's still worried since it's weak against skeletons. MC thinks about the dungeon, how the temple failed to clear it even after 10 years, and now even Demon Lord worshippers are risking everything to enter it. On top of that, everyone in the raid is technically his enemy, and Ned still doesn't trust him. If Zephyr can't win him over, they could end up trying to kill each other. As they keep talking, an enchanter named Agilia arrives from the temple lab and greets them. Enchanting in this world means filling items with mana, and Agilia is one of the temple's best. Once ready, she uses holy light to charge Zephyr's gear with light energy as part of the raid prep. He wants everything ready before he clashes with the other raid members. When she's done, they pay Agilia. He is surprised the price is so low, and he wonders if the priestess helped lower it. That makes him decide to settle things with her too. He points out she never took a cut from his earlier trades, and she says she's just helping him as a friend. Zephyr thanks her and then casually admits he's out of money. That catches her off guard, so he explains the recent dungeons didn't pay much. Instead, he pulls out the poisons he made and offers those as payment. The priestess is shocked, but also thrilled. Zephyr teases her a little before handing them over. On his way out, he warns her not to sell them to any hidden traders. The next morning, the raid members gather in front of the temple. The protagonist is a little surprised by the size of the crowd, healers, knights, and many more. In his last life, only a handful survived. Once everyone is there, Lucius, the raid leader, steps forward and declares the raid has begun. This isn't a normal raid team. It includes knights, hunting team slaves, inquisitors, and slaves from the Inquisitor's lower branch. There are 86 people total, split by role, frontline fighters, scouts, guards, ranged attackers, and support units. They answer to 4 main leaders: a priest, a priestess, Matthias, and the highly respected Lucius. Lucius is revered in part because he bears the stigmata, a mark given only to those loved by God. It grants special power in life, and after death, its bearers become angels. Lucius received his at 7. That's why people honor him so deeply. For many, just seeing him is a privilege. Zephyr finds it surprising that someone so important showed up in person. Then he notices Ned glaring at him in obvious frustration, and it puts him on edge. Meanwhile, Lucius starts speaking to the raid party. He cites a prophecy. After 10 years of failure, this is the year they'll finally succeed. According to him, everyone in this raid will be remembered as heroes, and the slaves who make it through will earn their freedom. He adds that before that, everyone has to survive 2 weeks of harsh training. After that, the whole crowd prays to Almighty Arya, fired up with faith and excitement. Then the training starts. Their first challenge is climbing the summit of Screams to reach the training grounds. On the way up, Zephyr gets more annoyed hearing Lucius call this an honor. He knows clearing the dungeon isn't about glory. To him, it's a business deal. Getting workers, gear, and a full raid team ready takes years of planning, and none of it happens without money. So MC sees the raid for what it is. Not some holy mission, but a project built on planning and investors. Once new land is secured, they build roads and towns to raise its value and make even more profit. The Temple of Light, now the third parish, has become Lucius's main base, where he trains and prepares everyone for the raid. Once training starts, the Holy Priestess creates a mock battlefield with golems, dummies, and support magic. The moment the fight begins, the dummies rush in hard and knock people around. Most of the raiders can't keep up and start getting overwhelmed fast. But Zephyr and Ned cut through the training targets with ease. It quickly turns into a contest between them, and in the middle of it, Ned warns him not to use the Dragon King style. Then he rushes a golem in front of him. The protagonist moves to strike too. Both attacks land together, and the golem drops. After that, the group gets a short break. Watching all this, the Holy Priest starts to feel hopeful. The slave group looks promising, especially Ned and Zephyr, and with them here, this team might actually have a chance. Soon the healer finishes the recovery spell and tells everyone to start again. With constant healing, they keep pushing non-stop, and those 2 weeks start to feel more like 2 full months. Eventually, training ends. Somehow no one drops out, and everyone holds up better than expected. To celebrate, the priests hand out food and drinks. Ned, though, sits by himself, deep in thought. Knowing he barely ate the whole time, Zephyr brings him a plate. Ned turns it down, saying he needs to stay light to keep his speed. Hearing that, Macy puts his own plate aside too. He isn't in the mood to eat when he knows he'll need to step into position soon. That only annoys Ned more, but Zephyr changes the mood by pulling out a fancy bottle of liquor. Ned takes a glass, and after a sip asks how much he really knows about him. During training, he'd noticed the protagonist never once tried to hurt him. Ned also remembers MC bringing up the blood tier before, then brushing it off and saying he'd explain later. Now he wants answers. He sees the change in his face right away. When they first met, Ned had tried to kill him, but after these 2 weeks together, it looks like that feeling is gone. Zephyr tells him he's asking the wrong thing. The real question isn't what the blood tier is, it's where it is and who has it. Then the protagonist leans in and whispers the answer in Ned's ear, leaving him pale with shock. Ned had seen the blood tier before. His father showed it to him as a family relic, saying their ancestors earned it by slaying monsters. Later, the sword helped their family gain the title of Baron after they offered it to the king, who made them its official guardians. Ned's father truly believed Ned would inherit both the sword and the family name. He was sure his son would grow into a great knight worthy of it. But when the Temple of Light raided their estate, they took the sword and the Baron title, calling it payment for a war loan, no matter how much Ned's father begged. The priests claimed the sword belonged to the title, so once his father gave up that title for the loan, he had no right to the blade anymore. That was when Ned's father snapped and rushed the priest with his sword, but before he could land a hit, the guards ran him through. Ned was there and saw it all. He screamed for his father as the priests coldly told the dying man he was lucky the sword never touched them. If it had, even his son would have been killed. Back then, stories like this weren't rare. 12 years earlier, dungeon investing had exploded. Loot prices shot up, and successful raids made investors rich. But once raids started failing, and scams spread, the whole market began to fall apart. The Temple of Light, which had made the most during the boom, kept lying to investors and pretending everything was fine. They dumped useless items at high prices, squeezing out every last bit of profit before the crash. Ned's father was one of the victims. He borrowed from the temple, lost everything when the market collapsed, and the people behind it never paid for what they did. Worst of all was the priest Alden Lasker, a man close to Ned's father who still tricked him. From then on, Ned lived only to get revenge and destroy the Temple of Light. He also spent years searching for the blood tear, but never found it. So in the present, he's stunned when MC reveals their master has the blood tear sword. MC also says the master told him the Demon Lord's 12 apostles are hiding inside the temple as high-ranking priests. That hits Ned hard. He goes even further, saying the master lied when he promised to help with Ned's revenge. As Ned walks with the raid party, that betrayal keeps sinking in. The master only wants them to recover the heart and hand it to the leader. If that happens, Ned will never get his revenge. Once the heart is delivered, the real people behind everything will be out of reach. Now he sees it clearly. They were being used from the start. The man he treated like family betrayed him, and he knows Zephyr is telling the truth. There was no way the protagonist could know about the master's promise unless it was real. Thinking through all of it, Ned has no idea what he's supposed to do next. After a while, the raid party reaches the entrance to the tomb of the fallen princess. Even before they go in, some of them start trembling from the heavy dark energy around it, while others get excited by the challenge. Even so, the group heads inside and steps onto the dungeon's first floor. The priestess points out the purification amulets in the walls and explains that this floor was already cleared and purified. There are 9 floors in total. Everything through the 7th floor, plus the gatekeeper on the 8th, has already been dealt with. Still, because dark energy from the lower levels remains, monsters keep appearing. As skeletons start crawling out, the raid squads get ready to fight. They're eager to finally test themselves. At the same time, back at the Temple of Light, Lucius's uncle, the head priest of the 3rd parish, welcomes reinforcements from the central parish. They've come to hold things down, while the temple's main force is away on the raid. But the head priest doesn't know the man leading them. Alden Lasker of the central parish is secretly a follower of the Demon Lord. Back in the dungeon, the raid party keeps pushing ahead, cutting through endless waves of skeletons. They keep returning because of the fallen Princess Eurydice, once history's greatest sorceress, who dragged her people into death with her. As the fight drags on, 2 huge bone golems, formed from piles of skeletons, rise among the undead. One of them smashes the ground, and the shockwave blasts several raiders into the air. The holy priestess and the other casters react fast, casting Chain of Light to pin the golem down. Taking that chance, the raiders swarm it and attack. Then, to everyone's shock, the golem breaks free. Right as it gets ready to strike back, Matthias Grimmer, who had been praying in silence, steps forward. One powerful slash is enough to bring the golem down. The raiders freeze for a moment, stunned by his strength. Matthias Grimmer snaps them back to focus and warns that a skeleton mage could be controlling it. A second later, they spot that skeletal mage standing on top of the fallen golem. The holy priest immediately orders the ranged fighters to bring it down. Matthias Grimmer realizes they need to cut off the enemy's power source first, if they want a clear shot. That means finding the mana tomb. Then Lucius steps in with his shining lance and shield. Without stopping, he fires a massive holy beam that burns through every skeleton in front of him. The blast clears the field and hits the old tombstone feeding the skeleton mages. In one move, Lucius destroys both the tomb and the mage. He then tells the others to wipe out whatever is left. The priestess can only stare. What took the whole team half an hour, Lucius finished in one attack. Even Zephyr and Ned are left speechless by the power of that radiant lance. With the 8th floor cleared, the group camps there for the night to rest. While everyone else settles down, MC quietly checks a nearby wall, looking for something. Eventually he finds it. Somewhere else in a temporary meeting room inside the dungeon, Lucius explains the plan for the 9th floor. He wants to destroy all the tombstones before going near the boss room, but the priestess argues it'd be faster to head straight for the boss. Lucius shuts that down, reminding them the last raid failed because they tried that shortcut. They did make it to the boss room, but skeleton soldiers surrounded them, and many people died. He won't repeat that mistake, even if clearing the floor the slow way takes several more days. Hearing this, the priest understands that even the safer plan will still cost lives, and the survivors will have to carry that weight. So one key goal now is protecting Lucius's mana and health, making sure he's ready to beat the boss and win the raid. He remembers how, during last year's raid, the team stopped cold the moment they reached the boss gate, crushed by the dark energy pouring from it. The meeting is cut short by screams from the raid team. They've been attacked by Sahak's pet monsters. 5 of the beasts meant to help Matthias Grimmer have suddenly gone wild. Something set off their danger sense, and now they're rampaging. At the same time, Zephyr is still checking the wall when he finds a hidden wheel in the stone. He doesn't wait and turns it at once. Right away, the whole dungeon starts moving. Floors and walls shift like giant puzzle blocks. The sudden change throws everyone into panic. This was all planned days earlier, before the raid members were officially announced, during a secret meeting of Demon Lord worshippers. There, Matthias Grimmer shared what he'd learned. The boss door wouldn't open unless the gatekeeper died, and once they went in, the only way out was by killing the boss. That came from old wall writings and court records. When someone asked if they could just break through the walls, Matthias Grimmer said no. The deeper levels were protected, and the lower they went, the tougher the walls became, hard as steel. But Lucius had already thought of a way around that. He planned to use the stake of faith as a wall breaker, an indestructible pillar. His idea was to jam it into the door so it could never fully close. Since the item couldn't be broken, the entrance would stay open. With that settled, Matthias Grimmer told the attack team to kill Lucius. Their job was to pull the boss toward him while forcing it away from the door. In the middle of that, Ned would steal the dragon heart, and once he got out with it, they'd wake the corrupted creature. These monsters are deadly. They eat humans and corrupt anyone they touch. Lucius and the top leaders could resist that corruption with their magic resistance, but the rest of the raiders couldn't. Once the corruption spread, the raiders would turn on each other, giving the traitors the distraction they needed. During the chaos, the boss would finish Lucius off. Matthias Grimmer said that after escaping, they'd report the whole thing to the temple as a failed raid. They were also given a special drug from their leader that shuts down the slave mark, so the priests couldn't force commands on them. Each member also received an ocarina that could call corrupted monsters to help them escape. That part especially interests Zephyr. It makes stealing the dragon heart much easier. Then on the day of the raid, going off the original plan, he plays the flute and sets the corrupted monsters loose early. Their sudden appearance throws the whole raid party into chaos. Zephyr knows the healers are there, so most of the raiders should survive the mess. As he carries out his plan, the leaders notice him. Matthias Grimmer recognizes him from the time Ned brought him to their gathering, but he can't figure out why the protagonist is here now. Knowing he's been spotted, Zephyr hits a hidden switch and turns the secret wheel in the wall. It's an old defense device from when this dungeon was used as a shelter during the demon invasion. The mechanism reshapes the dungeon at random. MC has seen it before, knows how it works, and uses it to escape. As he runs, Lucius catches sight of him and instantly links him to Matthias Grimmer's earlier words. Thinking he's a demon lord worshipper, Lucius tries to trigger the slave mark with a force command. To his shock, nothing happens. Matthias Grimmer sees that too, and realizes Zephyr's must have taken the special drug. Furious, Matthias Grimmer charges his sword with power, but before he can strike, Ned flashes in and cuts through his arm with his flexible blade. Matthias Grimmer can hardly believe Ned has betrayed him too. Ned keeps chasing Zephyr, but even after stopping Matthias Grimmer's attack, he's still worried about what Lucius will do. A second later, Lucius fires a holy beam from his lance straight at him, but the boy dodges it easily. He only pulls that off because of a powerful luck perk, a gift from the gods when he was sent back in time. It gives him bursts of incredible luck during 3 key moments. Now Zephyr is counting on the shifting dungeon to open paths that weren't there before. With his luck still active, he hopes to find one that leads straight to the boss room. As he dashes ahead looking for an opening, Ned suddenly catches up to him. So why is Ned helping the protagonist? Earlier, after training, MC told Ned he already knew about his plan to steal the dragon heart and run, even if it meant betraying the team. But he also warned him that if he stuck to that plan, he'd die. If Ned really wanted to live, they had to beat the boss together. That warning stunned Ned. At first he snapped back, calling the idea reckless and stupid. Zephyr stayed calm and said he had a better plan, one that could change everything. As he explained it, Ned had to admit it made sense. The real problem was whether he could trust him. He asked what the protagonist meant by saying he'd die if he followed the original plan, especially when he was fast and skilled in the Drown King martial arts. Zephyr explained that trying to absorb the dragon heart without a special method would kill him. He also said he knew someone who could help Ned take it in safely. Then he warned him that the third parish priest, Olden Lasker, was waiting for the dragon heart, and if it didn't reach him, he'd send the Twin Knights, the strongest warriors in the land. On top of that, every demon lord worshipper including their master would hunt Ned down. So MC asked him again, did he really think he could beat all of them without help? Back in the present, Ned and Zephyr race through the shifting dungeon. As they move, Ned remembers confronting Matthias earlier and asking to deliver the dragon heart to their leader himself. Matthias shut that down at once, saying Ned shouldn't worry about transport. Olden Lasker had been chosen as the carrier, and Matthias said he wouldn't make mistakes. He also seemed surprised their leader had told Ned so much, since the group was supposed to be secretive. Ned had only asked those questions to test his claims, and he was right. That meant Olden Lasker, Ned's longtime rival, was one of the leaders of the Demon Lord worshippers. That made everything worse. Olden Lasker hadn't just killed Ned's father, now he was trying to keep Ned under his control too. The thought fills Ned with rage, and as they rush past a skeleton golem, he unleashes a burst of power and destroys it in one hit. His hatred for both the demon worshippers and the Temple of Light only grows. When Zephyr sees Ned falling behind, he calls out to him. They don't have time to waste on monsters. His luck skill has only 15 seconds left. With the clock running down, they sprint for the boss room door. Just before they reach it, The gatekeeper notices them and swings a slash filled with dark magic. They dodge the attack and spot a small opening in the boss door. With only 3 seconds left on the skill, they charge for the gap and barely slip inside in time. Once inside, Ned is shocked. The room is empty, there's no boss anywhere. Then a powerful voice echoes through the chamber, asking how they entered without killing the gatekeeper, and warning them for daring to disturb her. Outside, the raid party finally beats all the corrupted monsters, and the dungeon stops shifting. As they start helping the wounded, Lucius is still rattled by what he saw. The slave mark failed right in front of him. He runs through the possibilities. Maybe the boy never had the mark, or maybe he somehow disabled it himself. He's also alarmed that someone brought corrupted monsters into the dungeon and used a device to change its structure. That makes him suspect Demon Lord worshippers are hidden in the raid party. Lucius struggles to accept it, because he personally made sure the team was supposed to be trustworthy. Still uneasy, he asks the holy priest about the 2 who escaped. The priest gives their names, and when Lucius hears that Ned serves under Inquisitor Matthias Grimmer, his face goes pale. Nearby, Matthias Grimmer stands there too, furious that his 2 men ruined everything because they feared the boss. It had been a perfect plan, one that would raise his standing with both the Demon Lord worshippers and the Temple of Light. Now it's all ruined. While thinking it over, he orders the other worshippers to get ready to fight or die. As the tension spreads, the worshippers turn and see Lucius with several temple leaders, all ready for battle. Lucius gives Matthias Grimmer one last chance to explain, but Matthias Grimmer has already decided he's fighting. Back in the boss room, the boys stand before the princess, stunned for a moment. Ned especially can't believe someone called a killer could look so beautiful. When he sees the sadness in her face, he starts doubting the stories about her cruelty. He even wants to comfort her. Drawn in by her aura, Ned looks half lost and starts walking toward her. But Zephyr quickly grabs him before he does something stupid. He can't believe Ned almost fell for such a simple illusion. A moment later, Ned realizes he'd almost stepped into a magic circle trap. Then the princess's appearance starts to fade. Her face twists into a cruel grin and she laughs, revealing she planned to devour him. Her body changes into something monstrous, and she lunges at them with deadly force. Feeling the danger, Zephyr scolds Ned for getting fooled, but now that the illusion is gone, both of them dodge the attack. The princess then uses Dark Hand, summoning hands that drain mana and stamina. She can call up hundreds at once. That move crushed many raid parties before. It also keeps restoring her, while her enemies wear down. Even Lucius has had trouble against it. At the same time, Zephyr feels the pressure of the God of Death's Wall of Iron skill still hanging over him, ready to trigger if he... Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Lucius calls out Matthias Grimmer for ruining everything, including the 10 years poured into this dungeon. Hearing that, Matthias Grimmer knows his cover is blown. Lucius would never talk like this unless he knew the truth. He also realizes escape is basically impossible. The dungeon layout has changed, so even using slaves as bait won't help. And if he goes back empty-handed, his leader will probably kill him. With no real path left, Matthias Grimmer decides his only chance is to kill Lucius, so he steps forward to face him. Still, he knows exactly what he's up against. Lucius has holy-grade gear, plus healers and battle priests at his side. Beating them alone won't be easy. Even so, Matthias Grimmer still has one card left to play. A few of the priests beside Lucius are actually his men in disguise. If they catch everyone off guard, he might still flip this around. Thinking that, he secretly signals them to drink a potion on the count of 3 and start Plan C. That potion is meant to shut off their slave marks so they can slip away. To stall for time, Matthias Grimmer challenges Lucius to a duel, while quietly counting down for his men, but the raid leader sees right through it and orders an attack at once. Before the disguised men can drink the potion, Lucius activates their slave marks and makes them obey him instead. Now Matthias Grimmer is trapped, with his own men turning on him as Lucius pushes from the front. Even while taking charge, Lucius can't hide how disappointed he is. That disappointment is written all over him. They'd been friends since they were 12. They grew up together, fought side by side, and knew each other well. That shared past makes this betrayal hit even harder. Still, Lucius stays focused on forcing Matthias Grimmer to undo the traps he prepared. After a savage fight, many slaves die, but the group finally corners Matthias Grimmer. As the bodies drop, small bugs marked by the Demon Lord crawl out of them. Those bugs let worshippers become slaves to the light, the priests and the Demon Lord at the same time. Knowing exactly what that means, Lucius crushes one under his foot, making his disgust with Matthias Grimmer clear. He never thought his friend would side with the Demon Lord. The holy priest is shocked that Matthias Grimmer killed 30 slaves in only half a minute, but he still trusts Lucius's strength. Chained by holy restraints, Matthias Grimmer is stunned by how hard it was to fight Lucius. He couldn't land a single blow, and that shows just how huge the gap between them is. As that truth sinks in, he starts wondering if this unfair gap was decided by the gods from the start. Then, while lost in thought, he suddenly coughs hard and reveals a small stone hidden in his mouth, one marked by the Demon Lord. He refuses to lose like this, and is ready to do anything to escape that fate. Not noticing the stone, Lucius starts asking why he betrayed them, but instead of answering, Matthias Grimmer crazily shows off the stone, stunning everyone there. A second later, he crushes it between his teeth and transforms at once, breaking the holy chains apart. The thing he swallowed is a hidden weapon used by demon lord worshippers, the Stone of Revelation. It turns the user into a demon, meant only for the worst-case moment, and once it's used, there's no becoming human again. Now fully changed, Matthias Grimmer feels no more regret. To him, becoming a demon is better than staying a weak human. The moment Lucius sees that transformation, he panics and orders the priests to strike. The head priest buffs everyone's stats, and they rush the demon together. It doesn't help. He blocks their attacks with one bare hand. Then, before he can react, Lucius is already on him, driving his holy lance down with full power. Everyone thinks that will finish the fight, but the demon catches the lance with his hand. The priests and temple leaders are left speechless. If even a legendary weapon can't hurt him, they don't know how to back Lucius up. Then the priestess remembers the stake of faith, the holy weapon Lucius gave her for emergencies. She runs in, trying to pull it from her inventory case, but to her horror, the case is gone. Back in the boss room, Ned has the stake. He stole it earlier for their plan. As the princess uses her skill, Ned starts counting. Just like Zephyr said, the spell ends after only 15 seconds. Now they know why. The spell pushes the caster's brain far past its limit. If she overuses it, the damage could be severe, even fatal. She can't spam it, so after using it, she's forced to switch to weaker skills and let her brain cool down. That gives them a small opening, the perfect time to attack. Following the protagonist's plan, both of them rush her. Zephyr draws the Twilight Longsword and swings hard in a wide slash. He knows no plan is ever perfect, because weapons, allies, the battlefield, and sudden problems can all change in an instant. But through all of it, he can trust one thing, the Dragon King style. Using it cleanly, he lands a direct hit and seems to cut off the princess's head. For a second it looks over, but to Ned's shock, the princess starts changing into an even worse monster. Instead of freezing up, Zephyr gets excited. This is the moment he was waiting for. He gets ready to tell Ned what to do, but Ned already knows. He jumps straight at the princess. Zephyr had warned him about this form before. During the transformation, the princess goes still for a brief moment, and that's their chance. Remembering that, Ned opens the inventory case in midair and fires the giant stake right into her. It punches through her body, and instantly pours holy light into her. The stake reacts to the dark power around the princess, and shines even stronger. At the same time, MC cuts at her limbs, so she can't pull the stake out. The weapon is doing huge damage, but it only has so much charge. After that, it's just a giant lump of metal. That's why Lucius never planned to use it this way. Zephyr doesn't care about the cost, and his gamble works. Burned from the inside by holy power, the princess melts away. Once the threat is gone, the stake shuts off by itself. His divine item boosts also wear off after the long fight. Tired out, he drinks a mana potion and briefly wonders if Lucius is still alive. After chugging a few more bottles, he decides that he hopes Lucius survives, but if not, he won't waste time mourning it. Ned, though, keeps staring at the princess's last twitching eye. Zephyr calmly tells him to leave it alone. She can't revive like that, and if she dies completely, the gate will open and the gatekeeper will come in. He gives Ned a healing potion and tells him to start looking for the dragon heart. Meanwhile, Ned just stands there in shock, trying to understand that they really beat one of the 8 strongest monsters in the world. It barely feels real, and he knows they only did it because of Zephyr's plan. At the same time, part of him feels uneasy. The protagonist may already be getting too strong for them to keep up with. Then loud pounding on the door cuts his thoughts off. The gatekeeper, covered in dark poison, keeps slamming into it. Soon the poison starts slipping through the cracks and into the princess's remains. She seems to feel her knight's presence and is flooded with emotion. All at once, a dark tornado rises around her, and both Ned and Zephyr are alarmed. MC watches in confusion. This never happened in his past life. He starts to think it's because they didn't beat the gatekeeper first. As the storm grows, the princess returns to her original form and notices the stake starting to power back up. She moves fast and opens the floor beneath it, burying the stake deep underground. The boys attack from both sides right away, but their swords pass through her like she's not even there. Zephyr recognizes it at once. Spatial distortion, a spell that traps enemies in twisted space. Without warning, thorns burst from a portal under them, and Ned barely dodges. Then, to his surprise, the princess instantly rushes him at crazy speed. Right before she can hit, Zephyr steps in. Using the queen spider's web, he snags her from behind and stops the charge cold. He hauls on the web and basically goes, "Get over here." The princess fights against the pull, but he boosts his strength and yanks her toward him. Just before reaching him, she disappears. From that he figures something out. Inside spatial distortion, she can't attack either, so when she comes back, they'll get a short opening. As soon as she reappears, Zephyr pulls the web again to drag her in, but the princess jams thorny roots into the ground to hold herself steady. Then to her surprise, Ned flashes in and lands a heavy swing. It looks like a solid hit, but to Ned's shock, he's the one who gets hurt. She used Black Mirror, a spell that reflects up to 300% of the damage back. Right after that, she uses Dark Hand, draining his mana and stamina. Zephyr cuts in just in time, smashing her from behind with a lightning palm. While Dark Hand keeps draining them, the protagonist uses mana control to strike a few exact points on her body. That messes up her mana flow there and stops her from casting. Since she's a grand sorceress who depends on mana for everything, he hopes this trick he learned from Altair will shut her down. When the princess tries to pull back and make space, Zephyr drags her in again with the web and hammers her with more heavy palm strikes. Then he pulls out a rosary he got from White Rose, holding 9 sacred temple beads. He throws 3 toward Ned, hoping they keep him alive through the last 9 seconds of Dark Hand. But right as he does, the princess slams a hit straight into his face and sends him flying into the wall. Zephyr is shocked. She broke free of his mana control so fast. The princess doesn't hesitate. She locks MC in place again, then fires a storm of huge dark energy orbs at him. They all slam into him at once, and the blast rocks the whole room. At the temple, the priestess starts getting seriously worried about Zephyr. She regrets not giving him more temple beads. Back in the dungeon, those beads are blown apart. He is left covered in blood. Ned is down too, passed out on the floor. The protagonist realizes, the second he lost control of the fight, the princess took over. He also knows that if this were his old self, beating her would have been far easier. That failure makes one thing clear. Right now, he's just too weak. He's used up every item, his weapons are wrecked, and he has nothing left to lean on. Even the divine skills he got before reincarnating, Wall of Iron, Strong Luck and Revive, feel worthless here. So Zephyr reaches a bitter conclusion. Maybe the gods never blessed him to help him at all. Maybe they only wanted a front row seat to his pain. To him, their gifts feel more like a leash than a favor. With no way left to win, MC decides to do one last thing and force the gods to react. Using his own blood, he starts drawing a forbidden symbol on the floor. A moment later, an angel appears. She's furious and demands to know how he knows that mark, but Zephyr just smiles. She fell for it. He knows this symbol reminds the gods of an old disgrace they never got over, so they banned it completely. Just drawing it is enough to bring divine punishment. The instant it's finished, he'd be killed on the spot. When the angel shows up, the dark power around the princess weakens, buying him a little time. He notices that tiny opening right away. Instead of answering the angel, Zephyr throws out his own question. How can she enter the human world, when divine beings aren't supposed to come so freely? She says only beings with a direct tie to humans can do that, then demands again that he explain the symbol. The protagonist stays calm and refuses to talk for free. If she wants answers, she has to pay. That only makes the angel angrier, and her divine pressure rises until Zephyr can't even move a finger. She warns that many gods are already enraged by what he drew, and now they want him dead, even if they once enjoyed watching him struggle. MC pushes her even harder, and tells her to kill him, but only if she truly has the power to make that call. He knows the gods didn't give him those perks because they wanted him dead. They want him alive and suffering, because that's what entertains them. On top of that, some gods want to claim him for their own armies. Killing him now would ruin that chance, and Zephyr plans to use that split against them. The truth is, neither side really wants him dead. That's why they sent the angel to stop him before he finished the symbol. Feeling the pressure shift, she grows uneasy and finally asks what he wants. The protagonist demands better perks, saying the ones he got so far are useless. Then he speaks straight to the gods. If he dies, some of them lose something important, while others come out ahead. He tells the ones who would lose to stop sitting still. If they let him die, they won't find another human as fun as him. So if they're going to act, now's the time. Even the gods hesitate at that. But the goddess of light, Arya, is entertained by his nerve. Interested, she steps in, and a bright beam of divine power drops from above. The angel can hardly believe a goddess would help someone like Zephyr. When the beam lands, it breaks the force holding him down. As everything settles, MC is back on his feet, facing the princess again. She rushes him at once with Dark Hand ready. But the second she gets close, Zephyr cuts into her with a glowing sword made of pure light, one that burns whatever it hits. Arya gave him that weapon because she wasn't about to lose someone this entertaining. Elsewhere, the other gods are furious, especially Uzra, but the sky god Akiris backs Arya up. The weapon is hers, he says, so she can use it however she wants. Deep down, Akiris has his own reason. He knows the god of death wants Zephyr badly, and he won't allow that. Back in the battle, he keeps pressing the princess with the divine blade, hitting hard enough that even spatial distortion can't save her. He knows she has no answer to a divine weapon like this. Then he triggers the sword's Yessi spell, calling down a blast of holy light that finally brings her down. As she collapses, the princess returns to her true form. Zephyr realizes Yessi doesn't just hurt, it can heal and break curses too. That's why she changed back. The curse is gone. Now awake in her right mind, the princess looks around in a daze, like she's waking from a long nightmare. Then she turns to the protagonist and asks who he is. Calmly, he introduces himself and says he's the one who will carry on her legacy. The dragon heart had once been given to the princess by her loyal knight, the same man who became the gatekeeper. They loved each other and dreamed of a happy life together, but they had no idea what was coming. She explains that the tomb's final floor holds a magic circle shaped like the tree of life. It can purify the Dragonheart's curse. She used that power to cleanse it, but the price was losing her human form and becoming a monster. She thanks Zephyr and Ned for freeing her, because she knows her time is almost over. Before she fades, she asks what he plans to do with the Dragonheart. MC answers by using communion to show her his memories. Through them, she sees his past life and everything that led him here. Outside the tomb, Lucius is fighting Matthias Grimmer, who's now in demon form. Even with a light blessing, Lucius gets overwhelmed every time Matthias Grimmer touches him. Drunk on that sudden demonic power, Matthias Grimmer starts losing himself and gives in to the madness. He attacks again, and Lucius blocks with his shield. The impact sets off a huge explosion. Nearby, the other priests can only watch, not knowing how to help. In the middle of that chaos, a demon lord worshipper hidden among them sees his chance. While everyone is distracted, he decides to kill the head priest and claim the Stone of Revelation. As he pulls out a knife, dark energy starts flowing into the mark on his arm. Then worms burst out of several people's bodies. The head priest is horrified. There are still that many demon lord worshippers hidden among them. The worms are actually part of Matthias Grimmer's power drain demon skill, which he uses to make himself stronger. He pulls in all that dark energy and compresses it into a powerful glowing sphere. Seeing the danger, Lucius orders everyone to throw everything they have at it, but they're too late. Matthias Grimmer fires the sphere, burning through many of them. Lucius barely manages to shield himself and the head priest, taking most of the blast. The Holy One begs Matthias Grimmer to stop, but he refuses. He's hated Lucius for a long time. Lucius received the stigmata when he was only 7, skipping the normal process. Usually holy candidates train until 15, then fight to earn the title. Matthias Grimmer had spent years preparing for that chance, only to be passed over. His family had poured everything into his training, and they couldn't accept what happened. Old records say that when someone is chosen outside the official trial, it marks the start of chaos, and the temple benefits from it. Matthias Grimmer was furious because after Lucius was chosen, his father got rich by taking advantage of worshippers. A lot of people were ruined, and some even killed themselves. To Matthias Grimmer, Lucius's family never tried to stop any of it. They profited from the Age of Dungeons, which makes them the real villains in his eyes. Back in the boss room, as the princess watches all of Zephyr's memories, she starts to truly pity him. After seeing everything he's been through, he explains that the demon invasion will come again, and this time he refuses to stay weak. That's why he asks her for something difficult. He knows taking in the Dragonheart needs a special method. He had planned to have someone else do it, but now he realizes the princess can handle it easily. After all, she was the one who first planted the Dragonheart in Georgios, the first dragon slayer. Now he wants her to do the same for him, but to his surprise, the princess says she can't. 1,000 years ago, Chrysaorus, one of the world's second strongest dragons, nearly burned the world down. Chrysaorus had once been one of the 12 heroes in the war against the demons, but after being cursed, it lost its mind and turned on everything it used to protect. To stop it, the other 11 heroes joined forces, including the princess, her knight, and the golden dragon. After a year of battle, they finally brought Chrysaorus down, with Georgios delivering the final blow. Zephyr reminds her of all that, and says their sacrifices could still mean nothing if the demons managed to summon the Demon Lord into this world. The gods can't enter the human world, but the Demon Lord can still be called in, and now a cult is trying to bring him back. From his past life, the boy remembers what helped cause it: human greed. A lot of people joined the Demon Lord's side for power and profit. When the Demon Lord became a real danger, only he and a small group of allies stood against him. This time, he plans to change everything. He believes he came back to the past to finally win. Since the princess once used that power for good, he asks her to give it to him so he can protect the world. Zephyr brings up Georgios. He was brave, and even when she tried to stop him, he stayed sure that the dragon's power could save the world from demons and every other threat. He wanted one thing above all else: a peaceful future for their daughter. With that in mind, Georgios left. But things went horribly wrong. In a battle at the temple, he was hit by the same dark curse that once consumed Chrysaorus. The princess tried to save Georgios, but her maid held her back and warned it was too dangerous. By then, Georgios had already turned into an evil skeleton. As that happened, the golden dragon arrived and asked the same thing she was thinking. If the curse on the dragon heart was broken, how could this happen? Then the golden dragon answered it himself. He confessed the curse was never truly broken. He only made it seem that way, while pretending to be their ally for his own plans. After that, he sealed the princess in magic shackles and took away her voice, so she could never reveal what she had learned. He even praised her for placing the dragon heart inside her husband, and told her she would be forced to watch him use that power to ruin the world. By then, Georgios had fully changed into a giant skeletal monster. He raised a huge sword and swung it at the princess. Back in the present, the princess says she had no choice but to rip the dragon heart from her husband's chest. Since then she has waited for someone like Zephyr, someone who can bear that power, but she can tell his body still isn't ready. If she puts the heart in him now, it will destroy him completely. The boy already knows that. He also knows he can't speed up the poison training without taking breaks between each round. Even so, he thinks there may still be a chance if he bets on a powerful luck effect. The princess doesn't agree. She says he'll need to use that luck perk one more time, but just as she's about to explain further, her neck suddenly snaps. It's because of the golden dragon's binding, which stops her from directly revealing certain secrets. Even so, the princess keeps talking in a roundabout way. She says he'll need the dragon heart at the moment he's forced to choose between the person he cares about most and someone else. First, she tells him to grow stronger with the items hidden in her tomb. After that, she'll place the dragon heart in him and reshape the dungeon so he can escape. She adds one more warning. If he still wants the heart right now, then he has to defeat every dragon within a year. Hearing that, the boy doesn't hesitate. He promises to make the world safe, just like Georgios once did. Then, he says he'll do it in 6 months. This is his mission now, and he tells the princess she can finally rest. His resolve moves the princess to tears. Then she opens the tomb containing the dragon heart. The moment the boy sees it, he's stunned. She tells him to lie down, and starts the embedding. As it begins, the boy activates his strong luck perk to raise his odds. At once, everything around him disappears, and he ends up in a dark realm. Right away, he feels this place is familiar, and realizes he isn't alone. Then a giant red eye opens behind him, and a claw snaps around him in an instant. It's Kaisaurus, still lingering inside the dragon heart. Only a piece of the dragon's overmind remains, but even that fragment is so overwhelming, it feels like the boy's heart is being split in two. Burning with rage, Kaisaurus smells the gods on Zephyr, and demands to know why they sent another puppet into his domain. The dragon refuses to hand over his power, especially to the protagonist, and tightens his grip. Back in the dungeon, Matthias Grimmer's demon form has already beaten everyone else, even the head priests. Lucius is the last one still standing, blocking the non-stop assault with his holy grade shield. After deflecting another hit, he fires back with a beam of flames. Matthias Grimmer dodges with ease and flashes behind him, then slams him hard in the back. That proves what the demon suspected. Lucius is wearing down. His reactions are slower and the strain is starting to show. Lucius also realizes something worse. Matthias Grimmer is adjusting more and more to demonic power. As the fight drags on, Lucius is the only one getting hurt and exhausted. They clash again, but Matthias Grimmer starts crushing him with pure speed and strength. Lucius's shining lance can't keep up, so the Holy One understands that no one is left to protect him. Now he has to use a power he's kept hidden, even though it could cost him his life. Still, he has no other choice. Just as Matthias Grimmer gets ready to finish him, something cuts him off. A flash of light shuts down the attack. He spots a heavenly feather drifting through the air, something Lucius has triggered. An angel appears behind Lucius, shedding glowing feathers. The moment she arrives, she asks how much of his life Lucius plans to give up this time. He thinks about offering 1 month, but the angel says that's not enough, and demands 6 months instead. Lucius accepts, and the angel disappears at once. Divine power erupts from him. His whole body shines with holy light so bright that even Matthias, in demon form, feels fear. He can't explain it, but it's real, and before he can understand it, Lucius unleashes a storm of holy beams. The attack completely overwhelms Matthias, tearing his demon body apart. Now beaten, he can't accept that the Holy One had been hiding power like this for 20 years. Lucius says the skill is called Shard of Glory, a power only Holy Ones can use. It lets them borrow strength from their future angel selves by trading away part of their lifespan. That's why most Holy Ones die before 30. The temple keeps pushing them into battles where they have to use it. In the end, they're treated like tools. After saying that, Lucius asks if Matthias really thinks his betrayal was worth throwing away their friendship. But Matthias is still consumed by jealousy over Lucius being chosen. He believes the goddess values Lucius's life while treating everyone else like they mean nothing. Matthias insists he was the one everyone expected to be chosen, but everything changed for no reason. The goddess never answered him or even acknowledged his prayers. As he says that, his body starts fading away. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Ned wakes up in a daze. Then he's suddenly stunned to find the dungeon boss in the middle of a strange ritual. Outside, Lucius heals the head priest and the priestess, but he's troubled that only the 3 of them survived the raid. Once they're recovered, he tells them to search for a way out. Inside Zephyr's mental realm, the dragon pauses when a strange light starts glowing around the boy. The energy forms into a pink female figure. Memsi quickly guesses it's his strong luck perk, activating again. Still, even he thinks it's overdoing it, since it kicked in after only a tiny slip in focus. That reaction helps him realize where he is, his own mental realm. Here, he has to stay fearless. If he shows weakness, the dragon could devour his mind and make the transplant fail. Understanding that, Zephyr grabs the dragon's claws and forces them open, breaking free. He remembers who he used to be, and that memory gives him strength. In an instant, he rushes the dragon's head and lands a heavy blow. Then he yanks a massive sword from the ground and calls this his 5th dragon battle in his realm. Power surges from him, and his whole presence changes. As he steps forward, Zephyr hardens his resolve. He's sick of these ancient monsters, always testing him before giving anything up. So he gets ready to face the dragon head on and beat some sense into it. The dragon accepts and squares up against him. Then the two crash into each other. Outside the realm, Ned sees Zephyr lying unconscious. He also notices the dungeon boss is so focused on the protagonist that she's forgotten all about him. Thinking this might be his chance, Ned tries to get up, but his low mana leaves him unable to move. The princess's dark hand drained all his energy earlier. While he's thinking that over, the princess turns to him and tells him to rest. With one small motion, Ned suddenly coughs up a marked bug, the same kind used by demon lord worshippers. He stares at it in shock, as the princess explains she pulled it from his body. She says she's impressed he never used its power and relied only on his own effort. Then she tells him to rest, warning that removing it will leave him extremely tired, and gently urges him into deep sleep. Ned still can't understand why the dungeon boss is helping him, but before he can think it through, he falls asleep. Outside the tomb, the head priest tells Lucius the whole dungeon has changed. They've spent 2 days searching and still haven't found a way out. Lucius says their best shot is finding the stake, because it may be the key to escaping in time. As they hurry off to search, they start wondering about the 2 suspicious slaves who stole the stake of faith. Lucius points out that even if they looked like demon lord worshippers, they never teamed up with Matthias Grimmer. In fact, they attacked him during the fight. The head priest thinks they may be from another worshipper group, one trying to pit Matthias Grimmer and Lucius against each other, so both sides would come out weak. That makes Lucius realize something big. If he died, the temple would probably auction off the dungeon. And that may have been the real goal all along: create chaos, then steal the dragon heart. He figures they plan to buy the dungeon cheap and send those 2 back in with a new raid team. Since they already know the place, they likely have a way out ready. So Lucius decides they need to catch the infiltrators before they disappear. At least that was the plan. But when Lucius and the others reach the boss room, they're stunned. The gatekeeper is still standing. They can still feel the stake's holy power, so it makes no sense that the skeletal knight is guarding the room. And the gatekeeper is far too strong. He crushes Lucius in seconds and slams him to the floor. Lucius knows he can't use Shard of Glory again. It only works once a week. With nothing left, his mind goes to his family, and he starts thinking this might really be the end. Then Zephyr kicks open the boss room door and charges in. Stunned, Lucius can only wonder why he's here. Now overflowing with power, MC says he owed someone a favor anyway, so he came to help. After clearing his throat, he uses a dragon skill and orders the gatekeeper to kneel. The skeletal knight is forced straight to the ground, leaving Lucius shocked. He can't understand why a monster that strong would obey Zephyr. Meanwhile, he holds the knight down and starts counting, testing how long the control lasts. The skeletal knight fights hard to break free. The spell ends after exactly 10 seconds, and from that Zephyr learns he only has a 10-second control window. Right now he can use just 1% of the Dragonheart's power, since his body still can't handle more. Once the spell breaks, the skeletal knight grabs his sword, and the protagonist instantly knows it. Graham, it's a weapon made to kill dragons, and it's especially deadly against them. The knight swings Graham at full power, and Zephyr meets it with his own blade, a holy sword gifted by the goddess of light. She gave it to him on one condition: protect the Holy One. MC agreed, and now he's keeping that promise. He pours all his holy power into the sword. Then, with a quiet farewell, he unleashes a huge strike at the skeletal knight, sending out a blazing wave of light. Even Lucius is caught off guard. He can't believe a former slave is using a weapon this sacred. Even worse for his nerves, he can feel the goddess of light's presence coming straight from Zephyr. That pressure reminds him of the first time he faced the golden dragon. Realizing what this means, Lucius drops to his knees, and the head priests do the same, bowing to him. At the same time, Zephyr thinks back to his fight with Chrysaorus, a battle that lasted 3 full days in his mental realm. In the end, he proved himself worthy, so Chrysaorus let him borrow his power, but warned him to stay careful and alert. When the protagonist woke up, he came back to reality and was stunned to find the princess had turned to ash. He stops for a moment, thanking her for everything. In the ashes, he finds 2 relics holding the princess's magic, but he can't use them properly until he reaches level 2 in that magic class. They also give him control over everything in the tomb. Through the crystals she left, the princess explains more. With his current body, Zephyr can only use 1% of the Dragonheart's full power. That limit will rise as his body adapts. She leaves him one last request: find her descendant and deliver the mage crystals to her. That person will help him more, and MC immediately knows the name: Altair. Still, he's worried the gods might meddle with Altair just to make his journey more entertaining. He wants to act, but first he has other things to handle. Once everyone regroups, Lucius steps up and removes the slave marks from their shoulders, finally setting them free. Zephyr jokes about his debt too, and Lucius says that's been cleared as well. Lucius is still amazed they spent all those years working in secret to take down demon lord worshippers. As the son of the goddess of light, his duty is to destroy those worshippers, so he offers the boys all the support he can. Ned still doesn't fully trust him, thinking Lucius may just want to stand beside the Dragonheart's wielder to gain power in the temple. Even so, Ned accepts the alliance. The connections, resources, and status could all help him. He needs all of that to wipe out the remaining worshipper factions. With things settled in the tomb, Lucius suggests they head back to the temple and rest. But Zephyr cuts in with bad news. The temple may already be under Olden's control, and Olden serves the demon lord too. He also warns them that the twin knights are with him, making the danger much worse. The news shakes Lucius, but he goes on, saying he still needs time before he can fully use the Dragonheart. As he speaks, he pulls out the crystal, and the dungeon suddenly shifts. A hidden treasure room opens, packed with relics from the princess. It's time to gear up. No one has entered this chamber for 1,000 years. When Zephyr finally opens it, everyone freezes at the sight of glowing crystals floating inside. Even the priests are speechless when they recognize ancient items sealed in them. The chamber is filled with dozens of top-tier artifacts. As Zephyr unlocks one crystal with the princess's relic, Lucius realizes they never would have reached this place without him, or earned credit for beating the dungeon boss. After collecting some items, the priests start appraising them. They quickly confirm the gear is incredibly valuable, loaded with strong magic and enchantments. A lot of it is so rare that none of these items have ever shown up on the market. While searching the chamber, Zephyr spots a potion bottle he recognizes and gets visibly excited. The others start picking what suits them too, especially the protagonist, who takes back Graham from the Skeletal Knight and puts on a full Dragonslayer set. Once they settle in and sort their new gear, Lucius brings up another problem. Even if Zephyr exposed Olden as a worshipper, the temple still has no reliable way to identify people like him. That's a huge problem for the fight ahead. Right now, the only way is to force them to use a skill, which makes Olden nearly impossible to catch. Ned suggests just killing him, since the worshipper bug would come out of the body. Lucius rejects that right away. The issue is who Olden is. He's from a noble house and now serves as a cardinal. With his status, his duties in the central parish, his neutral image, and his ties to Lucius's family, he's almost untouchable. Arresting or killing him without proof would be incredibly dangerous. Ned starts wondering if Lucius doesn't really believe MC and is just dodging the issue. Zephyr stays calm. He already knows how to prove it. The key is that familiar potion bottle he found earlier. Back at the temple, Olden is busy hypnotizing a bishop. At the same time, Lucius's wife and child are being held by the twin knights. She's terrified and can't understand why Olden is doing this. Then Olden tells her the truth. He says every demon lord worshipper carries a marked bug inside their body. That bug gives them power and keeps growing. When it fully matures like Olden's did, it becomes a queen bug. That queen can produce larvae, and those larvae can brainwash anyone who swallows them, just like the bishop under his control. Olden explains all this because he plans to use Lucius's wife against her husband. She doesn't get it at first, until he shows what he means. Olden takes out a larva and tries to force it into her son's mouth. Horrified, she slaps his hand away. Where she touched him, his body starts writhing and squirming like something is crawling under his skin. The sight sickens her. Furious, Olden moves to strike back, but before he can, one of his men rushes in, yelling that Lucius is outside. Olden is stunned. He runs to the window and sees Lucius and the head priestess cutting through his guards and coming straight for him. Now he starts to panic. When Lucius faces him, Olden shouts that he's attacking temple priests. Lucius doesn't flinch. He used the special potion Zephyr gave him, an item that lets him see the worshipper bug inside servants of the demon lord. With the truth finally visible, Lucius realizes how badly he was fooled. He steps forward and officially places Olden under arrest for betraying the Temple of Light. Olden answers with loud, arrogant laughter, mocking Lucius and calling him a prick. But inside, he's terrified. Lucius's return makes no sense, and none of their leaders expected it. There was no way the dungeon should have been cleared this fast. Even worse, Matthias Grimmer is nowhere to be seen, which likely means he was captured and exposed Olden. Still, Olden tells himself none of that matters. Lucius came back to the temple, and that means he walked right into the trap. Then the bishop steps in and publicly challenges Lucius for accusing a cardinal without proof. Lucius calmly activates the potion's special ability and instantly sees the bug inside the bishop. Right away, he knows Olden is controlling him. As the bishop keeps demanding evidence, Lucius pulls out a stack of letters and throws them to the floor. Olden sees them and goes pale. He can't believe Lucius got those documents. Earlier in the dungeon, Zephyr had told them to keep the truth-seeing potion secret for now, so they wouldn't attract assassins. Instead, he said they should collect solid proof to bring Olden down. He also explained that the dungeon went deep under the temple, and he was sure it had a path leading to a useful exit. So the group followed his idea and headed out that way. They came up near Matthias Grimmer's old hideout, a place the demon lord worshippers used for secret meetings. There, they found a stack of abandoned letters. The letters laid out plans between Matthias Grimmer and Olden, including how they meant to steal the dragon heart. Matthias Grimmer had kept them as insurance in case Olden turned on him, and now Lucius has them. When Olden hears that, he breaks into wild laughter and finally admits he's the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Even so, he says they still can't stop him. He reminds them that Lucius's wife is his hostage. Lucius sees her and calls out in panic, but Olden cuts him off and warns him not to take another step. Then almost casually, Olden shows off a special larva, the princess bug, and says he prepared it just for Lucius's family. With a cruel grin, he gives Lucius a sick choice, his wife, his son, or himself. Before anyone can answer, Olden starts counting down from 3. At the last number, Lucius begs him to use the bug on him instead and spare his family. Olden ignores that and forces the bug into Lucius's wife. But before it can settle in, Ned stabs Olden from behind. The twin knights are shocked. Neither of them noticed an assassin getting close. They don't know Ned is wearing the Misty bracelet, which hides its user completely. Ned doesn't hesitate and cuts Olden in half with his sword. Then he grabs Lucius's wife and instantly has to fend off the Golden Knight, the older twin, whose raw strength starts forcing him back. While they fight, Lucius fires a powerful beam of lightning at Olden. The Golden Knight jumps in and takes the hit himself. That gives Ned the opening he needs to break away. Using the moment, he hits the other twin knight, then leaps into the air and carries Lucius's wife to safety. At the same time, Olden's body starts healing as the worms inside him rebuild his form. He is stunned to see Ned alive. Olden expected his master's disciple to die in the dungeon, not show up here and ruin everything. That makes him wonder if Master Jinriang played him from the start. Now that the hostage is gone, Olden knows things are turning bad. If Lucius uses Shard of Glory again, it could all be over. So he quickly orders the Golden Twin Knight to keep Lucius busy and buy time. The danger only thrills Olden more, and he pulls his sword and heads for Lucius. As he closes in, the Holy One stays calm and throws back a few sharp words. Olden still looks sure of himself, like he can handle Lucius without a problem. The two introduce themselves properly before the fight begins, each ready to show everything they've got. Outside, people start gathering for the healing ritual, but the guards stop them and claim the knights are training. Even the mining group notices smoke rising from the main building and starts wondering what is going on inside. Priestess Rose also feels sure the guards are lying. She remembers Zephyr's last trade with her, when he warned her to stay away from the main building because an important official was coming, and her shady deals might be found out. Since then, she's mostly stayed in the slave quarters to be safe. But now, with smoke pouring out of the main building, she starts to worry. Inside, the head priests and priestesses are fighting off wave after wave of Demon Lord worshippers. They're using items from the princess's treasury, which helps them keep holding on. They're also trying hard not to kill the corrupted priests, because if that gets out, rival groups in the temple will use it against them. They keep defending as best they can, when suddenly the temple spire crashes down right in front of them, even though it was protected by a barrier. When they look up, they see Lucius fighting the Golden Knight. To their surprise, the knight is the one starting to wear down. His sword can't match Lucius's spear, which gives Lucius better reach and control. The Golden Knight tries to slip past the spear point and get in close, but when he finally lands a hit, Lucius's mirror chainmail sends the damage right back. He quickly understands Lucius baited that strike on purpose just to reflect it. Lucius confirms it, saying the twin brothers are among the strongest fighters on the continent, so beating them takes more than brute force. Lucius rushes in, and both of them attack at once, each stopping the other's blow. But the Holy One takes control when he slips aside and smashes the knight with his golden arm. Right after that, he flashes behind the knight and fires a heavy beam of light. The blast tears through him and slams him to the ground in defeat. Seeing that, the head priests think Lucius won easily. But when he turns around, it's obvious he took serious damage too. During Divine Judgment, the knight managed to counter and hit Lucius several times. The Golden Knight figures out something important too. The mirror effect only works when he hits Lucius's body directly, and it only sends back half the damage. As he recovers with the worms inside him, his anger keeps rising. In an instant, he appears behind Lucius and gets ready to kill him with one swing. But right before he can strike, the queen bug inside him sends a signal and stops him cold. Lucius takes advantage at once, binding him with chains and blasting him with a heavenly beam. Even while injured, the knight keeps receiving signals from the queen bug. At the same time, Zephyr has dragged Olden's body into a remote forest. He beats him down hard, but doesn't kill him yet. He still has a reason to keep him alive. Back at the main building, Lucius and the head priest reveal their plan: keep the twin knights and Olden separated, then take them down one at a time. And it worked perfectly. Once the twin knight realizes he got completely played, he loses it. Earlier, Olden Lasker had volunteered to handle the Dragonheart's transport himself. He told the master that with his mind control power, he could quietly take over the Third Parish Temple and watch the Dragonheart closely without ever moving it. The master agreed and gave him permission. Now, with everything collapsing, he can't understand how it all went wrong. how the raid ended so fast, how Ned learned about the assassination, and how the dungeon was cleared so quickly. He starts to think the master may have set him up to die once he was no longer useful. By the time they reach the royal carriage, one of the demon lord worshippers already has it ready to flee. Even then, Olden keeps thinking, if Lucius exposes him, the Temple of Light might still protect him, to keep his vote for the coming papal conclave. But what scares him more is the number of enemies closing in. If Jinryong betrayed him, then other disciples like Zephyr may be hunting him too. As Olden steps into the carriage, he suddenly feels something sticky on his hand. A second later, pain tears through his body. It's one of the protagonist's poisons, made to torture even the worms inside him. Then the cloaked helper by the carriage pulls back his hood and reveals himself. It's Zephyr. Before Olden can react, MC kicks him in the face and sends him flying to the ground. The Twin Knight tries to strike back, but before he can move, a poison needle hits him. He drops at once. He isn't the real Twin Knight at all, just a normal warrior in disguise. Realizing he's beaten, Olden desperately calls for the real Twin Knight. As Zephyr walks toward him with sword in hand, Olden starts begging for mercy. He can't understand why the poison is stopping his healing, so he offers anything he can, hoping to stall until the real Twin Knight arrives. He shuts him up by showing the bloody helmet of the Silver Twin Knight. 12 hours earlier, at dawn, the protagonist Lucius and the priests had exposed that Twin Knight as a demon lord worshipper and killed him. Once Ned saw the truth, he realized they had planted a fake Silver Knight there, so when he delivered the dragon heart, they could kill him too. In his past life, Ned barely escaped the Twin Knight and ended up hiding with the dragon heart, unable to absorb it himself. In the end, another disciple of Jinrong found and killed him. Lucius also got taken over by the marked bug and became a monster to deal with. He was killed too. All of it started with Olden's lies and betrayal. That's why Zephyr won't leave anything to chance this time. Back in the present, driven by that memory and anger, he blasts Olden with divine lightning, but the remains left behind are way too small, and that shocks him. As he thinks it over, Zephyr suddenly feels something rushing at him from behind, and barely blocks in time. It's Olden, in his true demon form, a horrible, writhing mass of worms. Olden claims this form is far stronger than the Twin Knight ever was. MC realizes what happened. Olden shed part of his body as a decoy earlier, then changed back into his demon form without being noticed. In this form, Olden has insane power and can return to a human shape whenever he wants. No one who has seen this demon form has lived to talk about it. Calling Zephyr's resistance a mistake, Olden slams his huge fist into the ground and sends a violent shockwave through the forest. Elsewhere, Ned hears the tremor while guarding Lucius's wife and child. He quickly tells them to stay hidden in the cave, then gives them cloaking bracelets so no one can see them. As he turns to go, Lucius's wife worries, but Ned calmly assures her he'll handle it himself. With a hard look in his eyes, he speeds toward the shockwave source. As he runs, memories of his father's death come rushing back, driving his need for revenge against the monster Olden. He's ready to take down everyone tied to this. Back at the main building, Lucius keeps fighting the stronger of the last Twin Knights. The bug inside the knight boosts his strength, but it also makes his attacks less accurate. Lucius realizes the knight is getting nervous from being stalled this long, and he takes advantage of it. He calls to the head priest. The priest answers with a battle light spell, raising his ally's power and healing by 120%. Lucius feels the boost right away. To the priestess's surprise, her summoned spirit gets stronger too. It grows bigger and burns brighter. With the support magic active, they hit the knight together. He guards with confidence, sure their slower strikes can't threaten him. Then dizziness suddenly hits him. The shooting star spirit's debuff finally kicks in. Lucius rushes in at once, his lance shining with holy power. He drives it through the knight's body in a huge blast, and the knight's counter misses completely. When the dust clears, only the lower half of his body is left on the floor. Just when it looks like the fight is done, Lucius turns and sees the whole structure behind him has been cut clean in two. The head priest instantly understands. Throughout the fight, the knight wasn't only aiming at Lucius, he was trying to bring the building down on the brainwashed priests inside. Lucius runs to help the bishop, but he can't make it in time. The rubble crashes down and buries the area. Meanwhile, the knight is badly hurt but still awake, and he starts escaping. A third of his bug has been burned away, leaving him much weaker, so he heads for Olden Lasker, hoping to be restored. Even now, he can't believe Lucius kept him tied down so well. With no other choice, the Twin Knight races to Olden Lasker, the man who gave him purpose when he had none. Long ago, the Twin Knights joined Olden Lasker after their older sister took the earldom. Back then, the priest won them over with smooth lies. He convinced them that helping the true God was the only way to protect the world's proper order, and they believed him. Now driven by gratitude and duty, the knight rushes toward Olden Lasker. He refuses to let him die. But just as he gets close, a sudden flash tears through the air, and the knight is cut neatly in half. It's Ned. With the Blade of Mirage, he literally gives the Twin Knight one more twin. As Ned lands, the Twin Knight recognizes him as Jinryung's disciple and demands to know why he's interfering. Ned calmly reminds him of the day he killed his father. The knight realizes this is revenge, but only sneers. He's killed hundreds and can't remember every face. Now fully healed, he sheds his ruined armor and tells Ned to get out of the way. He's got somewhere important to be. He admits Ned is quick and is probably using some kind of stealth skill, but he still believes no one can beat him head on. Then he gives Ned 10 seconds to run, until his heart jolts at the sight of a familiar sword, the blade once carried by his dead twin brother. That sight freezes him. The weapon was their shared symbol, a holy gift from Olden Lasker himself. Holding it calmly, Ned says he'll tell him his brother's last words if he can win. That alone turns the twin knight into a rabid beast ready to kill Ned. At the same time, Olden Lasker keeps hammering Zephyr with non-stop attacks, but to his surprise, none of them work. Using the swarm of bugs inside him, he reshapes his body and forms multiple fists to keep pounding at him. This form makes his body as sharp as metal, and the bugs can even spit acidic stomach fluid at his target. Even so, Zephyr dodges every attack. He answers with clean counters using the Dragon King style. One counter cuts Olden Lasker into pieces, but even after being chopped apart, the scattered chunks turn into weapons and attack the protagonist from every side. No matter how many times he's cut, Olden's demon body keeps healing, almost like it's immortal. He stays calm, certain Zephyr will eventually run out of strength and mana. As the battle goes on, Olden Lasker lunges in and grabs MC by the collar. He says he likes his power so much that he wants to plant a bug in him and make him a servant. Then he slams him into the ground. As Zephyr hits the earth, Olden Lasker smashes down with giant fists again and again, sending out heavy shockwaves. At last, the demon reshapes his arm into a sword and brings it crashing down on the protagonist. That move drains Olden Lasker too, and the strain finally shows. So how did he become this monster? In the past, the master himself persuaded him to join the worshippers, promising power beyond anything he could imagine. The master handed him a marked bug and told him to care for it. Well, from then on, Olden Lasker borrowed its power, slaughtered countless people, and when the bug fully matured, he used the Stone of Revelation to complete his change into a demon. Back in the present, even after all those powerful attacks, Olden Lasker is stunned to find MC completely unharmed. MC is holding the demon's arm back with one bare hand. Olden Lasker can only stare. He tells him he could have taken down Olden Lasker and the twin knights earlier, but split them up on purpose so Ned could get his revenge. There was another reason too. The protagonist recently gained the Dragonheart's power and wanted to test it against a real demon. He activates Dragonification, a once-a-day skill that boosts the heart's power by 9 for a short time. Since Olden Lasker is a real threat, Zephyr decides he's the perfect test. The moment he sees the Dragonheart's power, Olden Lasker panics, unable to understand how MC has it. He reaches for him with enhanced dragon arms, and Olden Lasker turns to flee in desperation. But before he can get far, a powerful slash hits him from behind, cutting him into several pieces. For Zephyr, this is only the start. Meanwhile, back in the jungle, the twin knight pins Ned down with his sword. As Ned pushes the blade back with his hands, he remembers what the protagonist told him earlier. There's one key way to beat the twin knight, and it has everything to do with Ned himself. 25 years earlier, when the twins were still kids, the master of the magic tower told their father the boys' mana was linked. If one used mana, the others would react too. He said that with proper training, they could become an incredible knight pair. Their father decided to raise that talent no matter what, and thanks to his effort, the twins grew into outstanding knights. Later, Olden Lasker stepped in. He blocked them from inheriting their family title and used that opening to pull them under his control. He pushed their skills even further by giving them the twin blades, weapons that helped them master a special fighting style. For years they trained side by side until their teamwork became almost perfect. One attack flowed right into the next, creating a non-stop storm of sword strikes, and their sync was so deep that either one could guide the other's blade. Zephyr explains this to Ned and compares it to the floating cloud style, which uses yin and yang balance to reflect attacks when paired with the right partner. Because Ned already understands the floating cloud technique, he can resonate with the twin knight's sword and create an eclipse-like counter. During the fight, Ned watches the knight's rhythm and waits for the perfect opening. When he finally mirrors the technique exactly, the knight jumps back in shock. That move is a secret known only to him and his brother. The truth hits him hard. If Ned can use that technique, then something awful must have happened to his twin for Ned to learn it. At that moment, he hears Olden Lasker calling for help again, but this time he ignores it and decides to kill Ned within the next minute. With that, he charges in and swings wildly, each blow heavy and brutal. But Ned is ready. Zephyr had warned him the knight would keep fighting instead of helping Olden Lasker, and they have to stop him from reaching Olden Lasker at all costs. Knowing this is his best shot, Ned attacks first, but the twin knight is faster. In an instant, he unleashes a slash that seems to split Ned in half. But it's just an illusion. The real Ned is behind him. Ned uses Thunder Palm from the rear and follows it with a sword strike right away. Still, the knight reacts at once. He blocks and Ned's sword sticks to his. The twin blades are magnetically pulled together, The knight uses that link to his advantage and drives his blade into Ned's stomach. Then he pins him down to finish the job, while Ned holds the sword back with everything he has left. Right then, his mind flashes to the blood tier and to his father's faith that one day he'd be worthy to wield it as a true warrior. That memory sparks a burst of strength in him. Ned pushes the sword back with just his fingers and strikes back hard, going straight for the knight's eyes and burning them with lightning. The pain is so severe that even the twin knight can't recover quickly. Blind and unable to see, he tries to track Ned by instinct alone, but the moment he moves, Ned cuts across his body and ends it with one last massive lightning blast that burns him to ash. With him gone, the title of strongest warrior in the land belongs to no one. Back at the main building, the head priestess and the priest focus on healing the injured. Luckily, the damage isn't too bad. They broke apart the falling structure in time and used several defensive spells to soften the impact. The larvae inside the priests and slaves are gone too, either because Olden died or because he lost his power. As Lucius looks over the survivors, his face fills with relief when he sees his family coming with Ned and Zephyr. With that, Olden's plan is stopped, and the third parish is taken back. In the days that follow, everyone stays busy treating the wounded and capturing the remaining worshippers from the central parish. Lucius keeps giving blessing rites to help ease everyone's leftover exhaustion. While doing that, he also finds the last hidden demon lord worshippers and cleans them out. They rescue the bishop too, but he's still shaken by everything and recovering from internal injuries. Lucius takes care of him himself. Zephyr and Ned are praised as heroes, and the bishop personally thanks them both. To show goodwill, MC gives the bishop Olden Lasker's dried-up worm-covered head. The bishop is creeped out and worries it could still be dangerous, but he says it's powerless now and might still be useful for information. When the bishop looks to Ned, he stays calm. They already got everything they needed from Olden Lasker. Deep down, Ned feels satisfied, but he's also bothered that his original plan can no longer happen. Zephyr then hands over the intel they pulled from Olden Lasker, hideout locations, plans, and the names of worshippers across the region. Once the bishop checks it, he's stunned to find plans for summoning the demon lord himself. Worse, the people behind it are from the Eastern Union. Cayenne sits on the continent of Aslan, split between the Eastern and Western Unions, which once had equal power, but everything changed when the Holy One was chosen from the Western Union. After that, the East sank into economic decline and even had to sell land to the West. That gap bred resentment, and demon lord worshippers spread fast among Eastern nobles, using greed and desperation to corrupt them. Zephyr explains that two major threats, the Ice Dragon and the Blue Dragon, are now attacking the West. They've built nests in the continent's biggest farming region and seized the main trade hub, causing starvation across the south. That helps explain why the East is joining hands with worshippers. The dragons may be part of a larger scheme by the demon lord's followers. The protagonist confirms the worshippers didn't summon them, they provoked them into attacking. To end the crisis, the dragons have to be hunted down. Zephyr says he and Ned will handle it. The bishop can't believe it and asks how they expect to kill a dragon. Lucius is also caught off guard that he's not part of the mission. MC says the third parish still needs Lucius. This likely won't be the last attack, and someone has to stay behind to protect their home. The Holy One agrees, and formally appoints him and Ned as he. He offers them gold and gems, plus full access to the main building. They can also take supplies whenever they need them. On top of that, he says he and the bishop will each give half their temple offerings to support the mission. They accept, but ask not to receive the priestly mark. After thinking it over, Lucius agrees and promises to help, however he can during the dragon hunt. The bishop is deeply uneasy about this, but he can't go against the Holy One, so he stays quiet and watches. Just as they start planning a farewell banquet, a strange rumble comes from Olden's containment chamber. A harsh, unnatural light starts shining from inside the sealed cage. Then Olden Lasker's severed head rises, clearly under someone else's control. The new presence says it felt Olden's life force fading, and came to investigate. Then it asks if Zephyr and Ned are the ones who killed Olden Lasker. Shaken, Lucius demands to know who it is. Before anyone can respond, purple light bursts from the chamber, and the cage explodes apart. Olden's head floats toward them, as the presence orders everyone to kneel before asking questions. It declares itself the true leader of the demon lord worshippers. Everyone goes still. Their weapons are still being repaired, and they're in no shape for another fight. Still, the leader seems interested only in the Dragonheart energy coming from Zephyr. It asks if the protagonist is the one carrying it. MC is confused. In his past life, the worshipper leader never cared about the Dragonheart and stayed hidden, living a double life. He wasn't supposed to interfere for another 2 years, which should have given him time to remove his followers one by one. That's why Zephyr had calmly followed his plan and killed Olden Lasker and the Twin Knights without fearing early revenge. Now that the Master has appeared so soon, his mind races, while the protagonist thinks Ned and Lucius step in front of him to buy time. They both know this enemy won't be easy to beat. After all, he broke through the reinforced cage like it was nothing. Even so, Lucius holds onto some confidence because he already has the Shard of Glory spell. With no time to spare, He and Ned pour mana into their weapons and strike together, hoping one powerful blow can finish the enemy and break the spell. But just as the attack lands, the master changes form. Two huge claws of dark energy appear and catch them in mid-air. Trapped inside the binding spell, they can't use any skills. The technique is called Ancient Dragon Shadow. Then the master speaks. He says he came because he thought a certain woman had interfered with his plans. Realizing it isn't her, he calls the whole thing a waste of time. As he gets ready to leave, he fires multiple dark curses at Ned and Lucius. The magic hits both of them and racks them with pain. Even the bishop can't stop the curse from taking hold. That's when Zephyr steps in and slices through the dark claws with his light sword, leaving the worshipper master stunned. He can't believe what he's seeing. The Sword of Light, a weapon that needs incredibly high stats, and the Goddess of Light's direct approval. It's also the only known way to break that curse loop. Tianmi's only using it by stacking 2 enhancement spells, boosting his stats enough to wield the sword for 10 seconds without the goddess's permission. He knows the danger. The worshipper master may have been sent straight by the demon lord, and fighting him head-on is risky, but he also remembers his past life. After being humiliated by him, the demon lord wouldn't want him dead so easily. He'd want him to grow stronger first, strong enough for a final fight against his ultimate form. With that in mind, the protagonist realizes this master is probably acting on his own, not under the demon lord's direct command. Looking back at the protagonist, the master grows curious and wants to know who he really is. MC answers with a challenge. They'll flip a coin, and the loser has to reveal whatever the winner wants to know. If Zephyr wins, he'll expose the worshipper master's true identity in front of everyone. That shocks not just the master, but everyone there. Even Olden, who served under him closely, never knew who the master really was, so the idea that he knows seems impossible. To see if the protagonist is bluffing, the master uses mana detection to check for lies. But he is telling the truth. He really knows. Feeling the tension rise, Zephyr warns him not to do anything reckless, saying that would only make things worse. The master pauses, then agrees, so MC flips the coin, and everyone watches in silence. As it falls, the master calls Tien's. Everyone can see the coin is landing on Tien's. Everyone except Bishop can track it clearly enough that it almost seems to move in slow motion. What surprises them isn't the result, it's that Zephyr let the master call it so easily. Ned starts to suspect there's a trick, and even the master is confused by how casually he gave him the choice. Because this isn't a normal coin toss. As the coin spins, 2 beams of tightly packed light clash in midair, one from Zephyr, one from the master. Both worked magic into the toss. The result isn't decided when the coin lands. It's decided the instant the hand moves, but only if the flipper acts first and stops the other side from interfering. Whoever beats the other before the reveal controls the outcome, turning the toss into a battle of strength instead of luck. The master forms a dark claw to pin the protagonist down, trying to overpower him before he can move his hand. Zephyr fights against it, knowing that if he gives in now, he loses. That's the whole point of the rule. It forces both sides to see the contest through. Even under that pressure, MC breaks free and throws the coin high into the air. In an instant, he uses Jin Ryong's lightning acceleration spell and rockets toward it. With a huge burst of force, he smashes the coin out of the air and drives it into the ground. The hit is strong enough to leave a crater. Right then, Zephyr's dragonification time runs out. When the dust clears, the coin is split perfectly in 2. One side heads, the other tails. It's a draw, and that lets them send the master back without taking much damage. Later, Ned tells Priestess Rose everything over tea. He says he can read the master's intentions almost perfectly and knows exactly how to end the whole mess. When Rose asks how the coin bet really worked, the protagonist walks in and cuts her off, hinting they'll deal with that another day. He now carries an Oathbond skill that stops him from directly revealing anything about the Demon Lord worshippers until the next rematch. Still, the crafty boy knows he can talk around it by giving riddles and vague clues to help them figure things out themselves. He warns them that the truth is even more shocking than the Eastern Union's role, and says he'll only share it with people he truly trusts. Just as he's about to give them a hint, the scene shifts to the master walking through a royal palace with a large bouquet of flowers. Seeing the Oathbond, the master is surprised Zephyr still hasn't exposed who he is. For all the boy's defiance, he kept quiet. That makes him wonder, is MC just insane, or is he planning to learn more before making his move? When he steps into the palace hall, the master greets a girl there. He calls her Altair and gives her flowers for her 20th birthday. She's Kayen's first princess, and the master, her brother, is Polaris, Kayen's first prince and the Temple of Light's youngest cardinal. Back at the third parish, Lucius keeps thinking about Zephyr's hints. They all point to the master being someone with terrifying power. After coming this far, he knows there's no turning back. Ned understands that too. His revenge isn't over. The master and his followers are still out there. He also knows none of this would have worked without him. Because of that, he feels he owes the boy more than his life. Meanwhile, Zephyr focuses his mana, but the worshipper master's sudden move keeps bothering him. People always act for a reason, and when someone suddenly acts strange, it can mean time itself was messed with. What troubles him more is that the master spared Ned and Lucius, even though killing them would have been easy. It feels like the protagonist is missing something important, either a lost memory or a truth he still hasn't found. Whatever it is, he's going to figure it out. But first he has something else to handle. The silver key in his hand starts to glow. The angel gave it to him when he interfered with the gods. She said it now has more access, and once his mission was done, he should use it because the gods had something important to tell him. Remembering that, Zephyr gets dressed and activates the key. In a flash, he's sent to a silver palace, to a guest room in the angel's villa, where she greets him. Zephyr wonders if she's about to hand him another bonus like before. The angel says she only helps when it makes his life more fun for the gods to watch. That answer annoys him, so he immediately asks why he was really called here. With a wave of her hand, she brings out a seat and gives him the message. The gods have added new rules and rewards to his life. If he tries to blackmail them again, every perk he has will be taken away. Worse, he'll be erased, marked as prey, and whoever kills him will inherit everything he owned. Zephyr gets the point. If he steps out of line, his enemies get all his stuff. Even so, he has no plan to push the gods that far again. Instead, he asks about the reward promised by the goddess of light. The angel says he already got part of it. The limit on the sword of light has been loosened. Even without being a priest, he's now the only one who can use it. But first he has to complete a task for the goddess. She also adds a new rule. Zephyr must now carry out divine requests, and in return he'll get powerful perks. If he wants to keep receiving the gods' blessings, he has to prove he's worthy by clearing their tests and missions. MC agrees. Then he and Ned get ready for the dragon raid. The head priest and Lucius come in person to apologize for sending them out through the back gate, but he says it's fine. With the raid deadline close and spies everywhere, they have to be careful. The protagonist hides them with a cloaking bracelet, and they still choose the back way to stay safe. Before they leave, Lucius's wife gives them a bundle packed with healing food and other supplies. After that, they say goodbye and set off. The Holy One stays behind, knowing he has to fool everyone into thinking he now holds the dragon heart so no one starts watching Zephyr. Then they shut the main entrance until the boy comes back. In the dungeon boss room, the princess and her night spirit choose to rest too. Their role is over, and their long loneliness has finally reached its end. What happens next depends on Zephyr and the descendants who will stand with him. One of them is Altair. As MC keeps moving forward, Altair gets a letter from Lucius, her cousin, wishing her happy birthday. At the end, he mentions a gift. That alone tells Altair it'll probably be something weird, like always. Then Ashum rises outside. When she looks out, she's shocked to see Zephyr beating the palace guards. According to Lucius, this is the person who will help her. At Lindal Fortress, he and Ned reach the gate. He remembers Altair became Grand Duchess of Lindal at just 16 after inheriting the land. He gives the butler a sealed letter, saying it's from Lucius, the Holy One of Light. The butler accepts it and leads them in. As they walk, Ned is struck by how huge the fortress is. He recalls that Lucius trusted the fortress's ruler enough to send them here, but still wonders if the princess will really support a dragon raid. Zephyr reminds himself that he's nobility too, then asks if Ned knows the princess. Ned only remembers seeing her in royal parades as a child. Rumors said she wasted her great talent, so he's not sure she'll help. Suddenly, a guard drops nearby. The butler apologizes and explains the fallen man is just one of many suitors trying to win the princess. Ned first thinks they're ordinary troublemakers, but quickly sees they're much stronger than that. Zephyr starts remembering his past life. Altair Justina Cayenne was known for her beauty, talent, noble blood, and unbelievable luck. Aslan's brightest star. Years earlier, Polaris gave up both the throne and the title of Duke of Lindal to become a priest of light. Since the younger prince was sickly, the royal family planned for Altair's future husband to become king. That made many nobles see her as a path to power. But Altair made one thing clear: no weak man would ever have a chance with her. So noble after noble came to Lindal for the challenge, and every single one lost. Now her top bodyguard Ophelia keeps that tradition going, knocking down challengers one after another. Ned watches in surprise. He expected pushovers, not fighters like this. The butler explains that many are hired warriors fighting for the real suitors. If one of them can land even a single hit on Ophelia, the princess will at least meet him. Ned also notices some of them are priests. Zephyr agrees they're no match for him or Ned, but they're still far from ordinary. The problem is, they're up against one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. He realizes it's been a long time since he last saw Ophelia. She looks much younger now, probably because this time he met her earlier. While he's thinking, a huge man steps in front of them and demands to know why they're skipping the line. He says others have waited 3 days and tells them to line up like everyone else. Zephyr notices the blue uniform and gold birthmark, recognizing him as a priest from the Sky Temple, second only to the Temple of Light. He figures some noble hired the man to fight in his place for Altair's hand. So without picking a direct fight, the protagonist shows him Lucius's sealed letter and says they have urgent business. Not wanting trouble, the big priest steps aside. As Zephyr moves on, the delay already has him annoyed. Then he hears nearby priests talking about Lucius. One says Lucius probably finished his dungeon raid, while another wonders if the princess invested in it. The big one says that after a raid, Lucius would report to 3 groups in order: first his lover, then his temple, and finally the investors. MC hears enough and scoffs to himself. He can't believe that stupid gossip is still spreading in the capital. The rumor that Lucius is into his own cousin. Fed up, he decks the priest who said it and tosses him aside. He understands the bad blood between the Temple of Light and the Sky Temple, but Altair has nothing to do with it. He knows the truth. She's only ever been with one man, him. Then he turns to the others and mocks them, saying they've waited days just to lose, so they might as well come at him now. After the fight, Zephyr casually says it's been a few months since he last had to settle a mess like this in a line. He adds that he only stepped in because they insulted someone he truly respects. The butler apologizes for not stopping it sooner, and assures the protagonist there's no issue. He says Ophelia usually deals with things like this, but MC finished it before she needed to step in. From their clothes alone, it's obvious those men weren't normal temple knights. Just then, Altair arrives and comments on her greenhouse. Zephyr turns to her and realizes that in his past life they met much later. Ever since leaving the cave where he trained with Ned for a year, time has felt strange to him, and he can hardly believe this meeting came so soon. He bows and kisses her hand. Altair studies him in silence. Then she says she read Lucius's letter. He recommended them as temple knights, but also told her to speak with him himself for the real details, so she asks what exactly he can offer. At the same time, Ned notices Altair's bodyguard staring hard at him. He wonders if she recognizes him, or if they've met before. As for Altair's question, Zephyr remembers that she hasn't fully awakened her communion power yet. She can't read minds like the dungeon princess could, but she was born with the potential. For now she uses sensing magic to judge people and find allies she can trust against the growing threat of the demon lord worshippers. The protagonist realizes she chose that path long before he did. At first MC only wanted success, then it became revenge for Ned, the mentor who raised him. But Altair made him see a bigger goal. Now he understands her contest for a husband is really a trap. It isn't about marriage at all, it's a way to draw in strong fighters. With the kingdom in danger, even Altair can't do everything alone. What she really needs is powerful allies she can trust. To prove his worth, Zephyr starts using magic. He decides showing his strength will be quicker than explaining it. Ophelia studies him, wondering if that power comes from the dragon heart. Altair senses the aura inside him too. She asks Ophelia if they've ever crossed blades. Not yet, but that's about to change. Ophelia steps up, draws her sword, and says she'll try to land 3 hits. Zephyr gets ready to face her, looking completely calm, but Ophelia sees no opening at all. One careless move could cost her, so she stays cautious. Her first swing is turned aside with ease. The second is a full power thrust, yet it still can't even scratch him. On the third try, just as her grip slips, Zephyr appears behind her and lightly taps her shoulder. She freezes, shocked she never noticed him move. That's enough for Ophelia. His defense and combat sense are on another level. Later, he brings up the blue dragon destroying the granary. He says rebuilding the fields won't solve anything. It'll just lure the demon lord worshippers back. Instead, he urges Altair to act first and clear the thorny mountain range. If she secures even 1 or 2 mountains, she can pull the enemy's focus away during the next dungeon raid. He promises that if she follows his plan fast and quietly, he'll bring her the blue dragon's head within a month. Altair asks what he wants in return. Zephyr says she can reward him however she thinks is fair, but first he needs help. Problems during the raid on the princess's tomb left the third parish short on healers, so he asks her to send as many as she can. Altair can tell he wants more than money or status. Then she asks how sure he is that he can kill the dragon. He says that depends on her support, then hands her a crystal. It's a top-grade magic item, a mage crystal holding a spellbook written with ancient Medea magic. Zephyr knows that old Medea magic was mostly lost. Luckily, Altair learned it young, even if her growth had stalled by now. He tells her the crystal was passed down to him by one of her ancestors. He believes that if Altair absorbs it, her power will fully awaken, and she'll be able to properly stabilize the dragon heart inside him. With that, the protagonist says he'll take his leave. If she likes what she's seen, she can summon him again. As he walks away, he realizes this meeting went far better than it did in his past life. He had missed her badly, even if this is their first meeting in this timeline. He finally gets to show her what he can do, certain she'll come back on her own. MC plans to keep his distance and let her curiosity do the work. Altair watches him go, clearly interested. Then she asks Ophelia what she thinks. Ophelia admits Zephyr is skilled, though she doubts Lucius's judgment. Still, based on talent alone, he fits what Altair needs. Even so, she expected more from someone carrying the dragon heart. Altair agrees the dragon heart hasn't fully settled in him yet, but she's sure he'll become much stronger. She thinks back to his claim that the crystal came from one of her ancestors, something she herself had asked for. It sounded almost like he had met the princess in person. Then again, the princess was such a great sorceress that Altair wouldn't be shocked if she were still alive in her tomb. If so, she must be the one who put the dragon heart in him. Altair has never heard of Zephyr before, but his power is real. He might be exactly what her plans need. Still, one thing keeps bothering her. Whenever she touches someone, she normally feels warmth or cold. That tells her their nature. But with him, she felt nothing. Instead, she saw a vision. It's only the second time that's ever happened, and she can't figure out what it means. Far away, Alfred, the second in command of the Demon Lord worshippers, kneels before their leader and answers the summons. The master tells her a seat among the 12 apostles is now empty. Alfred assumes that means Olden Lasker failed. But when she speaks again, the leader sharply reminds her she should have known already. Alfred then suggests someone to fill the vacant post. She's told that the apostles may act freely, but the final mission must be completed no matter what. Olden's absence cannot derail the plan. Alfred accepts the order in silence, ashamed she had already let her master down once. Soon after, Alfred notices a nearby priest and orders him to ready the phantom horse at once. She's leaving for the third parish immediately. At the same time, Altair thinks about how smoothly things have gone. The investors are satisfied, the ancient writing in the dungeon has been decoded, and the raid on the princess's tomb is finally over. She turns her thoughts to the spellbook she's wanted for so long. Her magic has been stuck at level 2, but now she's ready to push past it. She remembers a farewell from a woman, likely her master, who said her time was running out. She apologized for not teaching more and trusted Altair to finish the spell and defeat the leader of the Tartarus worshippers. As Altair holds the crystal and meditates, magic gathers around her. She feels the crystal connect straight to her mind. Pieces of magical knowledge drift around her like stars. Then Princess appears. She says her consciousness was preserved inside the mage crystal as an overmind, and that she has waited a long time to meet her descendant and heir. Elsewhere, Zephyr beats Ned in a game, so he'll be the one attending the coming party. Ned meanwhile will hunt for hidden demon lord worshippers inside the fortress. The protagonist points out that the real goal is gathering information. Ned offers him a special bracelet, but MC turns it down. Then a system window reveals what he passed up. The bracelet has strong cloaking power, and wearing both makes the user almost impossible to detect unless someone has a legendary detection skill. Zephyr says he should probably take both after all, since one of the continent's 10 strongest fighters is in the fortress. Walking around with only one would still stand out too much. Ned also brings up Ophelia, who kept staring at him even though they've never met. He finds that odd. He rarely meets Southerners, and he'd remember someone that strong. Maybe she knows him from when he was undercover with the Demon Lord worshippers. Or maybe she's the dangerous one. He checks the potion of true sight, which can reveal the insect-like mark hidden inside every worshipper. He doesn't think Ophelia is one of them, but he tells Ned to stay careful anyway. After that, the protagonist gets ready to use a skill called transfiguration. It's an Eastern art that changes the face and expressions to hide someone's identity, a signature skill of a true shadow disciple, one fated to join the cult's 12 apostles. He knows looks and mannerisms matter a lot. A real master of disguise can fool someone face to face, then disappear without a trace. Zephyr admits his camouflage hasn't reached that level yet, but it's more than enough for a crowded ballroom, where people are distracted and faces blur together. Soon he reaches the party. There he spots the big guy from before. From the crowd, MC realizes the men seeking Altair's hand are top warriors and nobles from all over the kingdom, important people who expect first-class treatment. So the fortress annex serves 2 jobs. It houses the suitors, their guards, and guests, and it also becomes a ballroom every night. Around the party, guests gossip about the princess. One wonders if she's really as beautiful as people say. Another says beauty isn't even the half of it. An academy professor called her the greatest sorceress in history. Some even think she's the hero meant to save the world. But instead of acting like one, she throws grand parties and travels all the time. Others enjoy the drinks, talk about how different royal life must be, and doubt she'll show up tonight. In another room, a blonde man says there's still no news from the third parish. His brother-in-law went there as an investor, was told to leave town and wait nearby until the raid ended, and still hasn't been allowed back. Zephyr listens and realizes none of them know the raid is over or that Olden is gone. The news is clearly being kept under wraps. While he blends into the crowd, one man studies him and says he looks familiar. He adds that some people earlier even mistook the protagonist for the Baron, even though the real Baron is dancing right now. Amused, the man says Zephyr might also be the one who beat up those Sky Temple priests. That catches MC off guard. The man doesn't look especially strong, yet he can see through the disguise. Now MC starts wondering who he really is. Elsewhere in the fortress, Ned kills a guard in the hallway and notes that the east building is clear. Then he watches a bug crawl out of the dead man's mouth. Later, he climbs onto the roof and is struck by how huge the fortress is. It still feels strange that one person owns all of it. He remembers feeling much more comfortable at Lucius's temple home, since it reminded him of his family's old house. That brings back a memory. His sister once promised she'd bring him a gift, the last time he ever saw her and their mother. He thinks she'd probably have a family of her own by now, like Claudia, if not for the typhoon that day. Then Ophelia suddenly appears and asks why he's wandering around alone. Ned is startled and immediately curses himself for dropping his guard. Still, he reminds himself he's wearing both mist bracelets. Even someone with legendary detection should barely notice him. But Ophelia isn't just anyone. She's Altair's personal guard, and one of the 10 strongest fighters on the continent. That title is well deserved. She tells him not to be nervous, saying she sensed something odd nearby, and came to speak with him herself. Ned suspiciously asks how long she's been following him. She calmly says, since the 2nd floor of the East Building, and that makes this much easier. Ned says the people he killed were Demon Lord worshippers. The bugs crawling to their corpses prove it. He tells her to check for herself, then admits he acted without permission because stopping the cult mattered more. She says that makes sense, but that's not why she came. Without another word, she attacks. Ned barely avoids it, caught off guard. She says the princess has spent a long time getting ready for the dragon raid, and only picked the strongest fighters. Zephyr has already shown he belongs. Ned hasn't. She tells him to prove what he can do. Ned realizes it's a test, and agrees. Elsewhere, near the 3rd Parish Temple, Alfred searches the area with her minions and finds another clue. She spots burn marks and signs of demonic change, proof that Cardinal Olden Lasker was here, and that something strong was blasted by lightning. Looking over the battlefield, she also finds traces of Dragon King-style martial arts, and decides one of Jinryong's disciples was involved. At the place where she found the Silver Knight's remains before, Alfred sees signs that at least 3 people fought there, and some used divine power. While checking a carriage, she spots something sticky on the door. She tastes it out of curiosity, and instantly knows it's a deadly poison that should not be there. That makes her suspect the Eastern one, the Saint, and Tarantula may be working together. The thought stuns her. Could they really be behind Olden's death? She thinks about how the 3rd Parish Temple has sealed off all traffic with a barrier that blocks detection skills. Even carrier pigeons are being thrown off, which means they're hiding something important inside. Remembering Polaris said only 2 or 3 people in the world can implant a dragon heart, she starts to think the Demon Lord worshippers' leader may be one of them. But maybe the Saint's side has others too. The Holy One and his allies could be buying time so the heart fully settles in. If so, they don't care about investors or pressure from the central parish. This secrecy is planned to keep anyone from interfering, and she hates how carefully it's all being done. What matters most now is simple: who has the dragon heart? Days have passed since the fight with Olden Lasker, so she decides to move fast and get proof before the heart fully takes hold. Then, a strange woman suddenly appears. She comments on the bird mask, and wonders if it belongs to the 2nd in command. A moment later, she tries to run. Sensing she's involved, Alfred sends her minions after her. As they close in, the woman fights back with lightning palm. That confirms Alfred's guess. It really is Dragon King style. Alfred quickly concludes this woman is Jinryong's disciple. She says they have urgent things to discuss, and asks her to come peacefully. In her head, the woman finds the whole thing irritating. Back at Lindall Fortress, Ophelia keeps testing Ned, and knocks him off the roof during their spar. Ned thinks this test is a bit much. They've already traded 3 sword blows. He starts wondering if he's being kept out of the dragon raid because he's only around Ophelia's level. When she comes at him again, he blocks the hit, then changes the form of his mirage sword, and catches her blade in midair. With the weapon trapped, he throws it away. She instantly follows with a kick, but Ned slips under it. Her next strike lands on a body that breaks into dust. It was only a clone. In the same instant, Ned appears behind her. He used the crow's cloak, which makes a mana clone, and moves the real user nearby. Calmly, he says that if she'd hit his real body, it would have hurt. Ophelia is surprised and tries to figure out how he did it. Ned thinks about all the stories he's heard about her, and knows she still isn't using her full strength. Neither is he. He figures a real all-out fight would get ugly fast, so he suggests they stop here. Ophelia guesses his hidden ace is Dragon King style, and asks him about it. She explains that her best stat is her eyesight, so cloaking and barrier skills don't work well near her. That's why she was given a special mission until recently. Meanwhile, the strange woman, one of the master's shadow disciples, drinks from a lake after escaping. She now understands how dangerous the 2nd in command really is, though she thinks things are still going well. By the time she got away from the princess's guards, the raid was already over, and she'd found proof that one of their own had betrayed their master. She also saw the 2nd in command, sneaking around the place where it all happened. Elsewhere, Ophelia says Ned shares too many traits with the shadow disciple called the Smiling Woman. That woman is one of Jinryong's top disciples, and an expert in hiding herself. She and Ned use the same breathing, movement, and reading of an opponent's next move. Ophelia says her mission was to stop the Smiling Woman from stealing the dragon heart, and fighting Ned confirmed her doubts. She adds that Zephyr also has some of those traits, but the princess personally guaranteed his loyalty. The Smiling Woman, not knowing any of this, starts thinking about what to do next. Ophelia presses the point again. Ned looks so much like Jinryong's shadow disciple that they could be family. That makes her question where his loyalty lies. Ned still doesn't get what she's trying to say. The story shifts to Olden Lasker after his defeat, now imprisoned in the 3rd Parish. While Ned investigates, Olden apologizes for the past and claims he only followed the temple's orders, never meaning to hurt him. He even says Ned should be grateful because he was the one who sent Jinyang to raise him and paid for it. Thanks to that, Ned grew up training in martial arts in a hidden cave and became strong. Olden goes on, saying Ned can't understand how awful those times were. Kids from ruined families starved, were sold, or fell into worse hands. He insists he saved Ned from that fate and made him who he is, just as Ned attacks. Olden begs for one chance to talk. He warns Ned not to trust him, claiming he is fooling him. In the present, Ned walks outside Lindell Fortress, deep in thought. He had dismissed Olden as insane before, but now the pieces don't fit anymore. He remembers the protagonist once said he was trained as a shadow disciple in case anything happened to him. Then Ophelia's warning comes back to him. Jinyang's shadow disciple was a red-haired, yellow-eyed woman, one of the 12 apostles, and a user of Dragon King style. She looked so much like him that they could have been brother and sister. Now Ned starts questioning everything. Could his sister, the one he thought died, still be alive? Could she be the smiling woman, Jinyang's disciple? He doesn't know who's lying, or if he's just repeating old mistakes. More than anything, he wants the truth. Meanwhile, a brown-haired girl plays violin in the ballroom. Zephyr sits and talks with the man who suspected him. As the music continues, a priestess notes that it's the night sonata, the sign that the ballroom is closing for the night. The man shakes MC's hand and says they should drink together tomorrow. MC agrees. As they separate, the man chuckles to himself. He thinks is rare, strong, crafty, and sharp. He may look like a man in his 20s, but he carries the judgment and planning of someone far older. The man realizes that through their whole talk, the protagonist kept pulling useful information from him, without ever losing control. Lucius didn't just happen to find someone like that. The protagonist had to be chosen. Thinking that, he senses a change in power coming. The man is Philip, head of the Pilgrim Merchantry. He warns his son Edwin to be careful. Merchants don't have the safety nobles do. If they lose their money, they lose everything. And men like MC can ruin them without drawing a blade. Edwin asks if they should tell the princess that he seems unfit based on what they saw. Philip refuses. They can't let someone with that much promise slip away. They need to secure him before others catch on. Elise Brenta, the lead healer of the Temple Knights in Lindell's second parish, agrees. They need the very best, she says, so they must either recruit the protagonist or get rid of him. Meanwhile, Zephyr thinks over his situation. Everything he knows comes from his past life, what he saw, heard, and lived through. So of course, some people are still unknown to him, especially those who died before he ever met them back then. He thinks about Philip, leader of the Pilgrim Caravan, one of the continent's 3 biggest merchant groups. In the past, Philip got rich trading spices with the East and became famous as a backer of Altair, the so-called debauched princess. More than that, he was one of the 3 people who helped Altair shape humanity's future. In a memory, Philip advises Altair, even royalty can't do much without the right support. He says, with the Demon Lord worshippers' leader in her way, her dream could never happen, so she should act like she's wasting time on luxury while secretly building strength, and he'll fund it. Back in the present, MC thinks about why he's so high on the worshippers' target list. In his past life, after Ned ran off with the Dragonheart, the shadow disciple called the Smiling Woman killed Philip. He remembers that Edwin later took great care of Altair. If Philip lives this time, many people might survive the coming desert operation. That gives him 2 new goals: keep Philip Pilgrim alive, and stop the Smiling Woman before she strikes. But that won't be simple. She can take anyone's appearance, and never shows her real face, not even to him. When Zephyr walks into the room, he assumes Ned has returned, but he freezes in shock. Ned is sitting in a chair with a knife in his hand. When Ned looks up, Zephyr flinches and steps back. The reaction confuses him. He's stronger now, but that look in Ned's eyes drags him back to the cave, to the days when Ned beat him with that same stare. The protagonist acts normal, and tries not to show anything, though he can tell something is wrong. Ned says Ophelia caught him sneaking around the mansion, and told him she met someone who looked exactly like his sister. MC is thrown off. He doesn't remember Ned ever talking about a sister. Then he recalls Ned once said everyone in his family but his father died when he was young. Ned explains that for 13 years, he thought his sister died in a boat accident. Now he finds out she's still alive. Even worse, she's the shadow disciple of the Dragon King style. That hits Zephyr hard. He can't tell if Ned is being played or if he's testing him. For a second he wonders if Altair is behind this, but drops the idea right away. She wouldn't do that. Still, he knows he can't go on pretending to be the shadow disciple for much longer. Then a memory from his past life comes back. The Smiling Woman once grabbed his shirt and demanded to know who taught him that move. Later, she told him she lost most of her memories after an accident. Her adoptive parents found her on the shore, and her master saw right away that she had the warrior's bone structure innate gift. She also said that if her brother was like her, he probably had the same gift. She wanted to find him someday, and recover both her memories and her family. Even though she was Zephyr's enemy, she still told him all that. Now he remembers Jinyang saying the warrior's bone structure innate gift is rare, and runs in families. If one sibling has it, the other probably does too. That makes him suspect Jinyang and Olden Lasker worked together to wipe out Ned's family, take someone with that gift and throw them away once they were done. At the same time, Ned is struggling with what to think. He has no real reason to doubt Ophelia, but her story sounds too crazy to accept. He thinks about how trusting Olden Lasker ruined his father, and how trusting his own master nearly ruined him too. Now he's scared to trust anyone. Still, Zephyr feels different. Ned thinks about everything they've survived together. The fights, the near-death moments, the bond between them. Part of him wants to believe that bond is real. Needing an answer, he throws the knife and asks for just one reason to trust the protagonist. So MC finally tells him the truth. They were supposed to meet 3 months later. After stealing the dragon heart and running into the Silver Knight, Ned sensed an even bigger threat and fled, not just from a demon lord worshipper, but from the whole world. He ended up in the Canyon of Oblivion, one of the world's 8 deadliest quests, where his master's son betrayed him and he lost the dragon heart. While hiding in a cave at the bottom of a cliff, a temple slave searching for him found him. That slave was Zephyr. Ned taught him the Dragon King style because they had no other way to survive the canyon. One was hurt, and the other knew nothing. Ned quietly takes it all in. He goes on, saying that with Ned's help, he became the strongest human alive. Even then, he couldn't stop the end of the world or save anyone. So now he calls himself the last human, a failed hero, a man sent back with 10 years of future memories, and Ned's one and only disciple. He remembers Ned's plan from that old life. Ned had figured out how long Zephyr needed to train in the cave, based on how strong he had to become to escape the Canyon of Oblivion, and how much time Ned's body had left. What kept Ned going was survival and revenge, driving him through impossible odds. But they had to leave the cave earlier than planned. The protagonist remembers the fight with Ondor, the Lord of the Canyon, when Ned was badly hurt. He still regrets it. If he had been a little stronger, or trained a little longer, maybe things would have changed. Ned shoved him away to save him, giving up the revenge he'd waited so long for to protect someone who was nobody back then. They might have both made it out alive. At the very end, Ned showed one last hidden technique, one Zephyr never got to learn. Using the little strength he had left, he mixed it with magic and struck with his spear. MC can never forget his master's back in that moment. Now back in the present, he sits across from Ned, who is still trying to make sense of it all. It sounds impossible, but it also explains a lot. It explains the protagonist's strange strength, how much he knows, and why he can use divine items without being a priest. Ned starts to see that if the protagonist really came back from the future with a god's blessing, then everything fits. MC admits it sounds hard to believe, but says it's all true. He still keeps some things hidden, like his link to the smiling woman. He also knows he came to Ned with lies at first. Since he never expected Ned to believe a story like this, he tried to push suspicion onto the demon lord worshippers instead. Now all he wants is for Ned to stay alive and help him face the god of destruction again. Ned lowers his head and thinks, revenge wasn't the only reason he started down this path. He once thought he'd spend his whole life carrying his family's title and protecting their name. But after losing the title, the duty, and his family, he was left as nobody. Then his master took him in, gave him a new name, and gave his life direction. He remembers Jinjiang promising revenge if he proved useful, so Ned accepted every cruel order without complaint. Sure, there had to be a reason for it. To him, the tie between master and disciple felt like family, not by blood, but still real. Trusting that person felt natural. Now, looking back, he feels like he was just a piece on someone else's board. Ned says he used to hate himself, thinking he had wrecked his own life, but now he sees it wasn't meaningless. He did leave something behind. He puts a hand on Zephyr's shoulder, thanking him without words for avenging him in the old timeline, and standing beside him now. He thinks he really picked one hell of a disciple, a hero who came back in time to save the world. Then again, that's about right for someone trained by him. As he gets ready to go, Ned decides he won't carry this alone. This time, they'll move forward together. Later, the protagonist thinks the talk went well. Ned agrees to keep it secret. If too much about the future gets out, panic will spread, and right now that knowledge is one of their biggest advantages. The next morning, MC is called to a meeting with Philip and the others. There, Philip officially names them Princess Altair's permanent party members. It all moves fast and clean, just like MC expected from Altair's people. Since the princess can't meet them herself, Philip suggests they talk without her. Ned catches that word, unavailable, and wonders what's going on. He guesses it's because of the crystal spellbook. Unlike normal spellbooks, a crystal one pours its contents straight into the user's mind. That puts the body into a deep sleep, and stronger spells keep them asleep longer. Some people also get fevers or other side effects. He assumes a healer is with her, though that won't do much. This isn't a normal injury. Her recovery depends on how fast she can take in the magic. The protagonist hopes she pulls through. He had his own rough time in the dungeon, and now it's really her turn to endure one. The next few days fly by as everyone gets ready for the Blue Dragon raid. They gather supplies, tighten their plans, and get used to their new gear. In the middle of all that, Elise Brenta gives Zephyr a quick hug. He tells her not to make it long, and she says she won't. That lets him gain a new skill, Angel's Embrace. It's a healing skill that uses antenna-like sensors on the back to check someone's condition through contact, usually a hug. Then Elise locks him in magical chains so he won't move, and warns that if he does, she'll have to start over. While checking him, she casually comments on how muscular he is. Watching this, Ned gets uncomfortable, and suddenly decides he has somewhere to be. Philip stops him with a hand on his shoulder, and Ned awkwardly explains that every party member needs a health check before a raid. They can't risk anyone being sick. Elise doesn't let him escape. She says it's his turn next, and Ned quickly tries to slip away, politely refusing while searching for an exit. Right then, Ophelia walks in. She doesn't look impressed. She tells them the princess wants to see both of them. Zephyr immediately realizes Altair must be awake. As they head to her room, MC remembers that the dungeon princess Overmind is still sealed inside the magic crystal. Their last talk gave him a few important clues. Inside, Altair is awake in bed and looks fully alert. She greets them calmly, while Zephyr watches her closely, wondering if she knows anything about Ned. Sometime earlier, inside Altair's mind, the dungeon princess appeared and told her that 3 stars had aligned. That meant Altair's Median magic had reached level 3. She congratulated her and said she now had all the basic knowledge of metal magic. From here on, she would need to keep training, awaken more of her power, and level up. Each new level would add another star. The princess also said no one, not even her, had ever reached level 8, but she believed she could be the first. If she did, a gate to the stars would open. Altair agreed, though she was already feeling the strain of overusing her magic. Princess then said she would fall into a deep sleep. Because the magic flow was so overwhelming, Altair wouldn't remember any of this later. Before disappearing, the dungeon princess left one last message: trust him. In this life and the last one, he was doing all of this for her. Back in the present, Princess Altair slowly opens her eyes. As she touches her hair and tries to sit up, a priestess gently tells her to take it easy. She's been asleep for a full week. That shocks her. She faintly remembers someone telling her something important, but she can't bring the memory back. Not wanting to lose any more time, she asks to see Lord the protagonist right away. Lord the protagonist arrives later, clearly relieved that she's awake. Altair greets him and Ned, apologizing for meeting them, while still in her pajamas, because of her condition. Seeing Altair awake, MC quietly wonders how much Princess Overmind told her. If she learned anything important, it could change their bond. The Blue Dragon raid and the part Altair has to play. He starts to think Altair may have gained communion, the touch-based skill princesses use to read memories. He remembers the dungeon princess touching his hand and showing him her memories. If Altair can do that too, he won't need to explain everything, and it could keep her safer. So Zephyr steps up and holds out his hand to test it. Altair catches on right away. She says that when he gave her the mage crystal, she thought he was just trying to get on her good side and join the raid, but now she knows there was more to it. Still, she says she hasn't learned communion. It's an advanced skill, and she's only level 3, nowhere near her ancestor, who reached level 7. Reading memories is beyond her for now. Then she moves to the real issue, the plan they talked about a week ago. If he wants her help and her soldiers, he needs a solid way to beat the Blue Dragon, and he has no more than 3 weeks. She tells him to explain his plan. Zephyr agrees, but first asks if she's eaten. This is going to be a long talk, and he'd rather not have it on an empty stomach. Then, to everyone's surprise, he brings out hundreds of strategy scrolls. A few days later, the group finishes getting ready for the Blue Dragon raid. They leave with knights and healers from Lindal, while the protagonist brings his silver key and a full inventory. To hide their real mission, Altair spread word that she was just out traveling and shopping. At the same time, a maid dressed up as the spoiled princess rides in a fancy carriage to keep the act going and make it seem like Altair never left. As they move on, MC figures the Demon Lord worshippers are starting to doubt each other. He erased every trace of the Dragonheart's power from the Third Parish on purpose, throwing them into confusion. By now, he thinks the higher-ups are still trying to understand why Lucius shut himself away. If they're lucky, that chaos will buy them a month or two, but not longer. So Zephyr knows they need to stay hidden and move fast. Their first goal is clear: raid the Blue Dragon and lock in an alliance. Even so, he decides not to tell Altair everything yet. Her memories still haven't returned, and she has no idea he's from the future. Ned warned him about that too. If the protagonist suddenly says they were lovers in a past life, she'd think he'd lost his mind. Right now, she barely knows him. Ned also pointed out that Altair already seems to trust him, maybe because of some touch-related skill, and told him not to ruin that fragile trust. MC knows Ned is right. He can't pretend the past doesn't matter, but he has to bring it up carefully. Still, he keeps wondering why Altair trusted him so quickly. Maybe because Lucius introduced them, or maybe because of their past life, after she'd already lost several people close to her. As the trip goes on, Edwin says they've reached the Danakil Plains, the biggest farming region on the continent. He adds that he and his father both came from here. Ned says he came here once as a kid, and still remembers the endless golden fields. That image impresses everyone, until they open the carriage window. What greets them is ruin, homes are broken, and the land is scorched and dying. When they get out, Ned quietly says things are worse than he expected. Philip explains it started 3 years ago, when the blue dragon first appeared. Altair adds that even the kingdom's best healers couldn't cleanse the soil. In only 3 years, 80% of the farmland is gone. Zephyr judges that the last 20% won't survive another year. The only reason anything remains, he thinks, is the river's rare healing power. He knows they're almost out of time. If they fail now, they won't just lose the fields, they'll lose everything. When the caravan arrives, a guard greets them. Philip says they brought food and asks how things are inside. The guard says the situation is bad. Altair explains that the place is being used as a temporary aid station for farmers driven out by the poisoned land. She adds that they're waiting to join up with soldiers from the Lord of Danikil, but the front still doesn't have enough supplies. For now, she suggests staying here to regroup and organize. Zephyr agrees. He goes to a room where Lord Matthias Grimmer lies unconscious, and a priest nearby fills him in. Matthias Grimmer is a knight from the Lord's castle. During patrol, he ran into a monster, killed it, and was badly hurt in the fight. Looking closer, he sees Matthias Grimmer's skin has turned dark purple, a clear sign. The blue dragon's poison has spread through him. He knows the signs at once, whether it came from poisoned water or a creature from the dragon's nest. The outcome is the same. The poison can't be cleansed. Even the best healers can only dull the pain while the victim slowly dies. Altair says she knows Matthias Grimmer. He's a skilled, reliable knight, and she thinks he may be one of Danikil's reinforcements. The protagonist says that's probably true. He then asks how safe the station is, since they'll soon be working with these troops. Altair says it can be secured if necessary, and he seems satisfied. Even though the dragon's poison is deadly, Zephyr already has a way to fight it, using poison against poison through his needle skill. He remembers that Fade only finished making these poisons near the end of his last life, and most of the ingredients were extremely rare. This one, for instance, uses the blood of Asmodeus, the 32nd Dragon Lord. It was made to melt flesh from the inside, but with careful use in healing magic, it can burn out other poisons and quickly restore the body. Zephyr tells the priest exactly what to do. After each needle, wait 3 seconds, then cast a recovery spell. The priest agrees. Watching closely, Altair thinks about how poison can either kill or heal depending on how it's used. She wonders if this might really work on the blue dragon's toxin, especially when nothing else has. Then her mana sense catches someone coming. A moment later, Regulus Danikil arrives with several knights. As commander of the Scarecrow Knights and the Lord's oldest son, he carries real authority. He warmly greets Philip, and Philip greets him back. Regulus says he read Philip's letter to his father about moving the raid up. Since they've known each other a long time, he feels he should share something important. He says someone has fooled him. According to the official plan, the Blue Dragon raid wasn't meant to happen for another year, only after the Holy One of Light found the dragon's heart. Regulus explains that he had spies in the Third Parish, and they've reported that the whole place is locked down. Lucius hasn't appeared in days, stays shut in his room, and only sends out requests for more troops. To him, that sounds very suspicious. Philip lets out a small laugh, says Regulus is right to be careful, and reminds him that his father already promised reinforcements. Then he asks whether Regulus came by choice or under orders. Before answering, Regulus suddenly changes course and orders the aid station closed. But before he can finish, a scream bursts out from a nearby house. Regulus rushes over and finds Lord Matthias Grimmer inside, coughing up blood with needles stuck in his body. He instantly notices they're poison needles and draws his sword, demanding answers. When his gaze lands on Zephyr, suspicion flares, and he orders him away from Matthias Grimmer. Before things can get worse, Ophelia charges in and kicks Regulus, stopping him cold. Blood runs from his nose as he asks if she's Princess Altair's bodyguard, and why she's getting involved. Then Altair steps in and says she heard everything through her mana perception. She says Regulus has reason to worry, but he has no right to threaten her raid party or interfere with its members. Pulling off her cloak, Altair formally reveals herself as Princess Altair Justina Cayenne, of the Kingdom of Cayenne. She makes it clear the letter sent to his father was not some merchant's request, it was a royal command. Realizing what he's done, Regulus bows at once and says it's an honor to see her again. At the same time, Matthias Grimmer, now stable, reaches for Zephyr's hand and thanks him from the heart, asking how he could ever repay him. Regulus apologizes too, admitting he didn't know MC was trying to save one of their best knights. MC accepts it and notes to himself that Regulus owns his mistakes, a good sign, and one that means harsher action won't be needed. Then Altair brings up their academy days, and he realizes the two of them were classmates. She says other students were scared of Regulus because he was so strict and serious. Even so, he was great at spotting things others missed, and that helped his team beat even the strongest groups, including hers. Altair goes on to say that now, as junior earl and leader of the Scarecrow Knights, Regulus is still careful and sharp, and she respects that. Speaking as the Grand Duchess of Lindal, she shares what she calls a secret, known only to her closest ally. She declares that Lord Zephyr received a divine message from the goddess Arya and was chosen to save both the Holy One and the world from a coming disaster. Both Regulus and the protagonist are left stunned. Altair keeps going, saying Demon Lord worshippers had started slipping into their raid party, but the goddess stepped in. Because of that, MC received the dragon heart and the duty to protect them. Then she shows a letter, claiming it's from Lucius, and that it proves his holy mission. From now on, she says, everyone must follow him as if they were obeying the goddess herself. Deeply moved, Regulus vows to serve Altair and back the protagonist with all his strength. Zephyr, meanwhile, almost laughs. He knows the letter is fake, but Altair sells the lie so perfectly that he can't help admiring her. Without thinking, he taps her on the head, a familiar habit from their past lives that slips out on its own. While the two of them stay wrapped up in their own moment, a bespectacled mage watches them from nearby. The people at the aid station quickly accept MC as their leader, but that also puts more on his shoulders. He warns them his acupuncture only slowed the poison. In a few days it'll spread again, unless they make a real cure, and the ingredients are close by. Soon the group arrives at the Great Fall Forest of Elfin, an untouched land in northwestern Alsan. Ned is shocked the forest is still untouched after all the ruined farmland they passed. Even Zephyr is impressed by its size. It's bigger than several territories put together. Altair says the forest feels strange because it's packed with mana. Horses can't go much farther past the nearby town, since the pressure makes them panic. Philip Pilgrim nervously suggests leaving the supplies outside. He disagrees. With the smiling woman still wandering the outer lands, they're safer in the forest. He briefly wishes he could hide everyone inside the Silver Key. The angel once told him it could store people too. But there was a catch. The last owner tried it, and when he brought someone back out, that person had gone insane, screaming like a beast. Curious, Altair asks how staying in the Silver Key could break someone's mind. Zephyr doesn't answer. He decides it's better to keep everyone close where he can protect them, and for a moment he wonders if he even needs the Silver Key anymore. Altair explains that the nearby forest town once held around 50 people from the Danakil territory. Now it's a frontline base, and the rest of the raid party is already there. She says they should head there first, and the protagonist agrees. Still, he suddenly feels something odd, like someone is watching from the woods. When Altair asks what's wrong, Zephyr says there's something he wants to check first. Altair remembers the last message from the forest town came 2 days ago by carrier pigeon, while they were still at the aid station. Daisy adds that the magic tower set up a device there to release red smoke if anything went wrong. Altair's guard says she already checked for ambushes and shapeshifters and found nothing. Regulus is confident their current force can handle whatever comes. MC isn't convinced. He remembers an elf from his past life calling this homeland a place full of old, pointless stories. But whenever things got truly bad, that same elf always revealed more. By now Zephyr understands the truth. The Great Fall Forest may look beautiful, but it's deadly, a place that draws people in and swallows them whole. Back in the present, he quietly tells Ned to move up front and guard the caravan. Ned gives a quick nod and takes the lead. As they continue, Altair points to the thick brush marking the forest entrance. She explains a magical security device used to be placed deeper inside, past the town. Somehow, it's been moved here. Then a voice rises from the bushes, forming a monstrous face that warns the humans to leave. Zephyr tightens his grip on the key. 2 days is plenty of time for the town to have fallen. He draws the Graham sword and says the enemy has had long enough to take over the bases. Then he demands to know what happened to the people from the remote village. Before the creature can answer, Altair gets down and tells everyone to hold. She steps forward, calls the figure the president of the forest, and introduces herself. They came in peace, she says, and want to talk. The creature fires back. If this is peace, why bring an army? He says they already sent several warnings by pigeon, then calls her the human princess, and blames her brother for ruining any chance at peace. He reminds her that her brother once offered a truce. Both sides would build a town and a sentry post on opposite sides of the river. No contact, no meddling, no fighting. That silence was supposed to be sealed with a rare item as proof of trust. Now, he says, intruders will get only death. The roots start moving, and the whole party braces. A second later, the roots burst out and fling everyone aside. As the fight breaks out, Zephyr thinks about the elves, long-lived people with pointed ears and a natural bond with magic. For more than 2,000 years they've lived in this forest, using its life force to shape special magic and turn the land itself into a fortress. The creature warns them one last time, leave now or die. Regulus Danakil tries to steady the group, but then he steps on some berries that explode underfoot. Altair clearly isn't impressed, but then she notices a strange glow shooting toward her from the bushes. The attack comes from a watchtower, where elf gatekeepers monitor the forest and control its magic plants. Seeing the beam hit the princess, the elves cheer and mock her, until they realize someone blocked it. Zephyr steps in with his dragon cape and a light barrier, shielding Altair from the blast. The nearby warriors are stunned by how strong the barrier is, and even praise the healer who helped make it. He turns and asks Altair if she's hurt. She says she's fine and thanks him, then wonders if the gatekeeper elves are just obeying orders. One of the watching elves is shaken that the humans survived. Zephyr stays calm. No magic tool is going to stop him. With his team behind him, he steps forward and uses dragon tongue to order the elves to open the gate. As he speaks, that same unsettling gaze brushes past him again, most likely from the central watchtower hidden in a giant tree. When the gate opens, one elf blurts out in confusion, asking what just happened. The protagonist rushes in, knocks out 2 guards, and grabs a young-looking elf girl. She seems young, but he can tell she's probably over 100. He jokes that sometimes people talk better after a hit, but she angrily tells him to let go. Then he notices something strange. Her eyes aren't how he remembers them. Before he can ask about it, someone attacks, and Zephyr throws the girl aside to defend himself. She yells that he almost got her killed, and tells the attacker to control his strength. It's another elf with a bow, and while she starts giving him orders, MC recognizes him. It's Dariel, the divine archer, one of the greatest archers on the 10 continents. As the girl speaks, Dariel calmly states the distance to his target, 0.63 miles, and readies his shot. Then he suddenly unleashes an attack. Back with Altair's group, nobody can tell where it's coming from. Daisy reacts fast, and uses Grea's eye to send out long-range scouting golems, some to help Zephyr, another to trace the attack. To her surprise, it isn't a spell at all. It's an arrow fired from over half a mile away with insane accuracy. Back at the clearing, the arrow is about to hit him, but he knocks it aside with his sword. It still slices his arm, and he casually says it was a decent shot. The little elf girl doesn't believe he blocked it on purpose, but once she sees the wound, she figures he won't hold out much longer. She tells Dariel to use a stronger skill and promises to support him. Dariel agrees and fires off Crimson Meteor. Now his arrows move 3 times faster and hit far harder. Zephyr knows language enchantment won't save him here. It takes too long to use. Dodging is dangerous too, since the shockwaves could hit his allies. With no better option, he decides to stop holding back and fight at full power. The moment he transforms, Ned can only stare. To most people, Zephyr looks slow, his sword swing almost lazy, but it all happens in less than a second. His blade traces a dragon shape that surges into the sky. The protagonist's strike crashes into the meteor and sets off a huge explosion. Watching this, Ned thinks about the Dragon King style. He always believed the name was just about beauty and flow. Now he's starting to think it has a real link to dragons. The little elf girl stares in shock. Zephyr doesn't seem fully human to her anymore, more like a dragon wearing a human body. She can't imagine how they're supposed to beat someone like that, especially after all they already lost to the blue dragon. A memory flashes through her mind, crying beside her mother's bed over everything their family had lost. Back in the present, she lowers her head and surrenders. They won't fight anymore. Then she asks if Zephyr is really human or something else. Either way, she'll give him anything he wants if he helps them. While she begs, the others start making their way over to them. MC, though, has already chosen to help. Inside, the elf elder takes Matthias Grimmer's hand, shocked that the knight is still standing after being poisoned by the blue dragon. Some poison remains, but he's never seen a detoxifier this strong. Regulus Danakil is still worried. Matthias Grimmer isn't fully recovered, and walking around want help. But Matthias Grimmer insisted on coming. He wanted to prove the antidote worked, risk or not. To Regulus, that kind of grit is what makes a real knight. The elf elder introduces himself as Heron, a high elf elder, then points out the 2 high elves Zephyr fought before, Dariel on his left, and Kiara. He remembers that high elves belong to the ruling class. Their unusual pupils often show they were born with rare magic. He also notices Kiara feels different from the one he knew in his past life, more mature now. Still, elf ages are hard to judge. Maybe she's about to hit a growth phase, though with elves, that's never easy to tell. Heron says the Tree of Life must have guided Zephyr to them, calling it lucky they met someone who might truly help. Ever since their truce with Prince Polaris, the elves have stayed deep in the forest and away from the outside world. Heron adds that the protagonist is only the second human they've ever allowed inside. The first one risked everything to enter the forest and save the elves from a deadly poison. That makes MC think of someone from his past, Fade, the Viper. But Heron explains that Fade had come looking for lost companions. He believes a friend of a friend can be trusted, and that means they may be able to help each other. That makes Zephyr think of the rivers in the great forest of Elfin. They once carried the Lake of Vitality's healing power through the woods. The elves thrived on that blessing, and the Tree of Life grew by drawing on the lake's energy. One branch of that water also reached the Danakil Plains, making it the richest farmland in human territory. Then the blue dragon nested in the lake. Its water turned poisonous, and that rot spread through the rivers into the forest. Now the elves are in danger, and the nearby human lands are starting to suffer too. A few days earlier at Lindal Fortress, his group met to plan the attack. Edwin laid out a raid on the blue dragon's nest, using both their team and Danakil's forces. The key, he said, was getting the elves on their side, though he wasn't sure that would happen. Princess Altair pressed him on that, asking why he sounded so unsure. Edwin told her he wasn't doubting her abilities. What worried him was how the elves would react. They were in a bad spot, so they might agree to work together, but the elves weren't the real problem. According to Edwin, the harder part would be convincing the people of Danakil. He explains that people far from the elven border treat elves like fairy tale beings, but those who live near their lands see them very differently. To them, elves are dangerous, more like wild animals than neighbors. As time passed, that fear and anger turned into open conflict. Edwin goes on to say that 4 years ago, a year before the Blue Dragon appeared, 2 high elves called the Scarlet Moon and the Black Moon entered Danakil territory. That made things even worse. They claimed any land touched by water from the Lake of Vitality belonged to the elves, and since that water feeds Danakil's fields, they said the plains were theirs too. There was even a time the elves almost took the land by force. Then Prince Polaris arrived with the Temple Knights and led the counterattack. The battle turned after the Golden Dragon appeared. The elves were driven back, and the humans secured a truce. A year later, the farmland was poisoned. That was when the Lord of Danakil and Regulus, Danakil realized they had no choice but to work with the elves. They also had to stop rumors claiming the elves had poisoned the land out of revenge. So Danakil's leaders weren't just planning the raid, they were also trying to calm their own side. Edwin admitted it might still be too early to move. Princess Altair just laughed and said he was looking at it the wrong way. To her, this was exactly why the plan could work. What looked like a disaster was actually a rare chance. She told him to stop focusing only on the problems in front of them and think about the bigger goal. Back in the present, Zephyr treats a poisoned elf and remembers a small favor he once did for one of Fade's old guildmates. In return, that person taught him about poison crafting and acupuncture. He sticks with that story, and after hearing it, Elder Heron, Kira, and Dariel start to trust him a little more. Kira stares as the antidote works, then quietly says the protagonist may even be better at this than Fade. MC explains that this poison is much rarer. A recipe exists, but no one has ever made it before. He's the first. He even suspects the real formula hasn't been created yet, and won't exist until Fade invents it later. That makes him wonder how Kira knows Fade so well. Before long, Kira says Fade would want to meet all of them, and asks where his master is. He says he can't tell her. He claims his master and Fade were both part of an assassin guild called Persephone, but it was destroyed by betrayal. Until he knows whether Fade can still be trusted, he won't say anything else. Kira accepts that and says she also has things she can't share for the same reason. Then Dariel reveals that Fade already came here a year ago. After hearing rumors about the poisoned land, he contacted an old guildmate and started looking into it. As soon as Dariel says that, Kira tries to stop him, which only annoys him. He casually lifts her up and calls her out while they argue. Watching them, Elder Heron thinks about how far things have fallen. For the past year, the poisoned elves have only stayed alive because Fade left behind tiny doses of deadly poison. Now that supply is almost gone. Heron remembers the cruel choices they had to make, deciding who got treatment and who was left to die. To him, Zephyr's arrival feels like a miracle. Without help, the elves might have fallen into civil war. Now, for the first time in a while, he sees hope. The protagonist can not only counter the dragon's poison, but he may even be as strong as Dariel, or stronger. If they can secure his full help, Heron believes they might recover the queen's last sealed box from deep inside the poisoned lands. 3 years earlier, a powerful elf woman got hold of one of the last sealed boxes hidden in the 12 Towers. She declared that with it, they finally had enough power to build a new kingdom. Elder Heron questioned her. Did she really plan to abandon both the kingdom and the queen? He reminded her the queen had once risked everything to hold back the Blue Dragon and save them. She only mocked that idea. She asked him to look around. Did any of this look like victory? Then she tore into the queen, saying she had never been strong enough to rule. She said the queen had been weak and sickly, even before the poison spread, and she failed to stop the Scarlet Moon and Black Moon from seizing the army. A real queen, she claimed, would have used mind control from the start. Done following a fool, she said she'd lead anyone willing to join her. The Scarlet Moon and Black Moon had taught her a lesson. Even after losing the war and destroying towers, they escaped with sealed boxes. Their betrayal showed her what power looked like. As she left, she told Heron to enjoy what was left of a dying kingdom. Still, she said he'd be welcome in the new realm if he ever changed his mind. Then she laughed and walked away. After that, Heron admitted to himself he hadn't stayed out of loyalty to the queen. He stayed because he lacked the power to take control without a sealed box. Looking back, he believes he chose the wrong side. He once thought about raising Dariel as an ally because the boy had real talent. But Dariel is too loyal. He would never betray his mother, the queen. If Dariel learned Heron planned to leave once he got a sealed box, he'd lock him up without a second thought. That's why Heron sees this crisis as a rare chance. As the Elder guides Zephyr and Altair through the main building, he says the dragon has to die, not only for the elves but for humans too. He truly supports that, but admits most high elves have already abandoned their posts. Only a few strong fighters are left, and even they are barely hanging on. He also reveals that a few days ago he sent scouts across the river to look for places the elves might move to. Those scouts captured prisoners in a nearby forest town. though he insists they were treated well and will be freed soon. For now, Heron keeps up the alliance, while hiding what he really wants. Inwardly, he's thinking about the tower holding the last sealed box. The poison there is too severe for anyone to approach, but MC can neutralize it. Heron believes he can get MC to retrieve the box, and once he has it, he plans to claim the throne and make himself king. Elsewhere, Edwin reports that the elf elder agreed to cooperate. Now that their poisoned people have been saved, more elves are starting to back the alliance too. At the same time, the people of Danakil eagerly follow Princess Altair's preaching and her devotion to the goddess of light. Philip finds that strange and asks why they worship the goddess so strongly. His son explains that she has watched over them since ancient times. Philip still isn't fully convinced, but lets it go since things seem to be working out. Even so, with a faint smirk, he quietly warns Edwin to stay sharp. Trouble is coming. Nearby, Melia from the magic tower is getting more and more annoyed. She already hates being sent to a remote, filthy place like this, especially one where nobody can even bathe. Worse, she can't stand Altair. With murder in her eyes, Melia asks Daisy if she's found any weakness in Altair yet, and wonders if now is the time to kill her. Meanwhile, in the southern metropolis, the fake Altair signs a petition to move ahead with the Thorn Mountain clearing project alongside the Architectural Guild. The crowd cheers. She acts excited about turning the mountains into farmland, then asks to be excused so she can keep working. While the real Altair handles the mission, her double stays focused on pushing the project ahead. But Demon Lord worshippers are hidden among the crowd, ready to sabotage it. Still, that doesn't matter. The project was only a cover for the real plan. Zephyr knows that if anyone digs too deeply, they'll eventually realize Altair is a fake. Luckily, the Demon Lord worshippers seem busy with problems of their own, especially with one seat among the 12 apostles still empty. That gives them the perfect chance to act. Back in the forest, Kiara leads the group to a magical plant called Flora, which can create food and water when given the right coded command. Now though, the poison has made it malfunction. Instead of helping, it has become a monster-producing plant wrapped in toxic mist. That leaves the elves terrified for their village. The poison has already forced them away from the forest center, and if it spreads any farther, they could lose their home. Dariel recalls that Zephyr only helped slow the poison. His mother took the worst of it and has suffered for 3 years, so they have to keep defending the village. Following his lead, the group gets ready to fight the monsters and collect their magic stones. The mages, Altair's guards, and Ned hit back hard and keep the swarm from breaking through. Once the attack is over, Dariel calls Zephyr to a meeting and thanks him for protecting the village and easing the poison. He admits he never expected humans to help them. Even so, Dariel explains that the 2 items the protagonist wants are vital to keeping the village safe from more poison, so he can't give them up. That answer sets MC off. He tells Dariel he needs those ingredients to make medicine for his mother. If he cures her, he'll restore the lake and the tree of life, and those same materials will grow back on their own. To drive it home, Zephyr throws up a middle finger and swears he'll kill the dragon like he said. So what else does Dariel want from him? Dariel still can't fully trust him. He doubts he can really kill the dragon, and says the village would be swallowed by poison almost at once without those ingredients. As the last High Elf warrior still able to fight, Dariel believes protecting their home is his job alone. Zephyr warns him this is their only shot. No one else is coming for the blue dragon or the queen. Humans are useless now, and he's even using his own blood to make an antidote, yet Dariel still won't trust him. Moving in closer, the protagonist tells him to wake up. This isn't the time to hold back. They need total commitment. Fed up, Dariel says they'll settle it in a fight. The moment he attacks, a bright light shoots upward. Altair is stunned they'd go all out in such a tight space, but the 2 disappear into the dust. Inside it, Dariel fires his strongest shot to prove his point. Even that can't get through Zephyr's dragon scales. Dariel wants to beat the dragon too, but deep down he knows it may be impossible. When MC sees tears in his eyes, he tells him to stand up. Then, to everyone's shock, Zephyr snaps Dariel's bow in half and calls it worthless. Before it turns cruel, he says he'll make something better, and jokes that Dariel should save his tears because the new weapon will bring even more. But Kiara starts crying, saying they can't just give up the bow when they're already low on firepower. She blurts out that it's a hero-grade weapon, shocking Philip and the others. Elise checks it and confirms it's real, hero grade, the 2nd highest rank. Since it belongs to Dariel, she says it could sell for 50,000 gold, and Philip is left rattled. Dariel calmly says 50,000 would be cheap. The price means nothing to him, because his own hesitation caused this. That bow once protected the town from contamination, but now he's more interested in what Zephyr can make, especially after hearing he has rare materials. Part of Dariel wonders if he means the branch from the Tree of Life, but he quickly dismisses it, thinking it's too small to make a real bow. Later, in the main hall, Dariel grants Zephyr's request, and gives him a cup of water of vitality and a young branch from the Tree of Life. As the protagonist looks at the glowing water, he realizes death left him numb. Almost nothing moves him anymore, yet this water still stirs something in him. Right before he drinks it, Dariel warns that it's their last cup. Still, He believes that if the raid works, they'll take the Lake of Vitality and have plenty more. Zephyr confidently reassures them, then downs the water of vitality in one gulp. At once, glowing energy bursts through his body. To his excitement, it links with his effectiveness perk and boosts the water's power even more. In that state, he uses dragonification and mana flow right away. He knows he needs more power. This dragon raid will be far worse than the princess raid. They'll have to fight inside a huge poison zone. And at the center waits the dragon, the king of beasts. Zephyr knows a normal human can't face that monster. To have any chance, he must strengthen his dragon heart, and this water is the key. Altair sees the danger at once. The dragon heart should be strengthened slowly, but they don't have time for that now. So she casts Moirai, a spell named after the three goddesses of fate, to steady and adjust MC's mana while he meditates. Carefully, Altair starts combining his mana, the water of vitality, and the power of the dragon heart. She guides all of it into his core. Then Zephyr's body jerks as the power surges, and cracks begin forming under the strain. Seeing him break down, Elise quickly uses healing magic to keep him stable. At the same time, he pushes past the dragon heart's usual 5% limit. The power keeps rising, while Altair keeps adjusting the flow, until the dragon heart suddenly starts resisting the fusion. The process begins to fail. Because of that, the protagonist's dragon heart power starts dropping and threatens to erase all their progress. Ned stays beside him, helping guide the wild energy rushing through his body. Even with the pressure building, no one breaks focus. Then the whole room explodes in blinding light. When it clears, Dariel can only stare as Zephyr stands there as a half-human, half-dragon hybrid. The group finally exhales, smiling in relief. They pulled it off. In this new form, MC's dragon heart reaches 10%, with a brief jump to 19. It's still nowhere near his past life's strength, but he's getting closer. Now that the others have done their part, Zephyr decides it's his turn. He casually asks Dariel for a towel, and to everyone's surprise, bites down on it, saying it's time to repay them by getting material for Dariel's weapon. Then he lifts a claw and rips a dragon scale from his own arm. Dariel just stares, shocked by how little he hesitates. He explains that the scale can be turned into dragon skin, strong enough for a bow and arrows that can pierce a dragon's hide. He may only be at 19% of his real power, but the scale itself is still incredibly strong. In the right hands, it can become a weapon that can truly hurt the Dragon King. After that, the elven blacksmith drops the mana stones into a boiling pot and explains they'll need more top-grade materials to make a top-tier weapon. He starts cooking the extra components too, including their prized mana alloy, clear gold. Once everything is prepared, the last and most important step begins, the fusion. For that, Altair activates her magic circle skill to boost every spell inside its range. The boost strengthens Zephyr's dragonification, so he can control his energy better. Using that power and his language enhancement skill, the protagonist commands the materials to join together perfectly. When the fusion finishes, a violent blast bursts from the center. As the light dies down, a new weapon appears, a black dragon longbow with dragonbone arrows. Time passes, and only 2 weeks remain before the raid. Humans and elves both train, stock supplies, and strengthen their forces. As leader, Zephyr lays out the army's structure as 2 special teams. Ned is put in charge of training, and though the burden is heavy, he accepts it without wavering. MC also makes the mission clear. To reach the dragon, they must cut through endless monsters and get to a point 1 mile east of the Lake of Vitality in less than 10 days. Under his direction, the troops gather supplies and tighten their plans. They also collect mana stones to build golems that will protect them on the march. The mages handle the golem work. Those mana stones are used everywhere, building shelters, making weapons, and most of all powering magic circles. The circles work as traps, defend the base, and create temporary safe zones. Altair explains that a circle made with a branch from the Tree of Life can block the poison fields, and she says she's already placed several along the cleared routes. The blacksmith also relies on mana stones to meet the demands of forging Zephyr's rare weapons. Meanwhile, he keeps training non-stop. Even after improving dragonification, he can only hold it for 10 minutes. The power keeps spreading through his body even when it's inactive, and each use makes it stronger. He knows he has to keep pushing if he wants any chance against the dragon. Before the raid, he wants to hold 19% power for at least 28 minutes. Without that, he knows they can't win. He also needs more strength to forge the extra weapons the raid will require, so he keeps pushing body and mind to the limit. Then the final night before the raid arrives, the scouts, supplies, defenses, and troops are all ready, and Zephyr orders everyone to rest and prepare for what's coming. As the tired soldiers head off, the protagonist and his closest allies gather in their tent and quietly eat warm steaks together. Ned stares as MC tears through his meal like he hasn't eaten in days. After finishing, he gets up without a word and steps out of the tent. Altair quickly follows, saying she's tired and heading to rest. Ophelia starts after her too, but Ned catches her by the arm and reminds her they still need to spar. She snaps that she never agreed to that, but Ned drags her toward the training area anyway. As Altair heads for Zephyr's tent, She thinks about how much changed after he came into her life. Since his arrival, things that felt impossible started happening. She remembers the ridicule she faced when she first announced the dragon raid. The letters she sent to nobles and foreign rulers all came back rejected, and even the other parishes refused to help. Her own brother warned that one wrong move could get her accused of conspiracy, and even the adventurers wanted no part of it. In the end, all she had was her small team. Then Zephyr appeared, and one by one, those impossible problems began to disappear. Maybe others would call it luck or fate, but Altair never believed in either. Still thinking about it all, she arrives at the protagonist's tent and doesn't hesitate. She steps inside and kisses him. MC goes still, then realizes she used the Kiss of Darkness, a spell that forces the target to tell the truth. When he tries to ask what's wrong, she quiets him and says this isn't the time for questions. Instead, she reminds him the blue dragon raid she's worked toward for so long is finally happening because of him. At first, she never trusted him and kept watching him in secret. But as he kept doing everything he promised, doubting him got harder and harder. Even so, one thing still bothers her. No one strips off their own dragon scales every day without a serious reason. She leans closer and asks if he's hiding something. If he has another goal or some secret plan, now is the time to say it. Her eyes glow steadily as she leans in and asks the real question, who sent him? As the Kiss of Darkness takes hold, Zephyr says he came on his own, and everything he's done was for her. Altair is shaken by the answer, and the spell confirms it's true, so she asks him to explain. He pulls her in gently, and tells her she once died for him, and he went back in time to change that ending. Altair freezes, torn between disbelief and fear. She summons her dark hand, grabs his arm, and demands the truth. Zephyr stays calm. He knows she already gets it. The spell proved he isn't lying. As a user of Median magic, she'd know right away if the spell worked, and this time it did. Holding her hand tight, the protagonist thinks he'd been waiting for this. He knew she'd use the spell sooner or later, and it was the only way to make her believe him, at least until she learns communion. He leans in and tells her to ask anything she wants, but now that she knows the truth, Altair feels even more shaken. The silence hangs between them until Zephyr gently pulls her in and kisses her. Outside, Melia is getting more and more fed up with golem duty. She complains to Daisy, saying Altair is just pushing them around and treating them like toys. Daisy calmly reminds her that even if Lord Danakil hired them, their real employer is Princess Altair. That only makes Melia more annoyed, and she openly says she can't stand Altair. She's disliked her since their academy days. Melia stayed up every night studying, while Altair always looked calm and effortless. To Melia, Altair acted above everyone else and used her status and connections to win respect, even from teachers. Daisy lets her vent, but she can tell that despite all the complaining, Altair has handled things pretty well so far. Honestly, Daisy suspects Melia's anger comes more from feeling inferior than anything Altair actually did. Still, she needs to calm her down before she does something stupid. So Daisy tells her that if she does well on this mission, she's in line to become an exclusive sorceress. That catches Melia off guard. Daisy explains both dukes asked for a sorceress at their courts, but no one has fit the role yet, and from what she's seen, Melia does. If she proves herself in the dragon raid, her future is set. That's all Melia needs to hear. Her attitude changes, and with fresh resolve she goes back to work. Neither of them notices Heron hiding nearby. After they leave, he walks over to the golems and starts writing new commands onto their control plates. Since golems obey whatever is written directly on them, Heron uses that rule to alter the runes so they'll answer only to him. The next morning, war drums roll through the camp as everyone takes their positions. They all know what today could cost. Some of them will die, their bodies reduced to dust, while for others, this could change everything. Once the formation is set, Princess Altair orders Zephyr's powerboat brought out. The group begins their chants, praying and pouring power into their own abilities. As Altair helps them, her thoughts drift back to what MC told her yesterday, the bloodshed ahead, and worse, having to watch it happen herself. He'd spoken with quiet resolve, promising that this time he'd do better, and when it was all over, he'd finally take what he wanted. Remembering that Altair calls on her star power, using her magic to strengthen Zephyr, she recalls him saying that after all this, he plans to give her the throne, and hopes to stand beside her, not just as an ally, but as her king. Then a flash of light bursts across the field. He appears in full dragonification, and the blue dragon raid begins. Their force has 225 people. Healers and long-range fighters like Melia and Dariel stay in the backline, along with support units like Altair and the other mages. Ned and Ophelia guard the rear, making 224 members behind the one man at the front. Leading the vanguard is Zephyr, ready to charge first. The moment it starts, he launches into the air and rushes ahead. He knows the formation is strange, even risky, but it's their best chance to clear the raid. As he nears the lake, the dragon poison grows thicker. That's why everyone else stays back, away from the worst of it. Zephyr is different. With the Gold Tears potion, his boost spell and dragonification, he has enough resistance to fight inside the poison zone. He's the only one who really can. When huge monsters block his path, the protagonist uses electric acceleration and slams straight into them. With Graham in hand and his dragon claws ready, he swings with brutal force and cuts through most of them in one hit. As he breaks through, he realizes he's close to the lake and can't waste time on weak monsters. Without stopping, he summons golems from his inventory and sets down tombstones that spread mana waves in a small area, pulling monsters away and keeping them from slowing him down. He places one every 100 meters. Together they form a mana road. It lets magic from the main camp travel all the way to the front, even if it's weaker by the end. The team also boosts the golems and controls them remotely through the tombstones. Even in the middle of the raid, Daisy seems oddly excited. Altair finally approved her thesis. The magic tower called it too expensive, but that approval gives Daisy a big lift. Kira is focused too. She sends a Cyclops to support Zephyr as a scout, letting them share attack coordinates in real time. But the second they see the corrupted Tree of Life, the poisoned lake and the dragon, that confidence disappears. Something feels wrong compared to 3 years ago. Back then, the dragon reacted the moment it sensed anyone nearby. Now it stays completely still, and that silence feels worse than a roar. They remember Zephyr pointing out how strange it was for a territorial dragon to stay in one spot, even with intruders all over the forest. That thought hits Kira again. Then she realizes what they all missed. What if the dragon came to the lake for a reason? Meanwhile, MC gets close to the dragon and feels relieved. Just as he expected, it stays quiet, which matters because he already burned precious dragonification time getting there. He uses the time he has left at once, summoning black dragon chains and fastening them to a thick branch near the Tree of Life as an anchor. Then he rushes straight at the sleeping dragon. He already told the others what he believes. This dragon isn't really poison type. The last blue dragon was recorded 600 years ago, yet this one lies in a healing lake while poisoning everything around it. That contradiction always bothered Zephyr, so he charges in and deliberately wakes it. The dragon stirs and instantly lunges, swallowing him whole. The knights watching from a distance are stunned, and then even more shocked when Zephyr forces the dragon's jaws open from the inside. He already knows the truth. The dragon isn't causing the poison, it's suffering from it. Demonic energy is slowly killing it, and it's using the lake to heal. As he pries its mouth apart, he bites down on the black dragon chain and locks it around the dragon's jaws. He knows the beast is trying to stay in the lake to recover, but the poison is eating through it faster than the water can heal. That's why he chose to strike now, while it's weakened. Using all his strength, the protagonist forces the dragon's mouth shut. The black dragon chain made from his own scales holds strong. The instant the dragon feels the restraint, it releases a deafening cry and thrashes hard enough to shake the ground. Zephyr then drags it out of the lake, trying to speed up the poison spreading through its body. Without the lake's healing power, the dragon can't recover from its wounds. But even with his dragon heart pushing out 19%, MC can't drag it the way he expected. The dragon is stronger than he thought, and he doesn't hesitate. He changes tactics right away. Graham flashes into his hand. He cuts into the softer flesh inside the dragon's mouth, where it's less protected than the scales outside. Then one brief slip in focus costs him. The dragon lunges and slams him against the Tree of Life between its jaws. Before he can move, it fires dragon breath straight at him. The others panic from the backlines. That same beam once scorched part of the forest, and now Zephyr is taking it head-on. Altair instantly knows it's serious, and tells everyone to ready their skills. Even so, she still feels sure he survived. Then both she and the dragon notice something off. Though Zephyr should be caught in its teeth, the dragon feels almost nothing there, just a faint spark before it fires. The protagonist had already used his silver key, which lets him jump from one point and return to that same spot. Inside the dragon's mouth he vanished before the breath went off and came back the second it ended. A moment later, he's right there inside its open jaws again. He attacks at once. His thunder palm connects cleanly, blasting force through the dragon's body. Lightning spreads across its scales from the inside. Even hurt, the dragon starts building another breath attack. This time Zephyr moves first and strikes its breath glands. He burns them, stopping the attack before it can fire. MC realizes those glands won't work again for at least 10 minutes, giving them their best chance to press the attack. The mages respond immediately. They pour spell after spell through the mana road linked by the tombstones. Elemental blasts hammer the dragon and pin it down. At the same time, Dariel gets his dragon arrows ready and coats them in venom. Then he fires. The arrows punch through the dragon's hide with perfect aim, and the beast roars in pain. The party breaks into cheers, praising Dariel's power and accuracy. But Dariel isn't celebrating. He remembers Zephyr telling him he was still weak because he lacked real battle experience. Kiara had thought that was strange. He looked younger than Dariel, yet talked like someone who'd fought through endless wars. Now Dariel keeps turning those words over. He feels the protagonist meant more than this raid, maybe something tied to the road ahead. Back in the fight, the arrows explode after hitting, dealing even more damage. Dariel stays calm. To him, this fight is only one step forward. The blue dragon isn't the end. Watching his focus and self-control, Kiara realizes Dariel is finally starting to stand on his own again, just like before. As a kid, he never wanted to be king, but now that lost resolve is coming back. Seeing Dariel's arrows actually wound the dragon, Zephyr feels some relief, but he still doesn't know how they'll finish it. He tries to tear into the dragon and force his way through the wound, but just before his hand slips inside, it stops. Something unseen seems to grab him and hold him in place. At the same moment, in the rear, Altair spots something that chills her. She immediately orders everyone to stop attacking and switch to defense. The manor road is changing direction. She remembers Zephyr's warning. If the Watchers act strangely or a sudden surge appears, they must reroute the mana at once. He had explained that the tombstones don't just extend spell range, they also leave open channels. If a strong enemy can control mana, those same paths can send attacks back at them. So the rear end of the tomb network has to be shut down. That will stop the counterattack, but it also weakens their own firepower. Following Altair's command, the team starts reworking the mana road. Just as they do, a huge shockwave rips across the battlefield. A massive blast slams into them, proving their fears were right. Zephyr had already warned them about this moment. If he got thrown back and the lake started to ripple, it meant only one thing. The dragon had awakened its special trait, telekinesis, the power to move things without touching them. Only dragons with endless mana can use it, and on a battlefield that means pure destruction. Zephyr steadies himself, knowing time is slipping away. He has just 20 minutes of dragonification left, and the real battle is starting now. Earlier, MC had explained that the poison in the air wasn't hitting humans and elves as hard. The water of life mixed into it was likely repairing the damage as it happened, which is why no one was dying on the spot. But if they passed out, the pain would still be terrible. He also said the dragon was affected the same way. The non-stop pain kept it half-dazed, so it might not use its special powers right away. Kira thought back to older raids and realized that those monsters often repeated the same attacks more and more, which had always seemed strange. He said that was their opening. Once they hurt the creature enough to snap it out of that haze, it would think clearly again, and then its true abilities would come out. That was when the real fight began. Now Zephyr faces the huge gasping dragon wrapped in purple energy and draws Graham. The dragon locks onto the sword and its eyes widen. It knows that blade. It remembers Georgios. Now it understands, it's him again. For a moment the rear squad falls into chaos, but they quickly pull themselves back together. Altair and the mages successfully reroute the mana roads, cutting off the dragon's reflected attacks. For now, the rear squad is safe. Even with that, everyone starts to grasp the ugly truth. No matter how well they planned, they are still tiny compared to the dragon's power. Altair grows more worried. Their long-range attacks are much weaker now, so supporting Dariel matters more than ever. He's the only one who can still use the mana road to land direct hits. Dariel feels that pressure too. The range is so extreme that each arrow needs almost 4 seconds to arrive, which means Zephyr has to hold the dragon still for at least 4.5 forever in a fight. At the same time, the dragon gate seems to be closing again, and everyone tenses up, waiting for the protagonist to open it once more. On the field, MC keeps dodging the dragon's sweeping beam attacks. Each one has enough power to erase whatever it hits. He quickly knows he can't afford to block them directly. As he studies the pattern, the dragon suddenly throws out a brutal surprise attack. It nearly catches him, but he blocks it at the last second. The dragon follows up right away, snapping forward to swallow him. Zephyr uses electric acceleration and shoots out of range. In the same motion, he draws Graham and slices across the dragon's jaw, forcing it open. Hurt, the beast roars and dives into the lake. Everyone realizes at once the dragon is trying to heal, but Kira sees the bigger danger. The dive churns the lake, sending violent waves through the water. The nearby plants that create magical byproducts could absorb that energy, and if they do, they'll start producing powerful minions. As those monsters appear, they go straight for the golems. The rear support mages immediately switch focus to strengthening the golems and taking out the new threats. Altair orders the monsters cleared fast, knowing they could ruin Zephyr's fight. Then Daisy is stunned. Everything had been going to plan, and the golems were supposed to be strong enough, but several suddenly start running from the field. Their movements turn wild, and they slip out of control. Watching quietly, Heron knows his sabotage is finally working. Up front, Dariel spots a huge projectile racing toward them. He reacts just in time, knocking it away mid-air with a perfectly placed arrow. That deflection makes everyone look. Altair sees where it would have landed, and realizes Dariel just saved the entire rear squad. Kira checks the angle and figures out the attack came from nearly 700 meters away. She warns everyone to stay sharp. Something that strong can only mean one thing. It's a dungeon boss level enemy, and as she says it, a giant beast appears in the distance. At the same time, Zephyr thinks back to his past life. The Blue Dragon raid had started about a year and 4 months later than it has this time. Back then, they lost both the Black Dragon's heart and Lucius the Holy One. Even so, Altair managed to gather strong allies and rare items, which let them launch the Blue Dragon raid and eventually kill the beast. But despite winning, they failed to claim its heart because of one key mistake. Danikil's farmland was poisoned beyond repair, turning the whole mission into a complete failure. Around then, After returning from the cave to the temple, Zephyr had a hard time climbing the ranks. Meanwhile, Olden Lasker, one of Ned's biggest rivals, took over the third parish. He saw becoming a temple knight as his only road to revenge, the only way to close the gap with Olden Lasker. To beat him, he needed information and a weakness to exploit. Elsewhere, Matthias Grimmer and Olden Lasker drank tea and spoke of the princess's failure. They also looked back on the choice to keep troops out of the Great Forest. A brilliant move, and not Olden's idea alone. The protagonist understood the political damage that failed campaign caused. The princess lost soldiers, resources, and much of her standing. Even if she joined the coming Ice Dragon raid with the Guild Alliance, he doubted she'd have any real say. With the black and blue dragon hearts already in hand, only the Ice Dragon's heart was left to finish their goal, and Olden Lasker expected a huge reward once it was done. Now, with the silver key, Zephyr knows the board has changed. This time he sees every trap set for them, and he won't let his enemies lead the fight. He also picked up a healing potion for injuries, a mana potion to restore energy, and Golden Tears, a stronger protection item that blocks harmful effects. Satisfied with what he has, MC checks the video golem. The main golem at base can send out footage from his side, but he still needs a view of the camp. Inside the silver key, the link won't connect. Figuring the storm is over by now, he puts it aside and focuses on what matters. Back on the front line, the group is still fighting off the monsters, including the giant boss. It yanks a tree out of the ground and throws it at them. Kira asks how many black dragon arrows they have left. Dariel says only 24, just enough for the dragon, with none to waste on the other monsters. Those arrows are made with hippogriff feathers and boosted by gemseed branches. Kira and Dariel combine Blue Storm with Flame Dance and attack together. Zephyr can tell their teamwork is strong, and the whole party is doing well. Still, he sees the real problem. There are just too many monsters. Even so, Dariel doesn't back down. Whether it's dozens or hundreds, he plans to shoot them all down. At the same time, the monster boss speaks in its own tongue and casts a wide spell while riding. Then it disappears in an instant, leaving the knights stunned. A moment later, it shows up again, and a huge jaw crashes down on them. One soldier notices more monsters closing in, with some already near the camp. The troops rush to protect it, but the monsters attack first. Still, the monster doesn't expect what happens next. Ophelia shows up just in time and blocks its stomp with her leg. Calmly, she points out that it stands too upright to be one of them. Then she kicks it away without a second thought. Even in the middle of all this, Regulus Danikil sits inside and reminds himself of his job, guarding the fragment of the Tree of Life's branch hidden in the hut. He remembers Princess Altair giving him that duty. The branch powers the magic circle's core, and if it's lost, the safe zone will fall in 10 minutes, and poison mist will spread. Regulus knows his role matters, but hearing his knights scream outside makes staying put hard. Lord Matthias Grimmer tells him to hold firm. Regulus is using Impenetrable Fortress, a Danikil family skill. It creates a strong barrier around one building, but he can't leave while it's active. The smaller the area, the stronger the shield, enough to block even legendary weapons. Only people he allows can enter, and Regulus tells himself there's no one better for this duty. Then a knock comes at the door, along with coughing and a plea to be let in. The voice sounds like Princess Altair's. Regulus hesitates, thinking she may be in danger, and that refusing her could doom them all. Lord Matthias Grimmer warns it could be a trap, but Regulus moves to open the door. To his shock, Elder Heron is standing there. Regulus briefly questions what he's seeing, then realizes Heron copied the princess's voice with an item. It's an imp acorn, which lets someone memorize and mimic another person's voice. As Heron spits out the acorn, he triggers a blinding flash. Regulus is only blinded for 3 seconds, but he can't move. That's all the time Heron needs, already boosted by an acceleration spell, to make his move and grab the Tree of Life branch fragment. A horn blares in the distance. Ophelia immediately knows it means the magic circle's core has been compromised. At the same time, Heron confirms the break-in worked and tells his fake group to hurry. Ophelia realizes the safe zone will shut down in 10 minutes. Elsewhere, Princess Altair calmly contacts Zephyr and tells him her side is collapsing. She says she'll use a space core to restore the circle, but he needs to kill the dragon fast. Hearing that, he doubts he can end the fight in under 10 minutes. Then he wonders if a reward might help. So she offers him the rest of last night's unfinished business. If he brings the dragon down within 10 minutes, that instantly gets him moving. He cuts the call and gets to work. Then he notices the blue dragon's breathing sacs healing in the water, likely getting ready for another breath attack. While he's briefly thinking, the dragon bursts out of the water to attack. Zephyr reacts at once, summons the Stake of Fath, and slams it into the beast. He borrowed that weapon from Lucius, who agreed to lend it despite the burden tied to it. Next, he activates the Watcher Golem and signals the squad to follow his lead. Since he has to finish this in 10 minutes, the dragon is now just a corpse waiting to happen. Back in the forest, the imposters celebrate how easy it was, but the mage controlling the golems shuts them up. She's having trouble keeping the copied magic circle going. She remembers Altair's explanation of the skill mockboard. She copied the purification circle from that earlier briefing, but now she can barely hold it together. She warns them it's only a copy spell, so she gets one use. They need to move now, and their target hasn't changed. They're heading for the last sealed box, which holds the Tree of Life seed, the key to building their new empire. Heron pauses to thank his team, and they tell him they're proud to follow someone like him. But Heron is keeping his real goal to himself. Back at the battlefield, the elf warriors start losing heart after their elder runs off. From a shelter, Philip Pilgrim and his son watch helplessly. They know they've done everything they could, keeping food supplies steady, sending Ophelia to wipe out enemy mobs, counting on a strong healer, and trusting Zephyr, who carries a dragon's heart. Even the princess is there, shielding soldiers with her blessings. But none of it stops morale from sinking. With their elder gone, the elven troops are breaking. Philip's son can't understand why Dariel still stands firm when the one he admired already fled. That part especially feels strange to him. Philip Pilgrim explains that Dariel may look like the pillar of the elves, but he isn't their true center. That place belongs to the chief priestess, the chosen partner of the Tree of Life. The tree picks her, and only an elder favored by it can lead. Through the Tree of Life, she can link to every elf and affect their minds. Her name is Salvestia, the Broken Moon. She was born blind, and after giving birth to Kiara, she became paralyzed, yet she's still wise and deeply respected. Hearing that, Philip's son asks how Salvestia could have also given birth to Dariel if she was already paralyzed after Kiara. Philip says old rumors spoke of an affair, and Kiara may be the child from it, which would make her only half-elf and not a recognized high elf. Dariel, meanwhile, is pure-blooded and incredibly gifted, but he never wanted the throne. He only wanted to protect the queen. At first, Dariel's attitude wasn't a big issue, but once things started falling apart, the elves needed someone to guide them, and he still refused to lead. With no better choice, they made Heron temporary leader. Back with Heron's group, the mage feels guilty for leaving the other elves behind. She tells herself there was never a real chance to beat the dragon, and tries to believe they did all they could, especially when Dariel turned his back on them. 4 years ago, they sent the Black and Silver Moon forces into human land, and started a war. They lost a valuable item, and let enemies take part of the forest. Then the blue dragon appeared and claimed the lake, and the strongest moon elf left with the seed box, leaving Heron to deal with a ruined kingdom. That person couldn't survive the poison, and Dariel still chose not to step in. Then Altair came to the forest with a dragon-like warrior and asked for an alliance. To the mage, it all feels fake. She thinks the elves were never strong enough to stand beside humans, and even if the dragon dies, their kingdom is already finished. The thought overwhelms her, and she starts crying, convinced Dariel really abandoned them and left them with no hope. So she tells herself this is all for the sake of finding a new one. When they reach the tower holding the Tree of Life seed, Heron stares ahead, fully set on his goal. He wants to plant the seed somewhere far away, and hopes the new tree will choose him, so he can finally become king. But then they freeze. A huge red monster is already there, tearing at the tower walls. Back in the shelter, Philip is confused. The High Elves, especially the Black and Crimson Moon, left to build a new kingdom, but no one has heard anything about those realms since. He can't help wondering where they vanished to. As that thought hits him, the Crimson Beast by the tower starts giving off terrifying power. Heron takes command and sends out 2 sparrow golems, one to distract the monster, the other to grab the sealed box. The setup works exactly as planned. One golem keeps the monster busy, while the other blasts into the tower and quickly comes back with the box. But they don't know the demon has been hunting that box for 3 years. The second it sees it, it lunges, slicing their throats and taking the box with no effort. This isn't just some random beast. It's Crimson Moon, once called Masha, a queen candidate from 60 years ago. After becoming a demon, she lost herself. The only feeling left in her is hatred for elves. 3 years earlier, both the Crimson and Black Moons were crushed by the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. Angry that they dragged humans into war, he punished them. Then he revealed 2 stones of revelation, relics said to turn their users into powerful demons. He tells the smiling woman beside him that both stones are woven with the same parasitic worms, but each creates different powers after demonification. It doesn't always work. He believes the result depends on the hatred, rage, and greed in a person's heart. The darker those feelings are, the stronger the transformation. With that, he forces the Moon siblings to remember their grudge against the elves, the ones who stole their future and took everything from them. Then he offers them the stones. In a flash, a violent burst of power erupts. The siblings are demonified, turning into monsters. As that happens, the smiling woman asks what the master is really after. He just says he has no special motive. Then, without warning, he snaps his fingers and calls in the 12 apostles of the demon god cult to greet the newborn demons. Over the next 3 months, the demon siblings go on a rampage and slaughter countless victims, humans and monsters alike. As they get used to their new powers, Olden lends them demon troops for a new task: kill the blue dragon. When they reach its den, Black Moon realizes the real obstacle isn't only the dragon, but also the elf protected by the Tree of Life. Still, if they want to drag their enemies to hell, they need the dragon's heart. So they jump straight into the den where the blue dragon sleeps. The dragon instantly notices them and whips up violent tornadoes. In a deep growl, it says it's been a long time since creatures this low dared bother him. At the same time, during a private wine gathering at the parish, one apostle asks Olden why he sent weak elves after the blue dragon. Olden laughs and says they were just dragon food. He pushed them into this fight for his own reasons. He explains that the two demon elves were once candidates to rule the elven kingdom. They came from the famous Moon High elf family, and were known for strong light magic. Among elves with the moon title, many aim for the throne, but the one picked as queen was blind and crippled, a choice the siblings could never accept. What shocked them even more was that she was chosen despite her condition, her ties to a human, and no formal training as a ruler candidate. While the other elves celebrated, the moon siblings could only stare in disbelief. Her selection ended their shot at the throne. After becoming demons, they lost more than their place. They also lost their reason. The apostles guess they may have started the war to prove their strength, but Olden says they failed badly. In the end, they were cast out of elven society, though they did steal the Tree of Life seed first. Before exile, they made one last stand and were beaten by a young elf who had only recently gained the moon title. Barely surviving, they fled. Olden then asks the apostle what he would do if his own people betrayed or abandoned him. The answer is simple: he'd kill them all. To prove it, Olden says that's exactly what he already did. Back in the dragon's den, the blue dragon swallows Black Moon whole. Watching from afar, Olden knows the moon siblings are ruled by revenge against the elves, and that's exactly what he's using. But the moment the dragon swallows its prey, something starts moving inside it. Then, with a sharp roar, it vomits a huge flood of blood. The reason is Black Moon's demonic power, extreme poison and petrification. This was Olden's plan all along: poison the dragon from the inside, and turn it into a race against time. Can Black Moon survive the dragon's digestive fluids, or will the dragon outlast the spreading poison? Olden is sure that if things get worse, the dragon will fly to the Aslan continent and dive into the Lake of Life, the sacred source that feeds the elven forest. And that's exactly what happens. The dragon takes off for the lake, with Crimson Moon still clinging to it. It ignores her, feeling no real danger from behind. Crimson Moon isn't holding on because of some plan. Her mind is just too broken from demonification. Still, a faint instinct pulls her toward a familiar power, stirring broken memories, and she leaps for the seed tower. But her damaged mind keeps her from entering, so she attacks anyone who comes near the tower, killing without pause. With the dragon as the bigger threat, no one notices her. Since then, she's kept tearing at the tower walls. Now, after tasting Elder Heron's blood, something changes. Her senses start coming back, and pieces of her old self return. With that, her revenge becomes clearer and sharper. Her eyes suddenly lock onto a glowing trail of energy running through the forest. It leads her straight to the source, the sick queen, Broken Moon. Crimson Moon doesn't just feel her presence anymore. She knows exactly where she is. The demon carries parasitic worms inside her, and they grow stronger with their host. Once they mature, they unlock a special power. For Crimson Moon, that power is gluttony, the ability to steal powers by devouring others. After consuming Heron, she uses his acceleration skill, launching herself forward at incredible speed. In moments, the beast reaches the edge of the elven village and bursts into the queen's chamber. The instant she sees her, she knows it's Broken Moon, the one she's wanted to kill all this time. Consumed by rage, the beast lunges at the queen, but right before it lands, slashes tear into the demon from every direction. It's Ned. Zephyr sent him to guard the queen, in case a demon showed up. Now that Crimson Moon is right in front of him, Ned finally understands what the protagonist meant. Without wasting a second, he charges Thunderbolt and unleashes a brutal barrage that shakes the whole room. Meanwhile, back at the lake, Zephyr is still battling the monster. Only 8 minutes remain before the camp's purification magic wears off. That's why Altair tells MC to finish it before time runs out, but he wants it dead even faster. He knows killing the dragon won't end the raid, and every second matters if everyone else is going to survive. Once the dragon dies, Black Moon should wake up, and that's exactly why the raid failed in the protagonist's previous life. Back then, the moment the dragon fell, the whole camp started celebrating. The one who dealt the final blow, Akaris, stepped up to take the dragon heart as planned. But when he reached for it, he stopped cold after seeing a barrier around the corpse. At that exact moment, the demon hidden in the dragon's stomach burst out and caught everyone by surprise. Even worse, the demon already had the dragon heart in its claws. With a mocking grin, it thanked them for killing the dragon, then shoved the heart into its own chest. Akaris tried to stop it, but another warrior yanked him back to safety. A second later, poison exploded from the demon's body and melted everything nearby. The toxin spread fast and swallowed the whole forest. Seeing how bad it was, Altair ordered everyone to retreat, and just like that, they lost the dragon heart. Afterward, the once great elven forest and the rich Donakill granary became a dead, cursed land. No one could enter again. With all of that in his head, Zephyr keeps fighting in the present. The last raid didn't fail, because the plan was bad, the party was weak, or they lacked counters. Those parts were fine. They failed because they were missing one vital piece of information. Back then, they had 2 strong frontliners who could move through the fog, and they believed they could beat the blue dragon. Icarus had also found an old wound on the dragon, a weak spot from an earlier encounter when it moved strangely. That was their edge. But now Zephyr is frustrated because he can't find that same weak point anywhere on the dragon. Then he realizes why. The old raid happened a full year later. By then, the poison may have worn the dragon down enough to create that wound. In this timeline, it hasn't happened yet. So MC decides to make his own opening. He drives poison scales straight into the dragons, and the hit triggers a violent explosion. The dragon roars in pain, and then as it screams, it orders everything around them to stop. To Zephyr's shock, time itself freezes. Water hangs still in the air. Leaves stop falling, and even the wind goes quiet. This is a level of control far beyond what humans get from a dragon heart. Even the silver key won't answer. He realizes the effect will last 7 more seconds, more than enough time for the dragon to charge its breath attack. But right then, Dariel fires a storm of arrows at the beast. The shots connect the instant time starts moving again. Dariel can hardly believe it. Zephyr really created the opening he promised, and it worked. He keeps firing, blast after blast, hammering the dragon without pause. That barrage creates just enough of an opening for the protagonist to land a huge strike on the dragon's body. Together they destroy its breath sac, leaving the dragon unable to use its breath attack for now. Dariel has 17 black dragon arrows left. He quickly counts the cost. 3 arrows per spell, so he can use his enhanced attack 5 more times. To kill the dragon, every shot has to hit. Back at the lake, the dragon strikes back, and Zephyr barely slips past the attack. He remembers that this was the point where they lost the dragon heart in his past life. After that, the blue dragon fully took over its corrupted body, and the battle lasted a whole month. During that time, MC learned its patterns, and only barely brought it down through pure endurance. Back then, the dragon fought with the instincts of its prime faster, stronger, and much crueler. That thought is cut short when the dragon punches Zephyr in the face. He takes the hit and realizes something surprising. It isn't as strong as before. He slams into a tree, then quickly gets back up. Using telekinesis, the dragon rips out the embedded dragon arrows and sends them flying at him. Zephyr whips his dragon chains around and knocks every arrow away in midair. But just as the dragon moves in for another attack, it suddenly pauses in shock. The protagonist disappears. A faint flash appears, the silver key, and then the huge stake of faith drops from above, smashing into the dragon with crushing force. Zephyr follows immediately, driving his lightning fist into the stake of faith and forcing it deeper into the dragon's throat. At the same time, Dariel's arrows hit with perfect aim, tearing off the dragon's right arm and sending it crashing into the lake. Even after that massive damage, the dragon is still alive. Its eyes fix on Zephyr's sword, and that sight drags up an old memory. Lord Chrysaorus, once taken over by demons. They had no choice but to fight him. In the end, Georgios struck the final blow with the dragon-slaying sword Graham and ended Chrysaorus's life. As he died, the blue dragon thanked Georgios for freeing his master from the curse. Through tears, the dragon warned that as Chrysaorus's loyal servant, he could never forgive the one who killed his master. If he ever met Georgios again, he'd kill him himself. Back in the present, the dragon stays still with the stake stuck in its neck. From afar, Kiara wonders if the fight is finally over, but Dariel can tell something's wrong. Danger is coming. The tree of life starts to shake. Then the dragon speaks in a deep voice. It calls Zephyr the Dragon Slayer and reminds itself it can't break its oath. No matter what, it has to keep that promise. Then the dragon grabs the stake and rips it out of its neck. Next, it lifts its severed arm and uses ancient magic to turn it into a huge sword. Holding that blade, the dragon says its duty isn't over yet. The pressure pouring off it is overwhelming, but Zephyr only gets more fired up. The dragon just used its own tongue to turn the rest of its life into raw battle power. Now the real fight starts. MC has only 12 minutes of dragonification left, and the dragon still has 1 breath attack saved. Still, none of that matters now, because the dragon has already released the dancing blade of death, a weapon made from its own life force and packed with terrifying power. Zephyr knows only one thing can beat that now, pure force, so he activates Berserk Dragon mode. It boosts his body by 200%, but cuts his time down to just 3 minutes. As the dragon slams down an energy-filled strike, he meets it with a sword swing, loaded with power. Their attacks crash together, and the shock throws the protagonist backward. The dragon's blow is so strong it cuts the tree of life in half, leaving the elves in the distance shaken. In the middle of the fight, Zephyr remembers what Ned taught him in his past life. Martial arts built not just on power, but on feeling its flow and controlling it. Ned said that if MC mastered that, he could push his strength higher and beat enemies stronger than him. With that in mind, he dodges the next strike and rushes in. While airborne, he pours energy into his sword and hears Ned's words again. Strength moves like a river, and if you truly understand it, even a leaf can become a weapon. Now clear-headed, Zephyr flashes around the dragon and lands precise hits from every side. When he lands, he spots something buried deep inside the wounds he made. It looks ancient, like it's been hidden in the dragon for a very long time. Then he understands. A talk with a vanguard from his past life told him about the dragon's hidden weak point. This has to be it. He charges again, but right as he moves, he notices the dragon turning away and trying to flee into the lake. Zephyr throws out his dragon chains to stop it, but once they latch on, the beast drags him into the lake with it. The protagonist swings to wound it, but the dragon answers with a fast, heavy strike, sending him back. At the barrier, Kiara grows nervous because no one can track the monster underwater. At the same time, Dariel, asking for help from the spirits of his mother and father, turns his remaining arrows toward the Tree of Life. Philip watches in disbelief as Dariel starts firing, but Dariel knows exactly what he's doing. With perfect aim, he shatters the Tree of Life. Under the water, just as the monster is about to attack Zephyr again, the broken remains of the tree slam down onto it. Taking that chance, MC kicks the dragon back and drives his sword straight into the exposed bone, making the beast scream and pull away in pain. When Georgios defeated Casaurus, the blue dragon told him to leave, but the knight refused. He apologized to the dragon as he drew his sword, saying he couldn't walk away while a threat to the queen's future remained. A short but fierce fight followed. Georgios won and cut off one of the dragon's horns with a single clean strike. Then he drove in a sealing stake, White Queen's Finger, a weapon that locks away power and can't be removed by the one it's used on. After that, Georgios told the dragon to stay in its den until the red dragon calmed down. Because of the Casaurus heart inside him, he said a real friendship with a dragon was impossible, so they should avoid meeting again. Now, as the blue dragon sinks deeper into the lake, that memory comes back clearly. Zephyr realizes the one in front of the dragon isn't Georgios, but the person carrying on his legacy. It's him, the new dragon slayer. Inside the dragon's stomach, Black Moon wakes up and senses the dragon may finally be dead. He thinks this is his chance to take the dragon heart, but just as he gets excited, Zephyr smashes him with a heavy blow and sends him flying. The protagonist doesn't stop there. He swings again, driving Black Moon into a tree. Zephyr has already sealed the dragon's corpse inside the silver key, so Black Moon can't get anywhere near the heart. MC remembers that in his past life, Black Moon once tried to absorb a dragon heart the wrong way. The power went wild and killed most of his own followers. Only beings on a dragon's level can take in a dragon heart safely. Black Moon wasn't one of them, and he died the moment he tried. Soon after, the smiling woman showed up, and took both the dragon heart and Black Moon's magic stone. That proved Black Moon had only been a pawn for the Demon Lord's followers. Even now, he can't believe Black Moon let his own people die and lost their homeland just to be thrown away by the same group he served and end up like this. Black Moon, though, senses something strange, a human aura mixed with dragon energy, and finds it interesting. He expected elves, so seeing a dragonoid throws him off. Right as he starts to introduce himself, Zephyr wraps him up with dragon chains and with brute force, drives the full stake of faith into him. But to the protagonist's surprise, the figure disappears. Black Moon was never there. A moment later, laughter comes from behind him. Black Moon mocks Zephyr, saying that burst of speed only exposed his weakness and made him easy to read. By now, Black Moon has figured out MC is using limited dragon power and can keep it up for only about 2 minutes. He sees right away that the man is sharp. He has just 48 seconds of dragonification left, and once his second spell wears off, he'll collapse. He doesn't have the strength for a long fight, so he switches to baiting Black Moon. As the protagonist stands below, Black Moon floats above and offers to spare him in exchange for the dragon heart. He says he doesn't hate humans and only wants revenge on the elves. While Black Moon keeps talking, Zephyr quietly uses Dragon Tongue, a command spell, and orders him to freeze in place. Black Moon is stunned when his legs stop moving. MC takes the opening and drives the stake of faith at him again with all his strength. But then Black Moon throws up a barrier and blocks the attack, yelling at Zephyr for cutting him off mid-sentence. Dizzy from using Dragon Tongue, he starts charging his silver key. He knows he only has enough strength left for one last move. He tries to summon the Sword of Light to finish this, but to his shock, the goddess refuses. The sword changes into a burst of flame instead, and Zephyr just stares. The goddess of light gave him that sword before, when he was even weaker, so confused and angry, he curses her. At that exact moment, he's blasted backward and swallowed by flames. Watching from a distance, Black Moon has no idea what just happened, but he's glad the barrier worked. His legs still won't move, yet he can still attack. In his hand he forms Venom Spear, his ultimate skill, sharp enough to pierce dragon scales. Then he leaps and drives the spear straight into Zephyr's chest. Pain tears through the protagonist's body. Hearing him scream, Black Moon is amused that someone stronger than him cries out like that. Without waiting, he readies another spell, saying he still has plenty to do, and will at least give Zephyr a peaceful death. Then he unleashes a huge wave of poison. Before it can hit, A strange sound rises from the lake. Suddenly, giant roots burst out from the water, and one punches straight through Black Moon's chest from the left. Black Moon can't believe it. MC explains that by gathering all the poison in the area to fuel his ultimate skill, Black Moon accidentally purified the lake and the jungle around it. Zephyr remembers that in his past life, the Dragon Heart and Black Moon's magic stone were turned by the demon cult into weapons that made poison fog and poison spears. So this time, he guessed Black Moon would have the same poison powers and baited him into using them, knowing it was the fastest way to cleanse the forest. Now the land around the lake is the only clean zone, but that's enough. The Tree of Life can stretch its roots into that purified ground, and the forest will soon heal. He expected most of this, though the tree stepping in was still a surprise. Black Moon writhes as the roots keep stabbing and shaking him. Realizing the danger, he tries to spread poison again, but Zephyr steps in and scolds him, reminding him that the elves were always protected by the Tree of Life, yet now that he's facing it himself, he's terrified and struggling. The protagonist charges power into his claw and brings it close to Black Moon's face. He calls him foolish and ungrateful, then says that if he can't understand the truth, he'll face it in death. With that, MC drives the claw into Black Moon's stomach, pulls out the magic stone, and finishes him for good. Before word can even reach the rear squad, they see the result for themselves. The Tree of Life begins to come back to life right before their eyes. Seeing that, Altair tells the rest of the party through her golem that the blue dragon is down, and the dragon heart is secured. Hearing this and seeing the tree revive, the soldiers get a huge boost and quickly finish off the remaining monsters. Altair still can't believe Zephyr really did it. While everyone celebrates, she tries to contact him again but gets no answer. Meanwhile, he passes out and drops toward the lake. The Tree of Life catches him with its roots. In quiet thanks for saving it, the tree chooses to save him too. Its roots curl around his body, glowing softly as they pour healing energy into him. Far from the lake, even Ned smiles when he sees roots burst up near the village. He knows Zephyr pulled it off, but even with that relief, Ned is badly hurt from fighting the Crimson Moon Demon. He's stunned that his own martial arts were used against him. He realized too late the demon could copy his techniques. He's already lost too much blood and can't heal himself anymore. Just as he starts thinking this is the end, glowing vines wrap around his arms. To his surprise, it's the queen. She tells him the vines are acting as her hands and feet. She can't move on her own, but he protected her, and now she wants to repay him. As the vines lift her from the bed, she introduces herself as the Queen of Elves, then quickly sees how bad his condition is and understands he needs help right away. Back at the lake, Zephyr dreams of his childhood, of the day his father left him. In that memory, his mother holds him close, accepts his human side, and raises him with the kindness his father never showed. She says she's sorry she couldn't protect him, but the last thing she can give him as a parent is the strength to protect himself. With her words still echoing, the protagonist wakes up. He realizes the dream was about his mother. When he looks around, he's lying in glowing vines inside a soft cradle of roots. Then a deep voice warns him not to move. He's been out for 72 hours and still needs time to recover. The voice explains he's inside the trunk of the Tree of Life, and the speaker introduces himself as Yggdrasil. This is his reborn form, one that lets him speak directly to mortals. Zephyr is stunned. He's never seen anything like this before. In his past life, the Tree of Life and the Queen died, so he never got the chance to meet Yggdrasil. The ancient being says no one but his wife, not his children, not anyone in the forest, has ever seen this form. MC asks if he can read minds. Yggdrasil says yes, but promises not to, if it makes him uneasy. Even so, Zephyr stays on guard. He can't read Yggdrasil's feelings, and those strange eyes don't help. Sensing that, the tree reassures him again. He means no harm. He only wants to thank him. Then, Yggdrasil summons a branch with fruit, and tells him to eat, saying it will speed up his recovery. He explains that the blue dragon's tongue spell had trapped him, leaving him paralyzed and poisoned. Still, through his children, he was able to watch the protagonist the whole time. After seeing MC save both his children and his wife, Yggdrasil decides to offer him a bilateral contract, a sacred bond between them, and presents it like a formal offer. Zephyr, of course, has no clue what the old tree is talking about. Still, he can tell Yggdrasil truly wants to repay him. He doesn't feel any hostility. He remembers Dariel once telling him that his father was a demigod, stuck between elf and god. Realizing he's in a good spot, Zephyr decides to push for more. He says simple healing isn't enough to settle things between them. Yggdrasil calmly answers that he did more than heal him. He also stabilized the dragon hearts inside him. Whenever their output rises, they need to be reset. After the battle with the demon forces, that output jumped to 23, high enough to kill him. During those 72 hours, Yggdrasil rebalanced it, strengthened the protagonist's body to handle the change, and got it ready to hold the blue dragon's heart too. That shocks MC, but before he can answer, the Tree of Life reaches a hand toward him, offering to place the blue dragon's heart in his body. In return, Yggdrasil asks for one favor. He says that 10,000 years ago, the first seed of the Tree of Life broke open, and a voice told everyone there to prepare. Yggdrasil understood then that his role was to prepare the world for the promised day. In the first stage, the air changed as mana spread through it, and the world's original waters became pure healing waters. Trees like him appeared on other continents, and kept the process going for thousands of years, slowly remaking the world. In time, elves were created to serve the Tree of Life. With their help, everything went smoothly, while Yggdrasil waited for that promised day. Then something happened that he never expected. He became a father. At that point, he chose to turn away from his original duty, willing to pay any price to protect his family. As he tells Zephyr this, Yggdrasil again offers the heart transplant, in exchange for a promise. He must carry out his request, but he hesitates. During the transplant, he'll be totally defenseless, and he can't risk that with someone he doesn't fully trust. Noticing the hesitation, Yggdrasil suddenly asks how Zephyr dies in the future. He already knows the protagonist has seen the end. While MC was unconscious, Yggdrasil looked into his dream to learn the truth. At first he noticed the tie to his mother, but quickly understood that wasn't the real clue. Then he caught something else, a clear image of the world's ruined end, along with a face he recognized. He thinks it may be a prophecy, and an unusually detailed one. As Yggdrasil says this, Zephyr realizes the old tree figured out a lot on his own, so he admits the Tree of Life will die when his own allies attack the forest, and it won't recover from the poison they use. Even then, the protagonist keeps one truth hidden. He doesn't reveal that he's from the future, and lets Yggdrasil think it's just prophecy. But Yggdrasil stays careful. He knows the boy is still hiding something. One thing, though, is certain: he will die. He points out that if MC had seen a future where he survived until the world's end, then Zephyr never would have tried to save him. As he says that, Yggdrasil reveals a mark on his forearm. He recognizes it at once. It's the same oath ring mark he got after defeating the cult leader Ulden Lasker. But as the protagonist keeps staring at it, his eyes start to burn. Yggdrasil tells him not to look any longer. His mind isn't strong enough yet to handle that power. He adds that some truths are sealed, and he can't reveal the core of it. What he can say is that both he and the 7 dragons were given a mission by the Almighty One, and they can't abandon it until they die. Zephyr understands right away. It's the same reason he had to kill the blue dragon. Yggdrasil then says that in the final days, the dragons who survive will lose themselves and join the Demon Lord's army, a future MC has already seen. Hearing that, he wonders if he might also become an enemy like the dragons. Yggdrasil gives no clear answer. He admits he never doubted his mission, and never thought this world mattered much. That changed when he fell in love with the Broken Moon. She knew her life would be short, but she still loved him, and wanted a child. Her body was weak, yet she wanted to make memories and keep their life together going. She even refused the Chalice of Conception, the sacred tool elf royalty uses to help create life. Instead, she chose the natural way despite the danger, and Yggdrasil, moved by her love, took on a human-like form. That one woman changed how he saw everything, making the world feel more precious than ever before. He believes Zephyr will understand that someday too. Hearing that, the protagonist thinks back to Altair in his past life, and the time they conceived a child. As he lies back and shuts his eyes, Yggdrasil starts channeling the blue dragon heart through his divine power. Before he begins, he asks for one thing. When the time comes, Zephyr must kill him so he can never hurt his family. It's a deeply personal request. Then MC is drawn into his mental world, where he has to confront the blue dragon's will. He thinks about how he once considered threatening Yggdrasil for the heart, but never did. Yggdrasil could have controlled him while he slept, yet chose not to. That proves enough. He decides he can trust him. Yggdrasil also said Altair is talented, but she doesn't have experience transplanting a blue dragon heart, and with her the process would take much longer. With that in mind, the protagonist leaves the transplant to him. Now awake inside his own mind, Zephyr knows what's on the line. If he can't overcome the will inside the heart, his body will be destroyed or taken over by the dragon. Last time, this trial took him a month to beat. He wonders how long it'll take now. As he takes dragon form, the blue dragon appears, and immediately notices the transformation. But the moment Zephyr feels that presence, he's truly shocked. To his surprise, the blue dragon is a woman. She calmly reminds him they've already fought, so there shouldn't be any reason for him to be shaken by how she looks. Instead of reaching for a sword, she invites him to sit down and have tea. Even with her calm attitude, MC still can't believe the blue dragon is actually a woman. Meanwhile, in the forest, Dariel tells everyone he is safe and with his father. That leaves Altair confused. After all, his father is a tree. Some of the others even wonder if the tree just ate him. Dariel explains that the Tree of Life is probably healing him. Hearing that, Philip Pilgrim gets worried. He fears Zephyr might be held by the Tree of Life and used as a hostage. At the same time, Dariel senses another powerful presence inside the tree, one he believes may be the blue dragon heart. That makes everyone worry about one thing. Will the protagonist even come back? One thing does seem clear. If he returns, he won't be the same. Inside his mind, Zephyr accepts the tea, quietly honored that a dragon chose to show herself in human form. He knows creatures are most comfortable in their real bodies, and they only change shape to assert dominance, show respect, or fool someone. From her attitude, MC doubts she's the sneaky type, so this is either respect or a flex. She catches that thought and takes it as praise. Even poisoned, she's impressed he managed to beat her. Artalis adds that his mind feels strangely comfortable, likely because it carries the ancient power of the Chrysaorus. Because of that, she doesn't want to treat him like a stranger, just because he holds the dragon heart. Then the whole place suddenly throbs with magic. Artalis calmly says her liege must be upset, then starts speaking straight to Zephyr's dragon heart with psychic power. That leaves the protagonist confused and irritated. Her name is Artalis. He met her here in his past life too, and even then the fight was brutal. He only survived because her mood was impossible to predict. She would beat him half to death, bring him back and attack again until he finally won. Without meaning to, she trained him through all of it. Zephyr can't help noticing that everyone who's taught him, Ned included, has been a little unhinged. As his annoyance builds, Artalis points it out, which only makes it worse. Then she finally gets to it. With her death, she's free from her old duty and will soon return to her liege, but first, she wants to see what he can do. She says she has no regrets as a warrior, and her final battle was worthy of her pride. Then she shares one last belief: a person's soul shows through what they treasure most. An artist reveals it through a brush, a musician through their hands, and warriors like them through their blades. Training, pain, and resolve all shape the soul. A sword reveals. After watching Zephyr, Artalis decides she likes him and can trust him with her power. She also feels huge energy inside him, along with rare potential. Now she wants to see him reach the peak she never could. So she says they'll become one, and gives him permission to use her power, though whether he can handle it is up to him. As she passes over the dragon heart, she says she'll keep watching, and hopes he doesn't throw his life away. Zephyr is a little taken aback by how easily she agrees, but it saves him valuable time. He also understands what she meant about dying before truly living a full life. Before she leaves, he offers to cook for her to thank her for the sacrifice. She just smiles and says he won't need to, he'll understand soon. Then a massive wave of power bursts out from within him. Outside, everyone near the Tree of Life feels the shockwave, and then to their disbelief, Zephyr steps out. He's completely healed. Seeing him safe, Altair is flooded with relief and pulls him into a warm embrace. Elsewhere, in the realm of the Silver Key, the angel Mercedes speaks to someone she calls Old Master. She reports that another ancient god has chosen the new master, a sign that the world's future is changing. At the fourth parish of the Temple of Light, a soldier delivers a letter to the captain. It says Olden has been murdered. The news spreads fast, and rumors soon point to Lucius as the killer. Several hunters arm themselves, thinking that if they kill the man who beat one of the twin knights, they might take that top 10 spot for themselves. In the Silver Key realm, Mercedes kneels in prayer and recalls the prophecy of a war so terrible it will turn rivers to blood. With God's throne now empty, countless forces will fight over it. Even so, they believe someone will rise at the end of the world and save them from that fate, the one called the Destroyer of Fate. Back at Lindal Castle in Altair's territory, a knight defeats her guard and demands to see the princess. While resting in the Tree of Life, Zephyr thinks about everything that happened outside. Once the poison is cleared from the forest, Yggdrasil commands the mana flowers, plants by the streams that purify air and water. Outside, the survivors keep moving, killing the last monsters and heading for the Tree of Life. Altair identifies the place as Elfenheim, the capital of the Elven Kingdom. One elf, overwhelmed, can't believe they're seeing it again, and thanks the group. Soon after, Ned arrives with the Elf Queen, who has finally awakened. Her return fills many with joy, especially Kiara and Dariel, who run to hug her. After that, the group buries the fallen soldiers and grieves by the graves. Zephyr thinks about how draining it all was, treating the wounded, clearing the battlefield, and finding the missing. With Yggdrasil busy purifying the forest, everyone else had to carry that load. Still, the work helps them face their grief. Most of the survivors lost their homes in the disaster. The blue dragon is gone, but peace has its own weight. Now everyone has to face the real price of surviving. When the last burial is finished, the blue dragon raid is officially declared over. The queen formally thanks Princess Altair, the Temple of Light, the Danikil territory, and especially Zephyr the Dragon Slayer. Swearing on the Tree of Life, she says the elves will never forget this debt. To honor their agreement, she declares the Great Forest of Elves an ally of Princess Altair and the Earl of Danikil. A non-aggression pact is made, along with a promise to face future hardships together. Edwin, Philip's son, realizes these new alliances solve many of the worries he had before the raid. With distrust between humans and elves, the mission had always risked betrayal from inside. Launching the raid like that seemed too early, but Altair saw further ahead. To her, this crisis was a chance to bring the Elven Kingdom and Danikil together. She rejected the idea of taking advantage of the elves while they were weak. Philip Pilgrim agrees. Conquest was never the point. He reminds everyone that Polaris, once praised as a hero in Danikil, had already proven himself by driving out the Black Moon and Red Moon 4 years earlier. But when Danikil was poisoned, he refused to help, saying he had no time. He even sold all his Danikil stocks and land bonds. To him, the crisis looked hopeless, so Danikil was left hanging, desperate for help. The elves were in even worse shape, with no human contact for centuries. That made this the perfect chance. By saving both Danikil and the elves, Altair plans to bind them to her side instead of human kingdoms like Cayenne, cut away Polaris's influence, and prepare for the long war ahead. Hearing that, Zephyr sees the benefits too. Danikil's rich farmland, the Tree of Life's endless healing power, and a united elven people. Altair's plan worked even better than expected. Yggdrasil and the Elf Queen want the same thing, and now that she's awake, she can guide the forest elves through their bond with the Tree of Life. A celebration begins, and as everyone gathers, the Elf Queen raises a toast to their hard-earned victory. Nearby, Dariel spots Kiara sitting by herself, and goes over. Even though she's wiping away tears, their easy talk lightens the mood, as they share apples and look back. Kiara says it's crazy that Zephyr's group arrived less than 6 weeks ago, and now the dragon is dead, and Elfenheim is theirs again. She's relieved her mother and the Tree of Life recovered, and says she can finally move on with her role as the Queen's head archer. Dariel teases her for sounding cheesy, but Kiara reveals she's already decided to leave the forest soon. Later that night, while many sleep and others still can't, including Zephyr, Altair gets ready to turn in. But before bed, there's one thing she needs to do, and right then, someone knocks on her door. She knows people admire her beauty, bloodline, and ability. They praise her, bring gifts, and even offer their lives. But none of them really understand what she wants, or who she truly needs protection from. Even when she was young, Altair knew very few could walk beside her. She values her companions, but she's never felt romantic love for any of them. At some point, she accepted she might always be alone, and she can live with that. What she truly needs, she thinks, isn't a lover, it's a dependable weapon. She remembers the day her hope for a normal life broke apart, when Polaris, twisted and dangerous, reached for her, and she had to run. From then on, she saw feelings as a weakness she couldn't afford. To her, love only opens a gap for others to strike. She once thought the smartest choice was a political partner, someone who could help her win. But after meeting Zephyr, that idea started to shake. Ophelia noticed the change in Altair after MC arrived. She pointed out to Ned how often those two stayed together, he watching over things while Altair went to see the Elder. Ophelia remembers asking the princess who would protect her, and Altair brushed it off by saying the Tree of Life would. But Ophelia knew the real answer was the protagonist. Feeling left out, she admits she's hurt. They grew up like sisters, yet now she feels useless. Sitting with Ned and drinking, she vents her frustration while he figures she either doesn't understand romance or just doesn't like the protagonist. Even so, Ned tells her to pull herself together, get some rest, and help his disciple later when she's feeling normal again. As she keeps drinking, Ned wonders what his disciple is up to right now, then reassures himself this is MC's second time, so he should be fine. At the same time, he walks toward Altair's room, surprised by how nervous he feels. He remembers what Altair told him. If he beat the blue dragon in under 10 minutes, they could continue where they left off. He did, and that night almost went a lot further before they were interrupted. Now, outside her door, he can't help wondering what she has in mind. He thinks back to when Altair used Kiss of Darkness and made him reveal parts of his past life. After that, he kissed her like crazy and just followed the moment, but she got interrupted. He knows Altair likes him too, but to her, he's only been around for a little over a month. She doesn't remember their past lives, so of course her feelings aren't as intense as his. Even so, he's fine letting her set the pace for now, though someday, he expects her to make up for it. For now, bigger things matter, like planning what comes next and checking the dragon heart. So he steps into her room. The second he sees her, he decides maybe it's fine to lose control for once. Altair turns away, clearly shy, then looks back at him. She had a lot she wanted to say, but the nerves hit, and every word disappears. Without saying anything, he kisses her right by the door. To Altair, he tastes sweet. That night, they lie together. She used to think she'd spend her whole life alone, that love meant nothing. But he changed that. He gave her more love than she ever thought possible, and she returned it just as freely. Altair once believed she was walking a painful road by herself, but he had been beside her all along. She remembers the night he told her about his past and how hard it hit her. She had been hiding from her own loneliness, but now she can't imagine his pain, losing everyone and still having to keep going alone. Just thinking about it hurts. That night, she couldn't sleep. All she wanted was to do something for him. That's when she finally understands it. This is love, and she's in love with him too. On the 44th day of the lockdown in the 3rd parish, Fade presses a dagger to a priestess. She freezes, shocked that someone got past the holy barrier, but Fade says he came for something else. This was unexpected. He wants to know who gave her the poisons she was carrying. Somewhere else, Dariel trains with his bow. He remembers being 15, when his mother briefly woke up. In that moment, she gave birth to Kiara, and said this child had a different fate. She would one day have to leave the forest. Now that time has come, and Kiera chose to travel with Zephyr, saying it sounded fun and that she might even run into Fade. Still, Dariel keeps thinking about how sad Kiera looked at the banquet. Was it only because she was leaving, or was there more to it? Maybe it was the rumors. People whispered that her eyes and hair looked too unusual, making some elves think she was half human. Others even blamed her for the queen's punishment and the forest's fading life force. So maybe in her own mind, she never felt like she truly belonged there. As he keeps practicing, his mother suddenly appears and watches. She smiles and calls him impressive, and Dariel is startled that he didn't sense her coming. She says she came to hear his sound, and after listening, calls it the most beautiful sound in the world. With his mother awake and his father finally present in the flesh after decades, Dariel feels truly thankful and silently thanks Zephyr. His mother studies his stance and tells him his mana flow is uneven. His aim is good, but she says he needs to shoot with his heart and learn to trust the people around him. Then she gives him a new part of his training for the moon title: leave the forest and take Kiera with him. Elsewhere, Philip Pilgrim arrives, carrying an urgent letter for Princess Altair. Zephyr answers the door, and after a brief beat of surprise, grows serious the moment he sees the seal. A meeting is called right away. Once everyone gathers, Altair thanks them for coming so quickly, and announces that, with the Elf Queen's approval, Kiera and Dariel are now official members of the party. Both of them thank the group. Dariel then quietly pokes fun at Kiera for saying she'd leave on her own, and she gets flustered. How was she supposed to know what her mother had planned? Earlier that morning, Kiera's mother gave her the last seed of the Tree of Life. She reminded Kiera of the fate spoken of long ago, to leave the forest and raise a new tree. As the forest's last queen, she entrusts Kiera with guiding the next generation and building a kingdom that can survive the dark future ahead. She believes this may be their people's only hope. Kiera's mother says only she can do this because of what she is. Her link to Lord Yggdrasil is weaker, since she was born as an empty vessel, meant to carry the power of a new tree. Then she hands Kiera the seed box. She also explains that Kiara's weaker bond to her father was intentional, made that way so she'd seem smaller and less important than the others. In truth, it was because she was the miracle child they had waited for. Thinking back on it, Kiara gets emotional. She was happy when her mother woke up, but part of her had been afraid too. Afraid her mother would confirm the painful things she never wanted to hear. That's why she almost left without speaking to her. Now she understands how much her parents loved her, and how well they saw her pain. She walks away grateful, feeling like she can finally let go of those doubts. Back in the present, Altair praises Dariel for what he did in the Dragon Raid, and says his efforts were clearly seen. She tells him that he and Kiara are now treated as part of the 10 Great Warriors force, which means joining meetings, taking missions, and getting access to supplies, information, and other support when needed. As the meeting starts, she lays out 2 urgent letters. Before choosing which one to handle first, Philip Pilgrim raises a hand to explain. One letter came from one of his caravan contacts near the 3rd Parish. He says that after beating the Dungeon Princess, one of the hardest quests in the world, Lucius locked down the area and vanished from public view. Many think he's hiding the real location of the Dragon Heart, the quest's final reward. Zephyr can already guess what people believe. Since almost no one knows he came back from the future, they'd assume Lucius is recovering after absorbing the Dragon Heart, secretly sold it and covered it up, or maybe faked the whole thing and the Dragon Heart never existed at all. Whatever the truth is, investors are panicking. The Dragon Heart would sell for a record price, so its disappearance looks bad. Philip explains that if Lucius used it, got rid of it before anyone could confirm it, or if it was all a lie, he'll be buried in legal trouble for years. And because the Temple of Light used the Dragon Heart to attract money, they'll likely share the blame. The investors have already gathered legal teams to protect themselves. It also looks like the temple's finance board is ready to dump all the blame on Lucius and save itself. Philip adds that Lucius is badly behind on payments for borrowing the Stake of Faith, a legendary great item. Because of that, the Vatican's Holy Relic team has been sent to collect. At the same time, others came looking for Olden, who has gone completely silent. They all suspect Lucius did something to him. That has pulled even more people into the 3rd Parish, including the head of the 4th Parish's Temple Knights, and many adventurers hoping to claim a place among the 10 Great Warriors, after hearing about Olden and the Twin Knights dying. With all these groups gathering, the 3rd Parish is turning unstable and is close to a siege. The forces outside are on edge and want in. They mean to confront Lucius and recover what they believe is theirs. Ned points out that the 3rd Parish was already weakened after the raid, so if a siege starts, it won't hold long without help. Then, looking at the 2nd letter, he asks what could be even more urgent. Philip says it came from a butler at Lindal Fortress, and concerns a knight fighting for Princess in the marriage contest, who was recently defeated. What matters is the weapon used, a famous blade tied to Zephyr's past. The protagonist immediately recognizes the weapon as Requiem, the legendary sword once used by Blademaster John Howell, the top-ranked member of the 10 Great Warriors. A little later, at Lindal Fortress, an old man tells Zephyr that the guest is already inside waiting. MC thinks back on how Requiem became his final weapon in his past life, even though at this point in time neither he nor the Blademaster should have it. When he walks in, he finds a warrior having the time of his life with girls all around him. He recognizes him at once. Adorius, the Blade Master's last disciple. Adorius spots him too and casually asks who he is. But the protagonist knows exactly who he's looking at, and what annoys him most is simple. From the moment this man appears, he's the strongest person on the continent. That title, strongest on the continent, started with one night. 5 years earlier at Can Palace, Lord Lucas is being praised for defeating the mercenary King Gladys, through both command and direct combat. But instead of soaking it in, Aaron humbly says he's only the 6th strongest warrior in the land, stunning everyone there. Even King Leo wants to hear more. So Aaron names the people above him. First is Blade Master John Howell, then Henrik the Grand Sorcerer, Roland the Blessed Knight of the Sky Temple, and the rest. He places Dariel in 7th, Dominique of the Temple of Light in 8th, the mercenary King Gladys in 9th, and the Twin Knights in 10th. Back in the present, before Zephyr leaves for Lindal, Philip Pilgrim recalls that Lucius's fame helped that ranking spread fast across the continent. Lots of so-called warriors challenged the names on the list and got crushed, which only made the ranking seem more real. In time, people accepted it as the official order of the 10 Great Warriors. After the mercenary king was executed for treason, Princess moved up to 9th by defeating the Twin Knights. Since then, the rankings haven't changed for 2 years. Dariel remembers fighting a strong human knight near the forest 7 years ago, before he knew that man was one of the 10 Great Warriors. Now that he knows, he doubts the ranking even more. MC looks way stronger than him, and Ned isn't even on the list. Zephyr says that list was made 5 years ago, back when they were both still getting stronger. They also stayed out of the spotlight, since too much attention would only get in the way. Ned adds that no matter how the list started, getting on it now means beating someone ranked and proving it, usually with an item taken from them. That's the rule everyone follows. He remembers the chaos from his past life after Adirius showed up. Adirius claimed his master gave him Requiem before dying, and that drew challengers who wanted a great warrior spot. Around that same time, Ned was being hunted for stealing the Black Dragon's heart, making things even worse. Princess Altair says the stranger using Requiem, Blade Master John Howell's sword, is calling himself the Master's last disciple. If that's true, it's urgent. She adds that John Howell matters a lot to the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers, since she's one of the few who could ruin his plans. Also known as the Sorceress Elva and the White Queen, John Howell is said to really be the White Dragon. Her identity is wrapped in mystery, and she's the one who passed down ancient Median magic, a power thought to be lost. Elise is stunned. She's never heard of a dragon disciple before, and can't believe that kind of magic came back. She even says the princess always seems to draw rare luck. Dariel gets hung up on the name John, thinking it sounds like a man. Kiara says names can shift, and John could be tied to a sword style, or just a fake name. Either way, the real shock is that this woman is supposedly a dragon disciple. Edwin brings up the old story that the White Dragon was killed by the Black Dragon 1,000 years ago. Altair corrects him. The White Dragon wasn't killed, it was sealed. Every 100 years it sends a body into the world to train a new disciple. She says her own master's form vanished 6 years ago when its time ran out, which makes this new disciple hard to explain. Kiara guesses the guy could just be lying, but Princess Altair already knows Adirius really is her master's disciple, and Zephyr is the reason she knows. Still, she can't say that out loud. Only she and Ned know about the future, so exposing that would cause bigger problems. For now, she decides to steer the talk carefully and reveal as little as possible. Philip Pilgrim moves to the real issue, the sword. If Requiem were fake, this wouldn't be so dangerous. But if it's the real blade, its power can't be allowed to reach the Demon Lord worshippers. He asks why Adirius would join a marriage tournament at all, when the duel was public and impossible to hide. Then he wonders if the sword might be a copy. Zephyr says the timing is what bothers him. Princess Altair tells him to explain. The protagonist says the Demon Lord worshippers have taken major losses. They failed to get the dragon heart, and both Olden Lasker and the Twin Knights are gone. Even so, they recruited Matthias Grimmer, a close ally of the Holy One, and gained a way into the Third Parish. MC explains that they also left clues meant to turn the Demon Lord worshippers against each other. There were signs of Olden's demon form, lightning-burned traces pointing to Dragon King martial arts, evidence that one of Jin Ryong's disciples was there, and even a rare poison that shouldn't have appeared at all. Put together, it pushes suspicion inward. His conclusion, Jin Yang, the Holy One, and the agent called the Tarantula likely worked together to kill Olden Lasker. So why would the Demon Lord worshippers make a move this reckless, when their whole order could fall apart? He says anyone accused of betrayal will be desperate to prove they're innocent by looking outside the group. Once they do, they'll realize Ned can't be the only one behind everything. Lucius will probably be blamed first, but the sharper ones will start thinking there's someone else. A hidden mastermind, someone in the shadows, using both Ned and the Holy One like pieces on a board. Princess Altair understands where this is going. Sooner or later, that suspicion could point at her. Philip Pilgrim asks if Zephyr means this could all be bait to target the princess, whether the sword and disciple are real or not. The protagonist says yes. Adirius showed up far too neatly, and sending the princess to Lindal now would be dangerous. The only question left is how to confirm whether the sword is real. Princess Altair says Requiem is supposed to react to dragon hearts. If MC touches it, he may be able to tell. He agrees to leave for Lindal at once. If the sword is real, he'll take it. If this is a trap, he'll deal with that too. He reaches Lindal before sunset. Adirius is already there, expecting the princess. Instead, he asks who Zephyr is. He figures the head of the Demon Lord worshippers has probably heard about Adirius by now, but won't move yet. Even with his concerns about the Blade Master, he doesn't expect serious trouble for another 2 years. And he didn't come just because of Adirius. One of the girls notices the protagonist and steps in, defending Adirius's victory and telling him to speak up. Before things get heated, Adirius calmly walks forward. He jokes that his master said he'd meet interesting warriors here, and he seems pleased he found one so fast. When Adirius suggests moving their fight somewhere else, Zephyr agrees, but tells him to listen closely. In his mind, Adirius's attitude feels like pure arrogance, like he expects obedience without question. Then, MC uses the dragon skill, Dragon Tongue, and the moment it takes hold, Adirius loses control of his body and drops to the ground. He's completely confused. Zephyr says nothing and walks off. The girls panic, unsure what to do as they watch Adirius get taken away. One of them points out that whatever he used wasn't normal. It had a strange, overwhelming effect. The girl named Nina says they should help Adirius, especially after seeing the look in the protagonist's eyes. But a nun sent from the Sky Temple to the Baron family stops them. She says there's no need. Adirius can handle it, and they should stay out of the way. She remembers when Adirius first came to the fortress. He was sitting alone on a rooftop edge when Nina joined him. A month had already passed, and she apologized for keeping him there so long, urging him to find Princess Altair like his teacher wanted. Adirius said that could wait. He wouldn't leave while monsters still threatened the area. Nina remembers how he saved the fortress by himself during a huge monster attack. He's rough, but she admires how strong-hearted he is. The sister teases that Nina might be falling for him. She goes on, saying Adirius barely rested, ate, or slept. A week later, he charged into the boss monster's den, dragged it out, and played with it before finishing it off. His fighting was wild, like he was possessed. Over the next 6 months, he cleared monsters from 3 nearby territories. Baron Rixia thanked him for protecting the land, and couldn't believe someone only 18 was that strong. Even knowing Adirius planned to marry Princess Altair, he still offered his own daughter instead, and promised rich rewards. Adirius turned him down politely, saying he had to go to the princess. The Baron pushed back and said his daughter should go with him. The sister agrees with that idea. Adirius is reckless and lives for battle, and when he's interrupted mid-fight, he doesn't handle it well. When Nina asks what they should do, the sister tells them to follow from a distance and watch without being seen. Outside, Zephyr is calmly drinking tea while Adirius lies tied up on the ground. Not long after, Adirius breaks free and proudly shouts that he's loose. MC is mildly impressed. Most knights would need at least 30 minutes to break even, a basic dragon tongue, but Adirius did it in 12. That tells him the item Adirius carries is powerful. Adirius is just as surprised. He never expected a human to use such high-level dragon magic, and the feeling reminds him of his master. He starts wondering what he really is, a dragon servant, maybe, or someone with a dragon heart. Then he uses Cradle of the Earth, a rare white dragon skill that lets him store items underground. Still, Adirius decides it doesn't matter. His master told him never to hold back against people like Zephyr, so he gives his name properly, a disciple of Blade Master John Howell. The protagonist can see at once why he stands above most fighters. Huge talent, top training, and a legendary item. That item is the Silver Lion Mithril Armor, made from the White Dragon's bones. It blocks many debuffs and resists heat, cold, poison, curses, and even weakening dragon skills. That's why Adirius has survived so many brutal fights, and even battled dragons without having a dragon heart. Zephyr notes that he's already wearing the armor, measures his strength, and pulls out his own weapon with a silver key. It's Graham, the famous dragon-slaying sword forged 1,000 years ago. MC says it's still wet with dragon blood, and makes it clear that he has a dragon heart in his chest. To test him, he pours water into a glass and sets the terms. If even one drop spills during the fight, Adirius wins. And if that happens, Zephyr will give him both Graham and the dragon heart. Adirius asks if that means the protagonist wants Requiem in return, but MC says no. If Adirius wins, he can keep it. But MC gets to pick his nickname, offering names like Whitey Baddock, or just Mutt. As the duel starts, he mocks him for crawling after him for 12 whole minutes under Dragon Tongue, saying Moshe is already generous for someone that dumb. Then they clash. The protagonist attacks first, and Adirius blocks it while admitting MC has nerve. He raises the bet too. If he loses, he'll gladly become MC's lapdog. With that, both of them go all out. Adirius is quick to notice Zephyr's skill, amazed that he can swing such a huge sword with one hand so easily. Wanting to measure himself, he activates Lion's Roar. It's a special power of the Silver Lion Mithril armor. With his defense boosted, Adarius rushes in hard, but he shuts him down at once. The counter hits so hard it blasts him away. Watching from the side, his girlfriends and the old man realize Adarius is even stronger than the last time they saw him. Adarius jumps high into the air and dives straight at Zephyr, his sword surging with energy, but the protagonist calmly stops the strike, and that only fires Adarius up more. Now this feels like a real fight. Then to his shock, MC uses Dark Hand. It catches Adarius in midair and smashes him into the ground. Dazed, Adarius can't understand where this crushing power is coming from. He can't move at all, like some invisible force is locking his whole body down. Zephyr doesn't even budge, still holding his glass of water. That's when Adarius realizes he used Dragon's Way, a technique fueled by an absorbed dragon heart. That power lets the user call up the dragon's former image and borrow its abilities and traits. With telekinesis, he holds him down and thinks back to the past. In his previous life, Adarius was already the strongest of the 10 great warriors, so Zephyr always planned to recruit him, and this test was part of that. Seeing him now, the protagonist knows Adarius still isn't there yet. He must have grown far stronger later in life, and MC remembers exactly why. He's relieved he stayed at Lindal Fortress instead of leaving out of boredom. Otherwise, they may never have met again. Back then, he couldn't have pinned Adarius down like this, but this time will be different. In this life, Adarius is the first truly strong enemy the protagonist has faced since leaving his master. He sees huge potential in him, and believes he'll grow stronger this time with Adarius at his side, as his sword. When the fight ends, Zephyr declares his win, and tells him to accept him as master, his new nickname, Mutt. The story jumps back 6 years. A gray-haired woman, Princess Altair's teacher, grabs her arm and says her time is almost up. Calling Altair her precious student, she says she's taught her everything she could. Her lessons aren't fully complete, but she believes Altair will finish the magic on her own. What matters most, she says, is defeating the leader of the Demon Lord worshippers. After 25 years in that body, the teacher looks back on a long path filled with mistakes and a few gifted students. Some gave up, and others fell to corruption. But Altair never did. Proud of her final student, the teacher believes she'll keep fighting and give the world hope. She quietly wishes she could have healed Altair's inner scars completely and hopes someone will stand beside her when she meets her original self again. As her body starts to fade, she suddenly feels that something is wrong. Instead of returning peacefully, her spirit is dragged somewhere else, like it got caught in a trap. Confused and struggling even in spirit form, she ends up in a strange dusty place. Too weak to resist, she gets stuck inside a tiny lizard and is picked up by a young orphan boy, Adarius. He casually wonders whether to roast or boil her, with no idea who she really is. The dragon spirit is horrified at the thought of being eaten by a kid. Back in the present, Adarius explains how he became the Blade Master's disciple. She taught him the sword until her body vanished, about 6 months ago. Before leaving, she gave him a sword and armor, and told him to help Princess Altair. Adarius, being the kind who keeps his word, especially after a bet, now swears loyalty, and says he'll do whatever he's told. MC is satisfied. Adarius used to be wild, but now he shows respect and control. To MC, that change was bound to happen, considering how hard it must have been for a fight-crazy warrior to train alone under a dragon. At the same time, the battered Adarius thinks about how boring fighting has been since leaving his master. Bandits, knights, even boss monsters, none of them pushed him. He started wondering if this is all combat has to offer and where he could ever feel that thrill again. Meeting Zephyr gives him that answer. Adarius knows he still hasn't revealed everything, and he's dying to find out what he's hiding. He wants a rematch someday, and next time he plans to win. Still, he gets that raising someone like him is like raising a dog. You can't just teach it to bite whenever you want. The protagonist jokes about whether he wants snacks too and toys with him a bit. Adarius eagerly says yes, promising he'll have plenty of energy for whatever comes next. Hearing that, MC tells him to come closer, then flicks him so hard his forehead dents in an instant. The blow launches Adarius into a wall with a booming crash. Afterward, Zephyr calmly tells him to keep his distance and not forget that the white dragon, his master, won't return to the physical world anytime soon. Her last order was to protect the princess, so he asks if throwing his life away in a duel really honors that wish. Annoying as Adarius is, Zephyr can't ignore that he won the marriage tournament, which gives him some right to speak. He doesn't plan to send him away, but he will keep a close eye on him. Adarius accepts that and thanks him. The protagonist casually gathers mana in his hand and says he'll need a safety measure, just in case. 2 days later, in the third parish of the Temple of Light, Ned is spying when he notices something disturbing. The knights may serve different groups, but officially they're all temple knights. Using a potion of true sight, which reveals the hidden marks of Demon Lord worshippers, he sees that many of them have already been corrupted. Ophelia tells him the worshippers have likely slipped into these forces, or maybe taken them over. Right now, they're just showing their strength. Since they're still acting under the temple's name, they won't launch a full attack without a proper excuse, like proof that Cardinal Olden was murdered or that the dragon heart was stolen. So for now they wait, ready to move the moment they get that reason. That's why Zephyr said timing is everything. At least the enemy hasn't found its opening yet. Ned and Ophelia came to scout the area and contact Lucius, who's still locked down. They were picked because they're fast and quiet, but there's a problem. Because of the power in the bands they're wearing, they have to hold hands, which both of them find awkward. Before they left the Great Elfin Forest, the Elfin Queen gave them those bracelets. She said their shared stealth only works if they hold hands, so they don't really have a choice. Neither of them likes it, but Altair reminds them they already agreed. She also says their mission includes stopping anyone unusually powerful from interfering, people like the Smiling Woman. Ophelia is the only one who can recognize her, which makes her necessary for the job. At the same time, the Third Parish is already getting ready for invasion. With enchanted tools, they've filled the area with traps and hidden tombs, turning it into a dungeon. Ned helped Lucius build those traps, so he knows where they all are and what each one does. Altair knew the two would work best together and pushed them to keep holding hands so their stealth would stay active. That only made things more uncomfortable, and both of them were left wondering what they had signed up for. Earlier, after the dragon raid ended, Altair told the people from Danikil and the Magic Tower to stay in the forest a little longer. She also asked the healers to help everyone recover. Milia was nervous about that order. She'd hoped Altair would recommend her thesis, so the delay threw her off. Daisy tried to calm her down, saying time near the Elven Princess could help her academic future a lot. Milia quickly saw the chance. She also remembered Altair asking them to make a special tool for the Ice Dragon raid. Seeing a real shot to stand out, Daisy eagerly showed her plans and designs, hoping to prove herself useful to Her Highness. To make that happen, she needed Milia's help, so she started trying to win her over. After that, the rest of the party headed to the Third Parish. Back at camp, Zephyr makes Adarius chop onions by turning on the training mode in his silver helmet. The White Dragon gave him that helmet, and it has a hidden function that works through the dragon tongue. Clearly irritated, Adarius grumbles that the White Dragon should never have left that setting on. Now he's stuck cutting onions, whether he likes it or not. Nearby, MC casually controls the mode through the lion mark on Adarius's helmet. By triggering it from a distance, he keeps Adarius occupied and buys himself time to rest. Even so, Zephyr knows Adarius isn't here just because he loves fighting. He can tell the boy is meant for something bigger, and that in a few years he'll awaken another talent that could change everything. More people depend on him than he realizes. In his past life, their plan failed, and even though Adarius did everything he could, he still couldn't save everyone. The protagonist knows that if Adarius ever goes off course, the results could be terrible. If he has to, he'll kill him. At the same time, Zephyr cooks for his new guests, guessing they've probably reached the Third Parish by now. He also has a major problem to solve before he goes there himself. It's the reason he couldn't use the Sword of Light against Black Moon. If low stats were really the issue, then he shouldn't have been able to use that power against the Worshipper's leader, or deal with that strange secrecy pact. Looking at the silver key in his hand, MC realizes he needs the truth before entering the Temple of Light. Sometime later, he forges two powerful weapons, and Adarius is instantly stunned by them. Seeing his reaction, the protagonist asks if he can use anything besides a sword. Adarius eagerly says yes, thinking it's a gift only to get crushed by the sudden weight of the hammer and axe, which slam him to the ground. Zephyr notices the axe works better. MC hands Adarius the axe and tells him to cut down a tree outside, then carve a cute squirrel into it. Adarius is clearly irritated. Still, he keeps pushing, saying everyone else managed it just fine, and hinting that maybe Adarius can't control his mana well enough. That hits his pride, and Adarius snaps back that of course he can. Zephyr immediately gives him a time limit. He has to finish the carving in a few hours, and he can't leave the castle grounds. To make sure of that, the protagonist uses the silver helmet to lock him inside a set area. Adarius is stunned, but he still obeys and runs off to start. With that done, MC goes back to his own task and activates the silver key, ready to see what it shows him. At the same time, down in the Third Parish waterways, Ned and Ophelia move through the dark as quietly as they can. The parish is built like a fortress, with walls and enough food to last even if it's sealed shut. This time, even carrier pigeons have been blocked, so the Smiling Woman and the Demon Lord worshippers can't get any news out. But the sewers are still a problem. They can't be completely closed off. And Ned knows that's the most likely way enemies would get in. He opens a grated door and uses a magic tool called the Labyrinth Maker, which twists space itself. Only people who make the right choices can pass through, and the entrance is hidden by magic too. Ned reminds Ophelia of the method he taught her earlier. To open the path, the two of them start dancing. It's weird, but that's the ritual the entrance demands. Embarrassed, they go through the motions, and Ophelia quietly wonders who would make something this ridiculous. Each dance opens another layer of the entrance, but when they reach the ballroom step, Ophelia accidentally stomps on Ned's foot. That mistake breaks the condition they needed to meet, so they're kicked out of the path and have to start all over. Meanwhile, in the main building, Lucius looks out the window. Then someone suddenly comes up behind him and presses a knife to his head. Even then, Lucius stays calm. He's more surprised that anyone got past the security at all. With a slight smile, he turns a little curious about what the intruder wants. The person declares it a robbery, but Lucius coolly answers that there's nothing left to take. He spins and grabs the intruder, then realizes it's his wife, just teasing him. The danger vanishes, and the two share a playful, warm moment. Later, after some time alone together, they sit down for dinner. The Holy One is relieved to see a peaceful meal like this again. For Lucius, it almost feels like a holiday, a rare break. Since he purged the parish of demon worshippers, nearly half the senior priests are gone. The raid also took many temple knights, leaving too few skilled people for key jobs. With all that pressure building, these quiet moments with his family feel precious. He knows harder fights are still coming, and when they do, chances like this will disappear. That thought makes him tense, as he remembers a holy priest from the central parish. The man said if Lucius cleared the abominable princess dungeon and turned over the results, the temple might free the woman he brought from the Twilight Mansion. Until then, she had to stay confined in the third parish. The priest even called that generous, since temple law says she should be locked in the underground prison. Lucius can't make sense of it all. A woman who lived in a dungeon for 100 years and has strange powers might not even be human. Even so, he knows her freedom depends on the priest in charge and a majority vote from the Inquisition. That's why he's thinking of clearing the princess's tomb. It's the only way to win over the person in charge, but he doesn't trust the temple to release his wife so easily. He also suspects some people high in the temple are secret demon lord followers and could vote against her. Worse, if this fails, she could end up suffering something far crueler. For Lucius, protecting her comes first. Just as she's about to return to confinement, she suddenly passes out, and Lucius is caught completely off guard. The Holy One quickly guesses it's sleeping gas, probably from an intruder, and instantly uses his rosary's dimension magic to form a barrier around himself. The barrier keeps more gas out, but he still has to find whoever did this. To his surprise, the intruder doesn't hide at all. It's Fade, already sitting beside him. He's smoking casually, and Lucius never even noticed him come in. Even sitting there so calmly, Fade leaves no opening. Lucius also notices a tattoo on his arm, the mark of the legendary assassin guild. That puts him on edge. If Fade really belongs to that guild, then he's likely skilled with both fighting and poison. The toxins may not do much to Lucius, but they clearly work on his wife and son. What confuses him is the sleeping gas. A real assassin would usually use poison, take them hostage, and bargain with the antidote. Fade's timing, confidence, and attitude don't fit that. Lucius starts to think this is some kind of test, maybe even a riddle. He wonders if the man was sent by his father. Fade confirms it, hinting that Lucius is thinking clearly, just as expected. Lucius's father is Duke Cesare, head of the Cayenne Kingdom's Eastern Alliance. His land is famous for hosting powerful guests, and rumors say even royalty from fallen kingdoms and assassins stay there. Fade says the Duke sent him to check on his son. He explains that he slipped into the temple a week earlier, looked into everything, and even made a priest cooperate with Truth Serum. He also confirmed whether Lucius had been infected by the worm. That catches Lucius by surprise, but he quickly uses the chance to send a message. He asks Fade to tell his father he plans to repay the loss of the dragon heart by betting on the princess. Fade agrees and says Lucius's wife and son will wake in 6 hours, so purification magic isn't needed. Then he turns serious and brings up the real reason he came, Zephyr. Lucius starts to ask how Fade knows that name, but Fade cuts him off. He warns that Lucius shouldn't be asking questions. He should be thinking about what happens if he answers wrong. Fade then reveals he's poisoned the top 50 priests with a slow-acting toxin and spread traces of it around the area. Soon they'll have no choice but to flee through the culvert. That alarms Lucius. The culvert leads through the sewage system, and if even one priest escapes that way, their testimony could give others a reason to move. People already waiting for an excuse to act against him, maybe even to lay siege, would finally have one. Fade opens a small vial of antidote and says Lucius can have it, but only if he tells him everything he knows about Zephyr. The third parish culvert isn't a normal tunnel. A space-warping barrier surrounds it, and only special magic lets someone enter. Getting out, though, is easy. Soldiers are posted there too, but the real defense is the hidden runestones and the magic circle linking them, all invisible to the eye. Their job is simple: sound the alarm if anyone passes through without permission. Before long, Lucius hears several alarms go off one after another, proving Fade was telling the truth. Fade pushes harder. Only 5 minutes remain, so he wants the answer now. Even with time running out, Lucius doesn't bend. He says his knights are already waiting in the room beside the culvert and can easily stop the priests. At the same time, he notices something strange. Fade offered the antidote, yet claims the priests are already in the culvert. That means the poison might be removable from a distance, even without the antidote. Charging holy light into his relic, Lucius decides that if he beats Fade now, he may still be able to purge the priests by force. Thinking the advantage has turned, the Holy One demands to know who Fade really is, but Fade is ahead of him. Without a pause, he pulls out the rosaries belonging to Lucius's knights and calmly says they're already asleep. In the knight's waiting room, every one of them is already out cold, trapped in their own dreams. Back in the chamber, Fade draws his blade and points it at Lucius, making it clear that Lucius is the one cornered here, whether he fights or stalls. But before he can finish, someone slams him from behind with a crack like thunder. It's Ned. Fade staggers in shock. He was on guard, and this man still got a hit in. For a second, he wonders if it's one of Lucius's tricks, but Lucius looks just as stunned, so it isn't. Fade's head starts spinning, and a strange smell hangs in the air. While he was focused on the room, something unfamiliar slipped past his senses. It was Ned's mist bracelet, an artifact with incredible stealth power, even when only one of the pair is being worn. Fade grows more uneasy. Watching Ned's stance, he realizes Ned is hiding his weapon on purpose, making his movements harder to read. Ned, meanwhile, sticks to hit-and-run attacks. He knows getting locked in close combat with a poison user like Fade is dangerous. Suddenly, Fade pulls out his whip sword and lashes it around wildly. The blade is coated in poison, and its swings cover the whole area, leaving almost no room for error. Even so, Ned dodges every strike. As he keeps avoiding the attacks, he remembers what Zephyr told him about Fade, that if the chance came, he should try to recruit him. Ned is a little worried, but he said Ned is perfect for it. Fade doesn't respect the weak, so if Ned beats him, there's a good chance he'll switch sides. He also warned him that Fade uses poison. One of those poisons boosts Fade's physical strength, and the effect changes depending on the type and amount. Even at full power though, it still won't put him above Ned. Ned knows Zephyr is making him handle another absurd job, but he also gets why. The protagonist trusts him for more than just strength. Ned is the only one who can break stealth magic. He also has the Elf Queen's blessing, which makes him the best match for this fight. Back in the present, Lucius is relieved to see Ned. If Ned made it here, the Dragon Raid must have worked too. That tells Lucius what he needs to do next. While Fade squares off with Ned, Fade is still trying to figure out what just happened. He can't understand how Ned broke his stealth, and the force behind that hit feels strangely familiar. In the culverts, Ophelia brings down the poisoned priests and is glad she stayed near the entrance, especially after stepping on Ned's foot 12 times during their dance. But an hour has already passed since Ned went inside, and she knows she has to follow him. Before going in, she uses a magic seed the elves gave her. After pouring water on it, the seed grows into a huge tree-like creature made of roots. She orders it to guard the entrance, then rushes inside, worried Ned might need her help. Elsewhere, in the angel room, Mercedes hears loud crashes from the main hall. She runs in and finds Zephyr already there. Caught off guard, she demands to know why he suddenly showed up. MC shrugs it off, and says he's just improving the outside of the place. Then, without waiting, he starts wrecking furniture and decorations with his axe, leaving Mercedes stunned. She yells at him to stop, saying those things are expensive and can't be replaced. Annoyed, Zephyr says he'll get better ones later. Then, just as he lifts his axe again, the old turtle-shaped clock lets out a loud chime. He stops and mutters that time's up. Then he shows Mercedes a big rack of blue dragon ribs, marinated with his grandfather's recipe. The meat was treated with a special poison, since a normal knife can't even cut it. He says he used venom spear, then purified it with black moonstone so the poison lost its harmful effect. After that, he sealed the cleaned venom in a jar as a liquid. To cook the ribs, he used weak dragon breath flames and roasted them slowly until they turned perfectly tender. The result is an incredibly rare dish. For a second, even Mercedes is pulled in by the smell, but she quickly reminds herself this could be another trick. So she plays along, telling Zephyr he can do whatever he wants with the room. Go ahead. Still, she warns him that making a mess won't help him, and calls the whole thing pointless. The protagonist stays calm, slices the meat, and offers her some. Even though she's irritated, Mercedes can't resist and takes a bite. Then MC casually asks how it tastes, but his tone changes at once. He grabs her by the mouth, calls them untrustworthy, and demands the truth. He's furious. He thought the Sword of Light was meant for him, but right when he was about to use it, they told him he couldn't. Mercedes says they have no idea what he means, but Zephyr doesn't buy it. He throws her down and says if this is the game they want to play, then he'll do whatever he wants. Without hesitation, he drops onto the throne and says he's done being a tool. From now on, he'll sit, eat, and let the gods watch if they want something. They can pay more. Then he tells the angel to get out. Mercedes is furious. She can't believe a human would talk to them like that and act so shamelessly. Just as she moves to strike back, two glowing letters fall from above and slam down in front of them. She's shocked the gods actually answered his fit. Turning to Zephyr, she congratulates him and says he got what he wanted. He, a little confused, listens as she explains. The letters are sealed messages from the gods, each with an explanation and a reward inside. But he can open only one, the other will disappear. One is from the god of light, and the other is from the god of sky. Now Zephyr has to choose. Back in the third parish, Ned and Fade clash, trading sharp, exact strikes. Fade already questioned Nun Rose. Under torture, she told him the protagonist used a strange fighting style she'd never seen, injected poison into himself with a needle, and was last seen following the Saints' raid party. That was all she knew. so Fade knows the man in front of him is Ned, while the silver-haired one must be MC. Still, Ned's movements bother him. They seem to hint at who he really is. As their blades meet, Fade asks how Ned learned these skills so fast, and what he was doing 4 years ago. He guesses Ned may have trained in Eastern martial arts, and maybe even worked as an assassin. That brief distraction gives Ned an opening, but Fade blocks the strike and fires back with a storm of poison needles. Ned knocks them all away, but Fade follows with a cloud of poison smoke. Ned reacts first, clapping hard enough to blow the smoke apart with a shockwave that catches Fade off guard. Only then does he notice Lucius slipped out through the door. Fade realizes Ned revealed himself just to buy time for Lucius to escape. Even so, he thinks Lucius was foolish not to stay and help. Ned, meanwhile, is sure Lucius made the right call. He may not be built for this fight, but his speed and healing are perfect for protecting his wife and child. Ned also knows beating Fade will take something special, but that ability is too hard to trigger in a one-on-one fight. For now, he just needs to stall until help arrives. While they fight, Ned tries talking to him. He asks if Fade's revenge is aimed at the man using dragon arts, or at their old master. Then Ned reveals that 4 years ago, he was in isolation too, training alone. After being betrayed by the people he trusted, he joined the Saints' side against the worshipper's master. He points out that their goals may be the same, and suggests they work together. Fade doesn't buy it. He says the one who was truly deceived was him, by Zephyr. According to Fade, he cares about nothing, and throws people away once they're no longer useful. He remembers the protagonist joining a group of Eastern martial artists 4 years ago, only to betray them and get the whole guild wiped out. Since then, Fade has chased every rumor he could find, always trying to reach Zephyr and always coming up short. Until now. This is his first real lead, and he refuses to lose it. Knowing Ned is stalling for backup, Fade swears he'll capture and torture him for answers. With that, Fade forms a dragon-shaped sword in his hand, and says killing traitors is still his final duty as an assassin. The weapon's energy shocks Ned. It feels crushing, making him dizzy and sick. Then Fade rushes at him, but Ned's mind slips to the past. He's felt this energy before, from a corrupted monster that poisoned people's thoughts. A living weapon used by the Demon Lord's cult. That same fear crawls over him now, but just before Fade reaches him, a heavy kick slams Fade into the ground. He's stunned, especially when he realizes the blow came from the woman beside him. What shocks him even more is that she got close without him noticing. A second later, she lets out a sharp scream, and he freezes on the spot. At first, he thinks the scream itself did it, then he understands. She's like him. Right then, Lucius returns with his priests. Together, they pin Fade down with chains. Now the last step is Ned's. As he moves in, he remembers when the Elf Queen gave him a special spell. She warned him it was dangerous, something humans once wanted badly, but she refused to hand over. To use it, he had to keep eye contact and physical contact with the target for 30 seconds. She made him swear never to misuse it, saying it was meant to help him gain an ally, someone important to saving mankind. Remembering that, Ned places a hand on Fade's shoulder and starts the spell. About a month earlier, while Zephyr was getting ready for the dragon raid, there was a small hut where Olden's infected followers passed messages to him and to each other. Olden Lasker wasn't as strong in battle as the other apostles, but he was excellent at gathering information, with contacts all over the country. His political skill also helped him rise high in the demon cult, but that was the past. Now, in that same hut, dead demon cultists are lying everywhere, and a smiling woman steps in, calmly crushing the bodies underfoot. She came looking for Olden Lasker, but the ruined hut tells her enough. After his death, the cult has fallen into chaos, so there's no reason to check the other contact points. She starts to think the nobles who suddenly got sick and shut themselves away may be hiding something. Her master's warning comes back to her. Before sending her out, he told her not to trust anyone outside their sect, not even the cult, because everyone else lives by lies. He ordered her to investigate things herself and kill any traitors she found. Back then, he also gave her his hairpin, so others would know she carried his authority. When she accepted it, she quietly swore not to shame the Dragon King's style. Now, as the disciple chosen to succeed him, her first duty is clear. She will save her master from his unfair imprisonment. But her master himself said that helping him escape would only make him look guilty, so he told her to deal with the traitors first. As she left, he added that some disciples who had gone to search for his lost brother might be returning soon, and they could bring good news. Later, while looking at his old pocket watch, she realizes the only things she remembers after losing her memory are her name and the gift her brother gave her. She also feels quietly thankful that her master kept his promise, and gets ready to begin her mission. This changes everything for her. Now she has to find that new factor and either control it or get rid of it to win. What happens next could decide not just her master's standing, but whether he lives. She's ready to do anything to protect him. Outside the Third Parish main building, Ned tells Fade that the Master of the East trained 2 official successor disciples, but he also raised secret shadow disciples as backup. One of them, he says, is a lot like Zephyr or even himself, someone tied to poison or face-changing arts. Ned tells Fade this because he can see Fade still doesn't fully understand what's going on. He adds that all of the Master's shadow disciples learned poison techniques. What troubles Ned is this: the poison Fade and MC use feels like one he saw 8 years ago, from his own brother, who the Master later caught and punished for a whole month. Their Master only respects martial arts, so Ned never got a real explanation about that poison. From what Ned says, Fade starts thinking this may be the same person who led him 8 years ago. Ned is still puzzled. His master taught him Eastern skills like needle techniques and acupoint strikes, so why does Fade, an assassin, know them too? The technique is clearly lethal, and Fade keeps feeling more dangerous. Even so, there's one good sign. He's giving information and seems ready to help with the siege. Then Ned spots something that surprises him. The red scar on Fade's face is bigger than the last time he saw him. For the next few days, the castle falls into a standoff. The enemy outside doesn't move. Ophelia keeps watch all day but sees no sign of siege preparations. The other side seems inactive while training its troops. At the same time, Lucius knows the Blue Dragon raid has everyone's focus, so he starts getting ready for an Ice Dragon raid next. But something still feels incomplete. On his side and theirs, it's like both camps are waiting, each getting closer to the edge. Then the balance suddenly breaks. A strange newcomer shows up at the castle gate. Every soldier and commander turns to look. The moment Lucius sees him, he loses his calm. He can hardly believe it. It's Matthias Grimmer, the old inquisitor of the Third Parish, and former captain of the vanguard party during the raid. The mages outside know him too. To them, he's Lucius's old subordinate, cast out from Saint Candidacy when he was young, and mocked as Lucius's little lapdog. While everyone reacts to Matthias Grimmer, Lucius just stands there in shock. He saw Matthias turn into a demon himself, killed him, and watched the body burn to ash. Ophelia figures it out right away. This is a trick, an illusion made by someone who knows their past. They probably knew Matthias Grimmer's body was never found. She believes this came from the Master of the East, Jinrang, the one who trained that weapon into a master of disguise and deceit. It's the smiling woman. Ophelia understands the trick, but still finds it odd that they picked Matthias Grimmer as the bait. Even so, the goal is obvious: pull attention, confuse the enemy, and shift the blame. Then Matthias Grimmer starts spinning a fake story. He says he and others were in the first raid party, but Lucius abandoned them after they learned his plan. He claims Lucius meant to cheat his investors, steal the dragon's heart, and keep the money. He also says Lucius joined hands with Ned, a demon lord worshipper. Then he pushes even further, formally accusing Lucius of blasphemy and putting him in real danger. Ned is shaken too, because Matthias Grimmer looks exactly like his older sister. He can't understand how she could call him a demon worshipper in front of everyone. He remembers Zephyr saying she lost her memories in a childhood accident, and doesn't even know his name anymore. One of the people waiting nearby takes interest in the accusation. He seems amused, but he points out that even as a senior inquisitor, he doesn't have the power to arrest the Holy One, who ranks far above him. He can only file charges, and they need approval from at least 3 high-ranking priests. Then he removes his mask, and Benjamin reveals that 3 such priests are already here. He warns that if the accusation is false, the accuser will be executed at once for insulting the Holy One. After that, he brings out a hero-grade holy relic called Themis Judgment, an old kingdom trial tool. It shoots an arrow at anyone who lies, and it can be used 3 times a day. Showing the relic to everyone, he orders them to testify and says the angel is watching. He points the relic at Matthias Grimmer and states the charge that the Holy One worked with demon worshippers. The smiling woman remembers this relic once belonged to the ancient inquisitor Themis, who blinded herself to judge fairly and relied only on sound to catch lies. The relic reads tiny signs like heartbeat, breathing, and shaking in the voice to detect fear. But the smiling woman can control her muscles and fake emotions deep in her body, so she's sure even a holy relic can't read her lies. Still using Matthias Grimmer's form, she confirms the charge. No arrow is fired, which means the statement is judged true. Cornwall, a first-class inspector from the Temple of Light's Financial Council, accepts that result and approves the accusation. Benjamin, a senior member of the Vatican's Holy Relic Management team, approves it as well. The smiling woman quietly marvels at how ridiculous this is. If accusing the Holy One is blasphemy, then surrounding him and threatening him should be too. To her, this crowd has traded faith for profit, shameless people waiting for someone else to open the temple gates for them. She wonders if she's just glad she came, then ties the name Matthias to the image of a burning pyre beneath the title of the Holy One. Her thoughts grow darker, and she starts thinking it may be better to burn everything. Meanwhile, Matthias asks Gertrude where she stands. Gertrude doesn't care much about any money tied to the Holy One. The only thing on her mind is whether Olden is still alive. Right as she's about to answer, lightning cuts in. Ophelia steps forward, stunned that anyone is even listening to such claims. Gertrude recognizes her at once. Ophelia, one of the 10 great warriors and a known guard of the princess. Cornwall also notices the man beside her, and his face seems oddly familiar. Ophelia asks Benjamin how trustworthy Themis' judgment really is. He answers without hesitation that it's flawless. She challenges that, asking if the relic can judge false testimony caused by hypnosis or mental control. Even if someone fully believes the lie, she argues, the truth underneath could still be different. Pointing at Ned, she says Princess Altair personally sent him to support the Holy One. She even calls him her servant, saying he slept beside her horses in the stables for 12 years. To her, his loyalty can't be questioned. Then she calls the fake Matthias Grimmer a liar, who is twisting the whole situation. At that moment, the disguise starts to break. Her clothes burn at the edges, and the lightning disrupts her mana flow, exposing her real body. The crowd realizes this isn't Matthias Grimmer at all. It's a woman in disguise. Exposed, the imposter admits Ophelia has ruined her plans again. This makes the second time. She turns on Ned and brands him a traitor, swearing he'll die before the day is over. Then she and her 2 men pull out the Hypnos Ocarina and start to play. A giant corrupted monster rises from the ground in response. Ned quickly sees it's a Shoggoth, but something is wrong. The tune needed to control it is far too long, which tells him the creature has evolved. This isn't an ordinary Shoggoth anymore, it's a Basilikos. Now back in her true form, the imposter gets ready and asks if they're prepared. She declares that the Song of Swords and Screams is about to begin. As her voice rings out, Cornwall is hit with fear. He recognizes the Basilikos cry spreading over the field and making unprotected people terribly dizzy. A soldier nearby tells him the mercenaries will open a path to retreat. Cornwall soon realizes everyone just reacted to one of the Basilikos' skills. When they move to fight back, more monsters appear. Cornwall understands at once this is a full monster assault, and the Basilikos is leading it. The name means small king, and the creature clearly deserves it. The troops panic and fall back, shouting for help. Benjamin sees the confusion and warns them not to scatter. He remembers that anyone who looks into the Basilikos' glowing eyes turns to stone. As people begin petrifying, he calls forth the Staff of Benevolence. Once planted in the ground, it creates a cleansing magic circle. Other staffs resonate with it, spreading the protection farther. Using the staff to raise barriers, Benjamin orders everyone to focus on killing the monsters. He asks Cornwall to buy him time, saying he knows how to bring the creature down, and Cornwall agrees. Father Benjamin then leaves the front line to them. Meanwhile, Cornwall pulls out the spear servant of the goddess, which had been saved for smashing the castle gate at Sage. When he activates it, a huge stone statue appears and strikes at once with its spear, tearing a massive hole through the monster's body, before driving in hit after hit. Benjamin thinks over what a Basilikos is, an evolved Shoggoth, known for mental attacks. Like a normal Shoggoth, it spreads fear by corrupting the mind and making victims hallucinate. When that corruption reaches its limit, they go berserk and even attack allies. Physical attacks don't work. Only magic and elemental power can hurt it. Luckily, most of its abilities can be cancelled by a priest's purification magic. Its light attacks don't worry Benjamin, but one trait from past Basilikos reports does. It has a second mouth on its tail. After charging for anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour, that mouth can cast a devastating spell strong enough to wipe out up to 80% of a party. Since every Basilikos has a different tail ability, predicting it is almost impossible, so stopping that skill becomes the top priority. As the fight grows worse, Benjamin asks for a monster report. A priest tells him ground monsters will arrive within 10 minutes, and flying ones 2 minutes after that. Benjamin knows there's no time to waste, and tells everyone to keep him safe for 3 minutes. He's about to use the Holy Family's golden mirror, a legendary holy relic. At the Holy Relic Management Team headquarters, the mages by the portal mirror get the signal. Father Benjamin has activated the golden mirror. That means it's their turn to help. They all activate Dagger of the Holy Sanctuary, pulling mana from each user. That power is sent through the golden mirror to Benjamin. He pours it into his relics, but the force is far beyond what he's used to, and he nearly collapses. He remembers bringing the mirror only as a backup for the siege. If he'd rented it like the Stake of Faith, he could use it more freely. But this relic was assigned only for the siege, so using it here could bring harsh punishment. Even so, staying alive matters more than the rules. He takes aim at the monster, and suddenly Gertrude grabs him from behind. She reminds him the mirror is only cleared for use on fortress gates. Then for Olden's sake, she forces the shot away from the monster and toward the gate. The blast slams into it. Watching from afar, one of the worshipper apostles is pleased. He's sure Gertrude's fixation on Olden Lasker will keep her acting exactly as planned. Elsewhere, another apostle says he'd rather handle this himself than sit and wait. The other agrees he gets it, but says full war has to be the last resort. Before that, they need proper reasons, formal notices, repeated talks, and clear orders from above. If they follow that process, their actions will look justified and win support from powerful allies, while staying within the rules of the kingdom. In the end, that means they won't have to worry about the Golden Dragon striking back. The Apostle Othello says he's just trying to squeeze everything useful out of the Holy One, while protecting his own standing. Wilhelmina answers that that's simply how the upper class works. She reminds them the apostles are tied down by rules too. They've climbed too high in the Temple of Light to walk away now, so she tells everyone to gather their power again and get ready for a second strike. Back at the battle, after the interruption, Cornwall demands to know what Benjamin and Gertrude are doing. Then the pair fires a third shot with the golden mirror. Meanwhile, in the forest near the third parish, a golem leading Altair's group reports that the attack has started, and they'll reach the weakened temple barrier in 30 minutes. Elise guesses the golden mirror caused it. She explains that it turns packed divine power, or mana, into a short burst of destructive force. Princess Altair worries that even the barrier from the dungeon princess relic may not last much longer. Dariel says he'll cover them with an arrow, and asks Kira for the coordinates. She says she needs 15 seconds, but while she starts calculating, Dariel spots something strange. He instantly tells everyone to jump on 3. Even though they try to avoid the incoming slash, some soldiers are hit and drop, right in front of Princess Altair. When the dust clears, a voice mocks them for surviving. The attacker steps forward. It's Jinyang's son, the top disciple of the Dragon King style. Pulling out his weapons, he says he's sending them to hell. Back in the third parish, chaos spreads as Ned and Ophelia team up against the smiling woman. In the middle of the fight, Ned tries to reach her, begging her to remember he's her younger brother. She rejects that completely, unable to believe someone like him could be family. She attacks, but Ned slips past it. Then she snaps that he's been fooled, and if he's going to trick people, he should at least make it believable. Suddenly, the sound of a barrier shattering rings out. The fortress gate falls, and Ophelia immediately realizes the defenses are gone. The smiling woman uses her electric acceleration and rushes for the temple. Ned and Ophelia take off after her. As they run, the Demon Lord worshipper guards start playing a flute, knowing their job is to help her no matter what. That flute triggers the monster's strange mouth skill, meant to stop the priests chasing them. The monster opens its mouth and roars a spell into the sky, creating a dark magic circle that starts raining blood. The priests freeze for a moment, confused by the sudden blood rain, but their minds twist almost at once. The curse takes hold immediately. Anyone touched by the rain goes berserk. Even with purification barriers, the priests struggle to protect themselves. Then things get even worse. Wild monsters arrive and attack everything in sight, tearing through anyone they reach. Rushing through the chaos, Ned hears his allies screaming and understands just how bad this has become. The Demon Lord worshippers are safe under the flute's protection, and Ophelia is protected too. Now Ned has to choose chase his sister or save his collapsing team. He remembers Zephyr's advice, killing enemies matters, but so does saving the people who can still fight. Numbers matter, so trust your judgment. With that in mind, Ned tells Ophelia to go after the smiling woman, since she can spot her right away. He stays behind to face the incoming monsters. He knows chasing his sister with the Queen's elf blessing might have been the better way to catch her, but that's not what this moment needs. As Ophelia closes in on Matthias ready to strike, the monster cuts in and traps her before she can land it. Then the smiling woman disappears and flashes behind her. She starts charging Falling Thunder as she drops in for the hit, but before she can attack, a poison whip lashes her out of the air and stops her cold. It's Fade, showing up at exactly the right time. Seeing him, Ned realizes he isn't alone anymore. He has strong allies he can trust. He pours mana into his sword, set on opening a path for Zephyr. With his resolve back, he swings again and again, cutting through monsters and enemies with his electric power. As he fights, he thinks about his dream of becoming Altair's king. Ned believes helping make that dream real will finally end this conflict, so he charges ahead and drives into the mouth of a huge monster with sword in hand. Meanwhile, outside in the parish, Lucius speaks through a megaphone to every party member and follower of light. No one has heard his voice in 50 days, so the sudden broadcast shocks everyone. The Holy One says he spent those days praying to Goddess Arya to deliver their enemies to them, and now he brings her message. He tells them not to doubt, and to honor her followers as they would a god. Those who believe will receive her blessing. Then he calls on everyone to witness a miracle. A huge beam of light drops from the sky, and tears through the monster's body. When everyone looks up, they see Zephyr in dragon form, holding a lightning weapon. He fired the attack from above in a flash that lights up the whole battlefield. He had opened the Goddess of Light's letter, and now that miracle begins. The other party leaders are stunned to see that boy holding the Sword of Light. They can barely believe someone that young has such a high-rank item, one that can erase dark magic. They know the sword appears only once every few hundred years, and is given only to a chosen one. Their shock grows when they notice his dragon-like traits and the aura around him. So close to the gold dragons. Zephyr thinks back to his past life. At this same point then, hardly anyone noticed him. Adarius took all the attention. But looking back, being ignored let the protagonist move quietly, ambush enemies, and grab rare chances to get stronger. Now he knows he could stay in the shadows behind people like Lucius or Dariel again. But this time he doesn't need to. It's finally time to show himself to the world. A few days earlier, inside the Silver Key, Mercedes told him something he couldn't forget. The voice that once stopped him from using the sword was not Arya's, because he can't hear a god's voice directly. That brought back another memory. He once thought he heard the goddess through Mercedes, but never truly heard her himself. Even now, he still doesn't know what Arya sounds like. Mercedes also revealed that while the goddess gave him full permission to use the Sword of Light, the sword itself had rejected him. That leads to another memory. Mercedes said the goddess gave him the sword with one condition: he had to protect the Holy One. Only then does it all finally make sense to Zephyr. He realizes that even though he can use the sword freely for 10 months, the moment he fulfills Arya's command and protects the Holy One, the sword will have to obey him, and 10 months is plenty of time to take what he needs. Back in the present, MC uses Dragon Tongue, forcing every human to kneel and locking the monsters in place. To everyone's shock, it works instantly. The whole battlefield stops. Even Ned and Ophelia are caught by it. Then, with one swing, Zephyr cuts through all the frozen monsters. The smiling woman is left stunned, unable to understand what she just saw. Then she realizes the figure before her isn't the saint with the dragon heart. It's a dragonoid. Knowing that, she decides her only choice is to run. Luckily for her, the chaos Zephyr caused gives her enough time to change her appearance. But just as she's about to escape, something hits her from behind and leaves her reeling. It's fate again, arriving at the perfect time. He had been watching and saw her steal someone's cape and change her energy to copy another person, but he never lost track of her. He's sure because he marked her earlier with a special poison that has a unique smell, making her easy to track. The woman silently admits his talent is rare. Meanwhile, Zephyr stays deep in thought, aware of how strong he's become. With the Sword of Light and the 2 dragon hearts Yggdrasil gave him, his current output has reached 24.5 for both hearts. With power like this, he doesn't need to stay hidden anymore. He just has to wait for the right time to reveal himself and take the last missing piece. In his past life, no matter how strong he got, people still looked down on him because he was a slave. That alone cost him chances he should have had. It even helped drive him and Altair apart. Looking back, Zephyr finds that bitterly ironic. Even though he was the only one who could save them, the big names of that era refused to accept him. Their pride kept him out front, even when working together was the only way to survive. Even so, he still chose to save them. He understood he couldn't face what was coming alone. No matter how they acted, he still needed strong allies. Now he knows a few top fighters won't be enough to win the Great War. They need someone the whole world can stand behind. And that place belongs to the one holding the Sword of Light. That person is Zephyr. He has clear proof that he's the chosen one, and even Lucius kneels before him, saying he's waited for this day. The protagonist tells him the task is done. Then, from his silver key, he takes out the blue dragon's severed head, showing everyone the real problem, the corruption spreading through Danikil. The leaders are stunned when they see it. That very day, Lucius's public prayer spreads across the continent. Every region hears that the chosen one has appeared. Letters go out telling nobles and officials to accept the goddess of light's will, and the message points to the dragon heart as proof. When the royal court reads it, they're uneasy. It sounds dangerously close to abuse of power, but once the goddess's name is attached, almost no one can push back. On top of that, plenty of witnesses saw what happened, and no one is likely to question where the dragon heart went. With all that, Lucius and MC come out with a major win. From here on, MC stands at the center of the world's story. In response, the people begin formal prayers to goddess Arya, asking for her light and guidance. The story then turns to Jinriang, thinking back to when he was known as the most talented student of the Dragon King style. He was born with a gifted body and learned martial arts faster than anyone else. Even after taking the demon worshipper's worm, he kept growing stronger. His name, Strong Dragon, felt perfect to him. In his own mind, he was strong and completely right. Still, he deeply resents his father, who never stops talking about returning east and taking back his throne. He also sees Ned as a stubborn fool for rejecting the worm. To him, everyone else is wrong. Jinjiring thinks the world is ending, so loyalty and pride mean nothing. In his eyes, refusing the worm is just pointless arrogance. He believes those values won't matter in the final days. The only thing that will matter is demon power, strength that can go beyond weak human limits. He thinks that's why his father cast him out of the East, and why Ned turned on him. Even so, he has no respect for Ned, and believes he alone will become the true dragon. But things didn't go the way he imagined. In the present, Jinyang is pinned down by magical roots and sealing spells from Altair's group, including Dariel. He can't figure out why they've captured him. Altair recognizes him at once as Ned's older brother and notes that he's clearly stronger than the rest of his siblings, especially after beating dozens of Dragon King-style disciples by himself. Still, they succeed in trapping him, keeping him locked down with Dark Hand and Ghost Magic. Altair coolly says he should have brought healers. At the same time, Kiara backs them up with her Root Spell and Pollen Rush, handling the remaining Demon Lord worshippers who came with Jinryang. Elise stays on healing, keeping everyone in shape to fight. Dariel's enchanted bow, strengthened by Elise's support, works especially well. With the extra speed, he slows the enemy force and tears through them. As the fight ends, Altair tells Jinryang he made one huge mistake. He dropped his guard and gave them time to stack their buffs. His defeat, she says, came from his own carelessness. Hearing that, Jinryang flies into a rage and starts cursing at her. But before he can finish, one of Dariel's arrows slams into his head and blows it apart. Altair watches Jinryang fall. She knows he was useless as a hostage and far too dangerous to leave alive, especially if he joined the smiling woman. Killing him was the safest move. Since Jin Ryong showed up here, Altair starts thinking the smiling woman may be with Lucius. Now, the flash she saw earlier could have been Zephyr, and as that thought sinks in, a faint blush appears. She may be about to see him again. After that, the group checks the area, secures it, and patches everyone up before heading to the third parish. They arrive around nightfall and finally reunite with him. Meanwhile, the locals are stunned to see Dariel. It's been centuries since any of them saw an elf. Watching from a distance, Godet grows confused when he sees Princess Altair standing so close to Zephyr and starts wondering if they already knew each other. Fade is there too, and the moment he sees the protagonist, he knows this isn't the person he's been looking for. Noticing Fade lost in thought, Ned offers to introduce him to Urs. Fade turns it down, saying he doesn't like him. That cold attitude turns into surprise when Kira calls his name. She runs toward him, but he disappears instantly. Outside the parish, the 10 strongest challengers pull back. They know they can't face the saint now, and if he really beat the twin knights, fighting him would be pointless. Elsewhere, in a temple hallway, a knight finds Claudia caught in a magic trap. She keeps shouting for Olden, swearing she'll find him. At the 13th parish, Prince Polaris finishes reading the letter about what happened and laughs, amused by how things turned out. Curious now, he says he wants to meet Zephyr himself. The boy has entertained him so much that Polaris thinks he deserves a reward. Wanting another round, he turns to the Golden Dragon and asks if it's time to set up the next event. The next day, all the forces surrounding the third parish pull back. The officials managing the sacred relics also recover the stake of faith. Meanwhile, the Finance Council is pleased by a new chance to invest in Zephyr. The parish defenders watch all this and get ready to report back to their own backers. One major update is that the Ice Dragon raid plans may change now that a Dragon Slayer has arrived. At the same time, Claudia and the knights who slipped into the parish to look for Olden are arrested and thrown in jail until they're questioned. The High Priestess had worried about how to explain Olden's supposed link to demon worship, but things worked out more easily than expected. Strangely, the people involved seem to have lost their memories, so no trouble follows. A nearby priest says it could have gotten much worse if Olden's death became public. He also thinks the fourth parish is still planning something and only backed off for now. To the High Priestess, it almost feels finished, yet not completely. As Lucius is being escorted past them, he catches part of the talk and boldly calls it a clean victory. Looking back, he has a point. They dealt with the smiling woman, and even an angel appeared, handing Lucius a letter from the goddess of light herself. Before leaving, the angel only told him to keep praying. When the Holy One opened the letter, it said an envoy of the goddess would soon come from the haven with a divine artifact. Lucius is deeply honored that the goddess sent him a message, and quickly assumes the envoy must be Zephyr. From then on, he's ready to do whatever she asks. What Lucius doesn't know is that the letter is fake, written by him after he bribed an angel during the Dragon Corpse barbecue. The protagonist is sure Lucius will never find out, and quietly decides he'll reward that faith later. Meanwhile, something more urgent happens. Fade gets a letter from Lucius's father, saying he has arrived at the third parish. The Holy One is clearly shocked, but when Fade adds that his father told him to lend his strength, the priest lights up. He knows Fade could be a huge help in the coming Ice Dragon raid. Fade agrees, though he makes it clear he's helping only out of goodwill, not duty. Soon after, Zephyr walks over and asks whether the smiling woman gave Fade anything useful. He adds that if Fade knew something about the tarantula, he wouldn't have slipped away in the middle of the night. Fade looks ready to answer, then stops. Watching this, Ned starts to think his guess was right. The real issue with the smiling woman is that his queen's blessing doesn't work on her at all. Even Truth Serum got them nothing about the tarantula. Ned figures the only thing Fade learned was where the Dragon King's style is, and that still leaves too much unknown. Ned also remembers how hard the tarantula are to trace. With Jin Yang dead, the only people who might know anything are the Master and Zephyr. At that point, MC offers Fade help getting revenge. If he shares what he knows, then he warns him not to say no. In a sudden blur, he appears right in front of Fade and catches him off guard. Startled, Fade quickly agrees to hear him out. Later, the whole group gathers for a meeting, where Icarus introduces himself as the wielder of the Requiem sword and a disciple of the White Dragon. He says his master sent him to help Altair, so he's here to carry out that order. The group gives him a warm welcome, and Altair suggests he train under Zephyr for now. Icarus agrees right away. He understands that Princess Altair wants him to watch, learn, and grasp the situation first. He's a little disappointed he didn't arrive sooner, preferably right in the middle of the Blue Dragon raid. He's sure of his strength and thinks he could have killed the dragon with one strike through the heart. He remembers the White Dragon's warning. When the Demon Lord appears, every dragon will follow and bring ruin. His master told him to kill them all before that day comes. That even included the White Dragon's true form, not just the lizard one. But Aurelius knows he can't do that. So his goal changes. Rather than kill every dragon, he wants to stop the Demon Lord from descending at all. He also sees that dragons could become powerful allies and make the coming fights much easier. That's why he doesn't get why Altair hasn't thought that way. Then it hits him. Maybe it's fear, Maybe everyone at the table is being ruled by that same fear, and it's keeping them from thinking straight. Not liking the mood, Aderelia stays quiet, watches the group and decides to follow along until he understands what's really going on. While he's thinking, Zephyr looks his way and notices something about him he doesn't like. Afterward, Elise Brenta uses Angel's Embrace, a strange spell that works like a magic health check. The new members are clearly nervous about it. Elise Brenta, on the other hand, seems amused, joking about how rare it is to examine a dragon, a veteran fighter, and an elf. That annoys Fade, but then Elise Brenta finds something even stranger. She can't examine him at all. Around then, Altair arrives and asks about the smiling woman. Elise Brenta says they met every condition for the Queen's blessing, yet it still wouldn't work on her. Kira guesses the woman might already have a blessing, or maybe a curse that blocks it, but that idea doesn't fit. Elise Brenta says they checked everything. The real problem seems to be her brain. That catches Altair off guard. The High Priestess explains that strong healing magic can reattach a finger if it was just cut off, but it can't restore something lost years ago. Since the smiling woman lost her memory in the shipwreck, she likely suffered brain damage, and now sees the world in a completely different way. Elise Brenta points out that the woman didn't even realize she was looking into Ned's eyes, so the Queen's blessing was never truly triggered. That means she may not even see humans as human anymore. Later, Zephyr goes to the cells to see her for himself. As he gets close, she looks straight at him without a trace of hesitation. 13 years earlier, after the boat wreck, the waves carried her to an island. When she woke up, she remembered nothing. Everything felt dark and silent, except for the ringing in her ears, and in panic she screamed. One day, crushed by pain and wanting to die, she suddenly smelled incense and the ringing stopped. Then a deep voice told her to open her eyes. When she did, a mysterious master healed her, and a little of her sight returned. That was how she met her mentor. After that, she spent her days learning the Eastern language and meditating under her master's guidance. Little by little, she found some peace, and her vision slowly improved. But what she saw horrified her. Everyone looked like monsters. The only human she could recognize was herself in a mirror. Sick of living among monsters, she wanted to find her little brother. She didn't know his face, but hoped she'd know him if they looked alike. Then one day, even though she followed everything her master taught her, her vision changed again. Now she saw symbols and arrows floating over people, and it deeply unsettled her. Back in the present, Fade says her story sounds like an extreme trauma treatment. It forces the brain to break its normal function so mana can flow naturally, and it's so harsh that most people die from it. The few who survive gain twisted senses, sharper smell, taste, or sight, and sometimes their whole view of reality changes. As she slowly gets used to the strange figures around her, she realizes the arrows are actually guides. By shaping her face to match them, she learns she can change her appearance completely. She remembers how her mentor cared for her, gave her purpose, taught her martial arts, and even tried to find her younger brother. Wanting to repay him, she once tried to bring back a dragon's heart, but failed. Even so, her true goal is still to save her master, and for that she needs to escape this cell. Zephyr understands all of this just by watching her. When she notices his stare, she thinks he's the strange one. Then she says she'll be killed if she's released, and makes one last request, to bathe before she dies. She offers any information she has and begs him for help. If he won't untie her, she asks whether he could wash her himself. Zephyr steps into the cell, tells her not to move, and gently lifts her head. As she meets his eyes, she thinks her charm has worked. She's sure the protagonist is already trapped, seeing her as some unforgettable prize of war, and believes he'll give in soon enough. She wants out badly enough to try anything, because she believes even someone as strong as a dragon heart bearer or the wielder of the Sword of Light can't fully resist instinct. But instead, Zephyr leans in and coldly tells her to spit out the worm inside her. Right away, something rises in her throat, and she starts coughing up blood. Zephyr only watches with a faint smirk. He remembers her from before, how she once tried to use him, acting close until she got what she wanted, and tossed him aside. Now he crushes the squirming worm she vomits onto the floor while she gasps for air. MC says he could kill her right now but won't, for her brother's sake. Her life now depends on how she behaves. As he says that, he forces her eyes open and pulls her back to awareness. A burst of light suddenly erupts from the cellar, and a moment later, Zephyr walks out. Altair, waiting outside, asks if it's finished. He calmly says he made sure she'll slowly return to normal, and her senses, maybe even her memories, should come back with time. Altair asks how long that will take. Zephyr says slowing the side effects of removing the worm is the safest way. He also admits he's a little surprised, since he thought Altair wanted the smiling woman dead, not saved. Altair says that was true at first, but someone with talents that rare could still be useful. And deep down, she knows the smiling woman is Ned's sister, so of course she can't just ignore her. Back in the cell, the smiling woman has passed out. The protagonist had already placed a safety seal there just in case. With that handled for now, he moves on to the next problem. The truth is, MC never wanted to see the smiling woman again. He meant to kill her, but since she's Ned's sister, he couldn't. Even so, Seeing her in person stirred up feelings he had to force down. What bothered him even more was the same question he still couldn't answer. Why do so many people keep following the demon god cult, even after learning the truth? Why stay loyal to something that only brings ruin? He knows he can't dwell on that. The future he wants depends on the memories he already carries. As he stands there lost in thought, a sandal flies past his head. He looks up and sees Altair at the top of the stairs, with a slight smirk. She threw it on purpose. For a second, the moment feels unreal, and everything around him seems to blur together. There on the steps they share a quiet, close moment. Zephyr thinks about how often he's been betrayed, and how he built his life in darkness, with no room for trust. Then Altair appeared. Where everyone else brought lies, she brought honesty, and somehow became the reason he still wants to be with her, no matter how many times he has to start over. The next morning, the lockdown at the third parish is officially lifted, and the council announces a grand ceremony to celebrate the end of the raid. During the banquet, Altair uses the chance to reveal her plan for the coming Ice Dragon raid. The event also showcases the loot from the princess's dungeon raid, along with several powerful party members, whose presence gives the gathering even more weight. It's the perfect setup to attract investors, and Zephyr is genuinely pleased with how well it's going. But then his mood changes. The moment Polaris walks into the hall with a group of knights, applauding, Polaris openly praises Altair, then turns to him, highlights his performance, and says he came here just to meet him. The boy freezes in shock. He never expected Polaris to show up, least of all here. Polaris Albert Cayenne, first prince of the Cayenne kingdom and the temple's youngest cardinal, is famous across Aslan. Unlike the sickly second prince, Polaris is known for both his brains and looks, earning the title of Aslan's brightest star. Zephyr feels both uneasy and confused, seeing someone that important here, especially since Polaris is also the leader of the Demon Lord cult. Before the protagonist can respond, Lucius quickly steps in to greet him. Calm on the outside, Lucius is just as shaken. He knows Polaris has no good reason to be here, and he silently swears not to let MC become his next target. Sensing the tension, Polaris tries to ease the room by reminding everyone he's only a priest. Then, with a playful smile, he says that if his presence bothers them, he brought something to help. He snaps his fingers, and a group of cheerful children runs in and gathers around Zephyr. At Polaris's signal, they start singing in harmony, leaving him completely caught off guard. Caught off guard, the protagonist has no clue what Polaris is trying to do. Then Polaris says the children are war refugees and orphans he took in himself. He adds that he can't do much to change the world, but Zephyr stopped the recent disaster at its source. With that, Polaris kneels and thanks him. The crowd answers with applause and cheers, but Altair isn't buying it. She knows her brother too well to think he came all this way just to flatter MC. He's after something. Polaris smoothly changes the subject and starts talking about the dungeon bubble collapse and the damage it did to the continent's economy. He explains that new laws about dungeon loot were just passed. One rule says every treasure and reward from a dungeon raid has to be checked by a state-approved appraiser and reported to investors. Another says those items must be priced by current market value and economic conditions. Then he drops the real shocker. By that standard, a black dragon heart is worth 0 gold. He goes on, saying dungeon items don't legally belong to the raid party until they're officially reported. If anything gets used before then, like healing items or rare loot, the value has to be paid back from the party's share. So if the dragon heart is valued at 0, using it should cost nothing. Still, Polaris hints that the report doesn't tell the full truth. That makes Lucius snap in anger, but Polaris stays calm and says the complaint wouldn't come from him, it would come from the public. Then he turns to the crowd. He says the dragon heart can't be measured with human money because it was used to carry out the goddess's will, so of course its value is 0. Then he praises Zephyr, saying he acted without caring about treasure or profit, and moved only for the goddess. His words sound kind, but Lucius and Altair both feel the trap hiding under them. Polaris keeps going, saying he saved everyone from disaster without taking a single coin, which makes the dragon heart priceless. Zephyr, though, is clearly getting fed up with the performance. Polaris goes on, saying the moment he heard the news he ran to his father and asked for the protagonist's arrest order to be undone. Next he brings out a scroll and says that after that he visited the bishops of every parish and collected their signatures, all agreeing that MC's act was a miracle of the goddess and couldn't be judged by human law. Resting a hand on the young soldier, he says they all honor Zephyr for his help and his sacrifice for humanity. Then he announces the bishops will fully support him with troops, supplies, and even a foundation for people in need. Lucius instantly sees it for what it is, an act, just not the kind he expected. The same religious excuse used to dodge responsibility is now being used against them. Now they're being pushed to give aid for free. If they refuse, the dragon heart's legitimacy gets questioned. If they accept, all the profit is gone. Zephyr looks to Altair, hoping she'll step in, but quickly remembers this whole setup came from her brother. Polaris was once the Gold Dragon's left hand. He gave up the throne, became a priest, and rose to bishop in the Gold Dragon's lands. That gives him huge power. So opposing him is almost the same as opposing the Gold Known Dragon itself. The investors watching all this lose heart. Realizing Polaris is steering the profits away, they back out, since there's nothing left to gain. Then Polaris steps closer to him and says he didn't come to start another war, just to beat him. Even with all the pressure in the room, the protagonist almost laughs. To him, the man in front of him is completely ridiculous. This is a common trick temple guilds and nobles use to crush smaller groups. They start with vague reasons to cut off funding, keeping their promises once or twice. After that come delays, claims that the payment is still being processed or needs approval somewhere else. In the end, the support never comes. That leaves soldiers poorly equipped, and dungeon raids start failing. To stop their best fighters from leaving, guilds have to pay them even more, and gear for dungeon raids, especially magic or special equipment, is expensive. There are also constant costs for workers and supplies like potions, food, and camping gear for parties that may have dozens or even hundreds of people. Even dungeon entry rights have to be bought. So when the people at the top take all the profit, the whole party is doomed. That's exactly what Polaris is trying to do. Back in the moment, Polaris mocks Zephyr for not answering properly. He pushes the idea that now MC matters. He has to obey the system no matter how strong he is. He even says Altair will run out of money without financial backing, and because she's a princess with a public image, MC will be forced to meet those expectations too. Every word is meant to provoke him and drag him toward anger, knowing one rash move could ruin everything. But instead of lashing out, Zephyr calmly starts reciting an old prophecy. It speaks of red smoke, like blood, rising from the south, and covering the whole world, a sign that the four horsemen of the apocalypse have awakened, bringing war and death everywhere. Lucius Giornetti recognizes the prophecy at once. He then uses his silver key to call forth the Sword of Light, saying an angel told him he would use it to stop the world's fall when he first received the blade. As mana flows into the sword, he says the goddess gave him both the dragon heart and the sword, so he can't hand them over to anyone else. Instead, Princess Altair will decide where the dragon heart goes. After saying that, he calmly shakes Polaris's hand and thanks him. With that, the bishop leaves. As he goes, he's deep in thought. For a mere peasant, Zephyr handled that far better than expected. Polaris wonders if the protagonist plans to give the dragon heart to Altair to strengthen her party against him. That thought darkens his expression. To him, MC has chosen a hard road, one that will ruin him in the end. Polaris believes all 7 pieces of the dragon heart must be found and joined together. Otherwise, having them means nothing. Even on his way back, he keeps thinking about Zephyr, suspecting the boy understands nothing about how the world really works. His tie to Altair, that strange prophecy, and his calm attitude all make Polaris suspicious. He doesn't think he is acting out of pure kindness. He briefly considers testing him with a mana dedication ritual, but too many people were watching. In the end, he reminds himself that his real goal is summoning the Demon Lord. Everything else is just amusement for now. Besides, he already prepared a special gift for them, one he made himself. That gift is Adirius, whom Polaris had met earlier. He lied to Adirius and said he had found a way to reunite him with his master. Adirius seemed to believe him and accepted a necklace from Polaris. Back in the third parish, Altair and Zephyr talk about their clash with Polaris. Altair is relieved they still have the dragon heart, though she's a little surprised to see the protagonist smiling. When she asks why, he says he expected things to go much worse. The meeting also helps him understand some of the cult leader's actions in his past life. Back then, Polaris's sudden appearance confused him, but after hearing Altair talk about the white dragon, MC forms a theory. Maybe Polaris showed up to check whether the white dragon was tied to Olden's appearance. Even so, one thing still bothers him. In his past life, Polaris never moved against Adurius for 2 full years, even though Adurius was clearly linked to the white dragon. The answer comes from Adurius himself. Earlier, Zephyr met Adurius, and Adurius showed him his ice dragon deity. From that talk, he learned Polaris had never managed to gather the dragon hearts. That explains why Polaris seemed relieved in their recent meeting. He probably believed they would never gain enough power to threaten him. So the protagonist decides to make a move. He acts like he doesn't know how to use the dragon heart, and it works exactly as he wanted. Polaris leaves and chooses to fight with money and influence, the way humans usually do, and Zephyr understands that game well. But when he says humans, Altair briefly remembers her brother's demon form. MC keeps thinking, if the bishop had shown his real strength, they would all be dead by now, or at least forced into a desperate fight to survive. Yet Polaris leaves him alive, and never exposes his link to the Demon Lord cult. He figures there must be limits, rules Polaris still can't break. That means all Polaris can do for now is paint him as a danger to the kingdom, and try to destroy him through the Gold Dragon's power, most likely by causing conflict inside the temple. The protagonist almost finds it funny. After all that scheming and pride, Polaris really thinks he won. But MC knows better. One day the cult leader will realize his mistake and regret letting this chance slip away. And even though Polaris backed off, MC knows they'll come harder next time, especially with Altair standing beside him. At the next meeting, he prepares a spread of tasty dishes made from dragon meat, along with water from the Lake of Life. He says the combo boosts their stats, which they'll need for the coming fights in the snowy blue dragon raid. When Zephyr tells everyone to dig in, they're shocked by how good the food tastes and how filling it is. The water from the elven lake not only improves recovery, but can also lengthen a person's life. While everyone eats, Altair asks when the protagonist learned to cook. He says his grandfather taught him because he once owned a restaurant. Altair jokes a little, then points out that Elder Ruiz is the only one missing. Zephyr just says dragon meat doesn't agree with him and leaves it at that. Anna worries Elder Ruiz might start hating them, but MC doubts he'll do anything reckless while Dariel is around. At the same time, Elder Ruiz quietly decides he may need to die now. Even with the cult leader stepping in earlier, the dragon raid still moves ahead on time. At the next meeting, Lucius brings out a list of items set for the upcoming Lauren auction. He explains that it's the biggest auction on the continent, with legendary gear and goods worth millions of gold. Getting something listed there takes a long time. Just submitting an item takes months, then it has to be checked and approved. Only after all that does it enter the official catalog, and only auction staff can see it. In most cases, getting an item listed takes about half a year, but Zephyr spots one item set to be auctioned in only 2 months. He remembers that once the date is locked in, the seller usually can't pull out unless the auction house rejects the item. That gives them a chance. If they can offer something better, the auction house might cancel the old listing and take the new one instead. So the protagonist studies the list, looking for something useful for the raid. He also knows his usual trick won't help here. These events haven't happened yet, so he can't lean on past knowledge. Then he remembers an important incident. It was when Edoras came to meet Altair. He arrived with a large force. By then, Altair and her group had already left the castle to chase Ned, who was escaping with the dragon heart. With most of the castle empty, Edorius went to find the dragon himself, saying he only wanted to speak with it. When he reached the ice castle where the dragon lived, he hoped to make contact before the princess did. Instead, he ran into something he never expected. The ice dragon was nothing like he imagined. She looked like a horned girl, and carried herself like a ruler. The moment Edorus stepped in, she rushed over at once, sensing her sister's presence on him. She had suspected her sister was mixed up in this all along. Thinking Edorus had come to test either himself or the dragon heart, she drew her sword, named herself Merenia the Ice Dragon, and told him that if he wanted anything, he'd have to beat her first. Though surprised, Edorus feels a spark of excitement. In a way, they're alike, both fierce, both driven to protect what matters to them. Without another word, they fight. Merenia is soon impressed by how well Edorus handles her non-stop attacks. As her sister's disciple, she expected him to be strong. Then she calls forth hundreds of ice swords and launches them at him. With one huge swing, Edorus smashes every last one. Merenia instantly closes in again, keeping the pressure on. Their styles are so alike it feels like watching mirror images. Every blow answered, every move matched. At the same time, her aura keeps rising, and with every breath, the land around the castle starts to freeze. Once the fight spills outside, Merenia finally wins and knocks Edorus down. But then she realizes he never came to kill her. Curious, she decides to learn more about him. And in that quiet pause, a magical winter slowly spreads around them. Even after falling, Edorus gets back up and attacks again. Merenia dodges with ease and slams him right back down. She tells him he'll need at least 100 more years before he can truly challenge her. Still, she wants to keep sparring with him, so she summons 7 magic swords and tells him to try them, especially one called Requiem. He takes the sword, and they keep training for hours until he's nearly too exhausted to stand. At one point, he uses flint to make a fire, something Merenia has never seen. Curious, she watches him cook over it. Then the two share the roasted meat. After eating, they spar again until Edorus finally falls asleep. Watching him, Merenia can't understand humans. Most lose their nerve under her dragon power, but he stays interested, almost excited. She thinks of her sister's other disciples, and how strange they all were. The dungeon princess and her armored guard stand out, especially the guard, whose monstrous strength left a deep mark on her. She once knew him as a child, but he grew into something that now even unsettles her. Now Edorus impresses her too. He's physically strong, controls mana well, and reads space around him with great skill. More than that, he loves a challenge. Every time he's knocked down, he studies what happened, figures out what failed, and looks for a way to improve. He knows he can't beat her yet, but he doesn't train just to win. He enjoys pushing himself, and every clash helps him grow. Edorus improves so much that Merenia starts sparring with him in her true dragon form. 3 months into training, he's thrilled by how far he's come. Now he can even land blows on Merenia while she's in dragon form. But that excitement turns to panic when he remembers he has to return to Lindal Castle in 2 months, before the princess arrives. For now, he's carved out a small place to live inside the ice. One evening, Merenia calls him outside and shows him the northern lights. He sits there, completely taken in by the changing colors. Then he remembers something his master once told him. She had watched the northern lights with Merenia too, and wished she could see them together again. That makes Merenia drift back into old memories. Long ago, the great dragon hearts shattered into many pieces, and over 100 years, those pieces became dragons. Her own piece carried both blue and white. After waking from the ice, she met her sister. The two of them were different from the others, because they shared a deeper bond. Her sister was full of passion, and even though both of them looked white, Marenia could never call herself the White Dragon, because that title already belonged to someone else. She keeps reflecting. After Chrysaorus died, her sister fell into a long sleep, and the other dragons began acting strangely, as if preparing for some huge mission. Since then, Marenia hasn't spoken like this with anyone, especially not someone tied to her sister's memories. Hearing all this, Adirius can't hide his feelings, and Marenia notices right away. Inside, he's torn. His mission is to kill all dragons, but that would mean killing both Marenia and her younger sister, and he knows he can't do it. So he reveals his true feelings by using Earth's cradle, bringing out the preserved body of the white dragon lizard, and showing that it once belonged to his master, when she traveled with him near the time of her death. Marenia immediately senses her sister's aura from it. She even notices the flowers her sister loved, and that hits her hard. Adirios then says he has to go find another of his master's disciples, Princess Altair. As far as he knows, Altair plans to destroy all dragons, and he means to help her, following his master's last words. But deep down, he wants to avoid that ending. He thinks he's found a way to stop the world's destruction without killing the dragons, and he needs Marenia for that. When the end times come, everything, even dragons and the Tree of Life, turns toward ruin and sides with the Demon Lord. That's the law of the end. Only death escapes it. Even so, the white dragon got another chance by taking over a lizard's body. When her health failed and her body reached its limit, she told Adirius she had cast a spell to pass her will onto him after her death. She wasn't allowed to say it while alive, so this was the only way she could speak once she was gone. Her message told Adirius to find Princess Altair and help her stop the end of the world. Altair was set on killing all dragons to save it, and even while saying this, the white dragon struggled to accept that Adirius might not be able to do it, especially if it meant killing her or her sister. In her final moments, she begged him not just to save the world, but to live for himself too. After she died, Adirius tried to carry out that mission, but he stayed conflicted. The idea of wiping out her kind weighed on him, and he couldn't make up his mind. Even so, he kept moving, telling himself he was helping people. Then one day in a dungeon, he found something his master had once mentioned, a summoning altar for the Demon Lord. Recognizing it at once, he destroyed it, thinking that if he wiped out those threats first, he could stop the apocalypse without killing dragons. But later, the Ice Princess told him there were thousands of altars hidden all over the world, making that plan nearly impossible. She said Adirius was fooling himself, even about her, and if he wanted her help, both he and Princess Altair would have to prove themselves. To her, the timing was perfect. Altair was planning to kill Artelas, and if Adirius proved useful there, she wouldn't mind joining him as an ally. After that, Adirius went to Lindal, where Princess Altair welcomed him as a fellow disciple. Over the next year, he cleared dungeon after dungeon and gathered rewards to get ready for the raid. During that time, he stayed away from the Blue Dragon. He knew her temperament made a careless meeting risky, so he chose the safer path, travel with the party, and act like he supported Altair's raid, hoping that would eventually win over the Blue Dragon, and maybe the princess too. Later, Princess Altair announced that the Blue Dragon raid had gained more funding. She gave Adirius credit for bringing in more volunteers, and even when he brushed it off as just dungeon clearing, she insisted he earned the praise. As the preparations went on, a mercenary named Ralph showed up. He introduced himself as someone assigned to help Adirius after losing a duel. Not long after, Fade joined as well, sent by Duke Giornetti, and his first question was about the pay. Adirius felt everything was finally falling into place. When the day came, he opened the dungeon gate, signaling the start of the raid, and sent the front line toward the Lake of Life. After the Blue Dragon fell, Goatee cheered in celebration. Adirius hid his grief and acted satisfied to keep up appearances. He announced he'd take the Dragon Heart as agreed, and Altair approved. Quietly, he decided to win everyone's trust, build enough influence to outgrow the princess, and take over the party. Fade wanted to rely on his own power, and even though Adirius liked fighting alone, he knew he couldn't watch Fade in the middle of battle. So instead, he focused on getting close enough to heal the Blue Dragon. To do that, he used the demonic sword of sacrifice. The moment he saw the dragon, he understood things were much more complicated than he thought. Even so, he was thankful for all the healing items he'd gathered. As he struck, the dragon briefly came fully awake. It remembered the Divine Blade Requiem, and knew its true power could only awaken through someone with a dragon heart. To the dragon, that blade felt like both a gravestone and a funeral song. Thinking of the White Queen, the dragon realized she no longer had to obey her. Still, she refused to hand over her power to someone she found unworthy, so she challenged Adirius. He barely dodged the first attack. Adirius couldn't talk her down, and escape wasn't an option, so he had to fight. When Dariel rushed in, Adirius had no choice and went for the dragon's horns. He kept apologizing while he drove the blade in. At that moment, he even started wondering if this was some hidden talent inside him. He thought about his limits, and all the people he failed to protect. If he wanted to save anyone, he had to get stronger. That led him to one decision: he needed control of the raid party, otherwise they might kill Marenia next. Until then, he kept pretending to go along with everyone. After thinking it through, Adirus was glad the blue dragon belonged to him by contract. He couldn't stand the idea of anyone else taking it, but before deciding what to do, he planned to meet Marenia first. Then, everything changed when Black Moon burst out of the dragon's stomach and blew up the moment it touched the heart. Just like that, the raid turned into Adirus's worst disaster. He lost the blue dragon and the heart. Enraged, he blamed Fade for dragging him away to protect him. Sure, he could have stopped it if he'd stayed. Fade didn't agree. Even if Adirus had taken the heart, the poison mixed into it would have done serious damage. To him, pulling back was the safest call. That wasn't only for Adirus, who lived because of his armor. It protected everyone nearby from the toxin too. With that, Fade said his contract was over and he was leaving. He warned them not to call him back, especially if Adirus stayed on the team. He also told the princess not to give Adirus any authority. Altair didn't fully understand the warning, but she started watching Adirus more carefully. Later though, something happened that made her put those doubts aside. The ice dragon came in person to back Adirus. To her, he had proven himself. To help him, she froze all of Elfin and the Danakil farmlands. It wrecked Danakil's resources, but by freezing the river, she stopped the poison from spreading across the continent. After that, the ice dragon officially joined Altair's party. Adirus, now called the Dragon Knight, fought beside her, but this was also when the party started going the wrong way. Adirus pushed the group to make destroying summoning altars their top goal, and everything centered on that. During the fight with the Black Dragon, Philip Pilgrim, leader of the merchantry, was lost, and Fade left soon after because of his ongoing clash with Adirus. The Ice Dragon joining also raised tension between Dariel and Kiara. Both knew the dragon would have to die someday. Adirus refused to accept that, and the split only got worse. More and more people sided with him because he kept helping others without asking for anything back. Dariel, who wasn't very charismatic, couldn't win support the same way. Adirus said he only wanted people's trust, but that change ended with the elves leaving the party. What was left started feeling less like a team and more like a tight group built around admiration for Adirus. Altair grew more uneasy, suspecting her master had wanted the ice dragon dead for a reason. At the same time, the division Adirus created without meaning to gave Zephyr the opening he needed to join the party. As soon as MC arrived, Fade recognized him from the third parish and pinned him down. Shocked that the boy had learned how to fight, he couldn't help wondering who trained him. Then the story jumps back to an earlier time, when he used Dragonheart and formed a connection with Fade. Because of all this, and because Zephyr's influence kept growing, Altair started taking a real interest in him. She realized she needed strong allies like the protagonist if she wanted to stand against Adirus and prove he might be leading the party the wrong way. So Altair tried to bring MC onto her side. He, not playing around, told her to set the terms clearly first. Since a former party member had stolen their kill before, he wanted the loot returned, saying the Demon Lord worshipper's body and gear belonged to him. Their first meeting was tense, especially since Fade and Zephyr struggled to work as a two-man team. Even so, shared goals were enough to make them cooperate. Adirus wasn't happy to see Dariel and Fade back, and he liked the protagonist even less, the same person who had taken the dragon heart before. He had once brought that concern to the ice dragon, and she reacted with fury. She trapped MC in ice and questioned him. The knights who saw it felt relieved, taking it as proof the dragon was on their side. Adirus meanwhile used Zephyr's presence to quietly sway opinion toward himself. Back in the present, he watches the boy train and quickly sees the truth. He's naive, but also naturally sly and hungry for fame. The boy knows his limits and pushes himself hard, hoping the coming raid gives him one chance to earn freedom and influence. Meanwhile, Adirus keeps working through preparations but stays irritated that the protagonist is using the Silver Lion's control over him. Even so, he expects the protagonist to remove those training limits once the dragon raid starts, since his full strength will be needed. Adirus still believes only he has the right to choose whether his master, the White Dragon Familiar, lives or dies. At the pre-raid meeting, Altair splits everyone into teams. The auction team will buy gear, while the farming team, including Andrius and the priests, will gather loot from monsters. Hearing that, Ned realizes he needs to keep a close watch on Andrius. The scout team is made up of Fade, Dariel, and Dariel's sister, and their job is to find more people. The setup reminds Zephyr of his early days. At the same time, Ophelia quietly asks Lucius if it's really safe to leave the parish, especially with his father about to arrive. The Holy One may be delayed, so finding him directly could be faster. Lucius also brings up his firstborn and second sibling, which catches Ned off guard. Meanwhile, Altar is focused on another job waiting in the capital. She remembers the Elf Queen asking her to pass along greetings to a human scholar named Vitel, who had visited the Elfin Forest 61 years earlier. Altar was stunned to learn Vitel was still alive, and that he was now the Academy's dean, the same place where she had once studied under him. The Elf Queen gave Altar a letter for him, saying his influence with the nobles might help with the coming raid. Altair hesitates because she barely attended the Academy and left the dean with a bad impression. To help smooth things over, she decides to bring Lucius, knowing he's one of the top students. Elsewhere, Fade and Kiara talk about what they should bring for scouting, but Fade says speed matters most, so running is best. Zephyr, meanwhile, has another urgent problem. He still has to complete the Goddess of Light's quest, protect an unknown target for 10 months. The reward is huge, the punishment is harsh, and he still doesn't know who the target is. All he has is the prophecy that the Sword of Light will guide him. As he gets ready to return to his other work, his sword suddenly starts glowing. A beam of light shoots into the sky, and Zephyr instantly knows it's pointing him toward the target, who now seems to be coming straight toward him. A moment later, two people riding dragons come down from the clouds. One is Lucius's father, the Duke, and the other is none other than Vitel, the Academy Dean. When the dragon lands, Philip Pilgrim, leader of the merchantry, is revealed to be with them. Zephyr recognizes him at once, and remembers leaving him in the elfin forest to keep him safe. Seeing Philip Pilgrim gives Altair some relief, and he looks just as glad. He heard the group captured the smiling woman, the very reason he had gone into hiding. Philip Pilgrim quickly explains why he came. Knowing the party was falling apart, he brought Lucius's father, the Duke, and Professor Vitel with him. The moment Ned sees the Duke, old memories come back. He remembers the Duke helping shape the world into what it is now. The man profited from the crash after the bubble burst, and his harsh investments only made the damage worse. Ned partly blames that disaster for ruining his own family, so he has no reason to like the man. Even logically, the Duke seems like the worst type of person. Greedy, selfish, and focused only on his family's gain. That's why Ned can't believe someone with that reputation would willingly help the human resistance. Altair, though, is thrilled that the Duke came. She had planned to ask for his help, and now he showed up on his own. In Zephyr's past life, the Duke did eventually help, but only after Lucius was brainwashed by Olden and his grandchild, along with valuable goods, was taken hostage. Back then, the Duke badly underestimated Olden. He let Matthias stay close to Lucius and even sent Olden to the Third Parish, never realizing what he was really planning. After finishing that mission, Olden got a powerful item from the cult leader, made the Master of the East his subordinate, and built his strength so fast that even the Duke couldn't stop him. Now, Altair knows Zephyr already disrupted Olden's plan, but she also knows there's a catch. Since the Duke never saw Olden's crimes or what came after, he feels no gratitude for being saved when they finally meet. Right away, he shows his disappointment to Philip Pilgrim. He says MC, despite all the praise around him, looks completely ordinary. Philip Pilgrim calmly defends him. He reminds the Duke that he fought on the front lines during the dragon raid, and says he and Ned even beat the dungeon princess by themselves. That catches the Duke off guard, and he asks if they really did it alone. Philip Pilgrim says yes, and adds that they also saw what happened inside. The Duke wants to hear more, but holds back, knowing too many questions could give away what he's really after. So he changes course, and plainly says he won't be giving them any money. If they want his information and connections, they'll have to pay for them. Lucius is stunned, and tells his father not to talk like that. He reminds him that Zephyr saved his life, and is the only one who can help with the dragon raid, but the Duke cuts him off at once. That only makes Lucius more upset. The Duke mocks him and says he should worry about paying back his own debts first. Then he brings up the Ice Dragon raid. According to him, the guild union is already ready to move whenever needed, so he has other choices. As he starts piling on more terms, Zephyr steps in and stops him cold. He says whatever deal the Duke is about to offer, he can beat it. Then the protagonist calls forth the light sword, and swears an oath. He announces that the Goddess of Light sent him, and ordered him to protect the Duke. Right after that, he binds him with light chains and tells him to quit the act and stay still. After that, the Duke quietly joins them. Big Cap and the others move out to handle their own tasks. The farming team heads for the desert. There, they meet Harvey from the Galliano Guild, who was told to join the Princess Raid. Philip Pilgrim leads the auction team toward the capital, while the scout team leaves on its mission too. Kiara is uneasy because Zephyr isn't with them, but Dariel tells her it'll be fine. Even so, she can't shake the feeling, especially since Vitel, the man said to be her real father, is with that group. She thinks about speaking to him, but seeing him as an old man now, she no longer feels like saying anything. After traveling for a while, the scout team reaches the blazing forest. At the same time, Zephyr and the Duke head up Mount Scylla in the middle of the continent. As they climb, the Duke starts wondering why MC brought him somewhere so far out of the way. Tiengis Alongrenal, MC only says they have to reach this place, no matter what. Still, he knows part of it is personal. He wants to understand the Duke better, and being alone with him makes that easier. In his past life, when they used the dungeon princess's tomb as a shelter, the Duke had looked truly excited, and said his dream was finally within reach. Zephyr remembered standing there as the Duke confessed he'd spent millions of gold, countless years, and even lost his own son just to see the dungeon boss room. What he wanted wasn't the dragon heart, but something even more important. Back then, he didn't bother asking more, and despite all his power, the Duke kept his real goal hidden from everyone. Now the protagonist remembers the look on the Duke's face when the tomb was mentioned. It seems he still hasn't let go of that wish. MC wants to help him reach it, but if the Duke does something dangerous, he knows he may have to stop him. Pavel leans back, presses a hand to his forehead, and almost laughs at the idea. A messenger of the goddess of light. A moment later, he slams his fist down, then rage takes over. Grinding his teeth, he yells, asking how this happened, and why no one stopped it. How had he never even heard of the protagonist before? Wilhelmina calmly says, someone has been hiding information about him. She looked into his past, and it's strange, he isn't from wealth, and if he were really that strong, he should have become famous long ago. Then she adds that he definitely appeared in the Third Parish, around the same time. Olden and the man from the east sent people there as slaves to steal the Black Dragon's heart. Yusalot shoots back, asking what she's implying, that Olden and the man from the east joined hands and sided with the saint. He says that would make sense. Olden is dead, and the man from the east lost his student. Wilhelmina immediately asks, who identified the body? A moment later, Ocelot goes still, his jaw clenched. Wilhelmina lowers her eyes and recalls the battle. The student was captured, but what if he only pretended to fight the saints group, so he could fake being taken? That would explain everything. Then she adds that maybe Olden and the man from the east were bought off by Princess Altair. Ocelot starts picking at his ear, and says that if she's right, then all the priest's informant reports were false too. Still, he calls it a headache, caused by Olden's incompetence. Nothing more. Then he lifts his head with a smug grin and declares that settles it. Pavel, still furious, says that no matter what, they can't let Princess Altair gather the hearts anymore, not if they want their Eastern alliance to thrive and the end-of-the-world plan to move forward. Wilhelmina smiles and says to leave it to her. She may not be able to kill someone of royal blood, but she knows this group's weak points. The woman adds that she can keep them away from the ice dragon. In the capital of Kian, they arrive at the royal palace. Lucius and Altair stand before the king, as the herald announces the arrival of Princess Altair and Sir Lucius Giornetti, the first son of light. The third Lion King greets them with a small smile and praises them for defeating the blue dragon and clearing the vile princess's tomb. Queen Lucretia looks at Altair and says she always saw her as a child, but now she's proud of what she has done. Altair presents a gift, the horn of the blue dragon. Tien says it's wonderful, but more than that, he thanks her for saving countless lives. Lucretia takes her daughter's hand and says her safe return means even more than any gift. Altair thanks them, saying their words honor her. But she also remembers her special sense. She can tell friend from foe by the warmth or discomfort she feels through touch. The king's hand on her shoulder feels ice cold. Altair drops her gaze sharply, and tears begin to fall. In them she sees dark, grim silhouettes. Lucretia steps in and says he also worked hard for 10 years. Now that 2 of the 8 great problems are solved, they should hold a grand banquet and medal ceremony. Altair smiles as the king says they can ask for anything. Treasures, land, whatever reward they want. Then she speaks up. A large chandelier shines overhead. The hall is packed, and people whisper that their princess has grown up. After helping the poisoned and starving children in Danakil, she came back changed. Altair says that with her people still suffering because the ice dragon froze the harbor, she can't stand by as royalty and do nothing. She asks them to delay the medal ceremony until after the ice dragon raid, and use the banquet money for shelter and bread for the victims. Then she adds that there's something else they need to discuss about the raid. At the Guild Union headquarters in the capital, 3 warriors sit together. A muscular man says they want to join the Ice Dragon raid as a support team, and the king has already approved it. The pink-haired girl beside him says the royal order should arrive soon. Rex explains that dungeon law protects a party's independence as long as it stays within the rules, so outsiders can't change the main lineup. Support teams are different. A support team stays in the back while the raid group fights. Their job is to carry supplies, keep extra healers ready, and wait in reserve in case something goes wrong. They only get paid if the raid succeeds, and normally they aren't allowed to fight. Rex adds that they can only enter battle if the raid team signals for help, or if over half the raiders are already dead. Kylie scratches the back of his head and says that's no problem. The deputy guildmaster smiles and says they'll still make money off the Dragon Slayer. So what's the issue? Kevin snaps at her and says the problem is that guy Zeph will be there. Doesn't she know what he's like? He's a mutt that devours dragon hearts. The guildmaster snapped, yelling that if Zephyr wanted to fight, the Temple of Light would hand him a dragon heart. Kylie jumped in too, shouting that Kevin wasn't the only strong warrior here. If he's scared, then he can sit this one out. Rex shut her eyes and gritted her teeth. Her real problem was obvious. Kylie and Kevin were both great fighters, but they were hot-headed, and this team only stayed together because of her. A moment later, she slammed her cane on the floor and told them to calm down and focus. Getting to her feet, Rex stared at the 2 of them and reminded them that no matter what, the mission had to be finished. Kevin finally settled down. Rex pointed out that now she understood how young adventurers like them managed to grab influence over a giant group like the Guild Union. Kylie frowned at her, and Rex went on. They couldn't stop the princess from joining the Ice Dragon raid, but their backers didn't want her doing anything beyond that. Adjusting her glasses, Rex said the first move was simple. They needed something from the princess's room, and maybe she could be made to hand it over herself. As the carriage rolled ahead, Altair sat inside in silence. With her arms crossed, Altair thought about the raid team already being chosen. The bigger issue was the island where the ice dragon lived. Hardly anyone knew its secret, so they had to be completely sure they could make it there and back. The only question was how. She recalled the king saying she'd be very busy. There were supposed to be only 2 years left before the ice dragon raid, and she couldn't understand how anyone thought they could pull it off in less than 2 months. Altair remembered the main hero taking dragon form, and realized the guild union still had no legal right to attack the ice dragon. So far, they only had a rough deal with the port city. At first, the plan was to use the hero and the Holy Sun to draw in investors and buy the right to launch the attack. She rubbed her head, worried about whether any of this would work, when Ophelia leaned over and told her they had arrived. Stepping down from the carriage, the princess told herself she had no choice now but to go through with this. Altair remembered Caesar stopping her before she left the third diocese. Holding the child to his cheek, he warned her that because of her weakness for underhanded tricks, she shouldn't even think about getting mixed up in this. Then he added that she didn't need to join the guild union support group in the first place. Now Altair and Lucius had arrived at Lorraine's auction house. Caesar's idea was simple. Once they started spending the state budget there, the matter might settle itself. That's where this video ends. If you made it this far, please subscribe and leave a comment.